let's go over a couple things that are just kind of annoying. We'll have to see how this stuff works out. Actually, you know what? Well, I'll just do this for anyone that sees the recording. So essentially, what we wanted to see was down here by the week. Let's just do it this kind of use a little more. We don't have to conceptualize any of this. We're all the way up here. Hard support for the VIX is still all the way down here at 2584. So anyone looking at this on a week time frame is just like, why the F are we all the way up here? There's no coming into it like this or like starting slightly above and then coming through both. Like this went up first and then came down. So this is, we'll just see what happens. It's just really ugly. Like it's not like ugly, it's just bad. So most likely we'll see Apple start under its week time frame. At most, I might get a put for like the end of the week. Yo, what's up, Darren? It's definitely going to be a little bit of a tough day. We'll see what happens. I mean, things look bearish, but things don't look that amazing. Like, once again, it feels really oversold before we really get a chance to form some stuff. So it's kind of just, you know, it's what it is. So we got a shirt and tie stream for now, and it's not going to last that long because I already can't stand it. And I think because I don't know, it doesn't feel like more muscle or whatever, but it just feels very, it's been a while since I needed to wear one of these or had to wear one. So I just haven't worn one. I was like, okay, I have it hanging up. Let's just put it on. But it's going to be tough because what we wanted to see in the VIX, like my thinking here is, well, there's a couple different things. One, we started the day above here, so this might give us some strength, but ultimately we don't have a strong week, or it's very likely we might not have a strong week because of this. So it's already interesting. Like if we started the week here and then we ever started a day up here, by the time the actual pre-market was almost open, we should already be like 29, almost 30, to be honest. So this is kind of giving me vibes of Friday again, and I really don't like it. So it's probably going to be something pretty ugly this week, like in whichever direction it goes. So like just with Apple, like the target's what, 150, I think. 150.56 is where. Why can't I not find it? These guys have issues versifying. These guys actually have issues. Like, they could make this easy. Like, I've already set up so many different things. And they just decide to just do the dumbest thing ever. There's too many, I don't know, man. I guess this is, ever since I've come back and I've really focused on stuff, this is always like my biggest issue is just too many people are bears but just don't respect like actual good price action. Like if we started all the way down here, this would be probably one of the bearish weeks, probably the bearish September that we've ever seen. This makes me question what's going to happen. Now, just looking at Apple in a sense, I think we're going to start off in a pretty bad place, but that requires us to fall off. So I think, like, again, this pretty much comes into most likely, yeah, I mean, pretty much just push. I mean, it's even crazier when we remember that it's something that also specifically not just started here, but pushed up first, right? So hopefully in the same sense, we can get something. I'm a little bit concerned with the VIX not doing anything and being up here. If we do start under, it looks a little bit worse. I'd like it to test back up at the line. It should be at 150.56. But if for some reason they can kind of get it through here at the beginning of the, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I'm just not really completely sure right now. Like if anything, it's like a small short position or like a put, like whatchamacallit. Like I might get like a at the money put or something for the end of the week, or technically I might look for like one. So we have a bounce spot at 146 down here. 146.40, and then we have like 142. So I could either go for like a 143 possibly, because if we are going to respect this for the week time frame, I mean, we should be somewhere all the way down here by the end of the week easily. Depending, I might consider getting one or two at the 150.40. I just like to see that. So I don't like seeing this here with this all the way up here. Like, this is the biggest thing I don't like to see right now. Like, this is actually, like, I really don't like seeing this. When I see this, I feel the same way about when I saw this. Like, we just came from here yesterday, we pushed up and then pushed all the way back down. Now that we're all the way back up here again. Like, why? Why are we all the way back up here again? If we just already made this high, this sets it, like, if people want to push it down, this sets a short spot for the VIX. Is there really a reason to come up from here with the VIX? True. Well, whenever you get it written down, just send it to me. I'd be interested to see what the new trading strategy is. Unless you're talking about what I'm talking about. But I just don't like this. This is just really ugly. Like, it looks good on the day. I mean, the worst part about this, which is nice, because so essentially what we see from a day position is like, okay, this is arguably, if we are going to go down, this is one of the safest places to enter. Like, if the VIX is going to push up, the market's going to go down. Today and onward, this is one of the safest places to enter, bar none. That's just what it is. If it is going to go down, we don't know if it's going to extend down. Now, if it doesn't, and somehow we start trending up, the issue here is we started the week up here. People on the week for the VIX are going to be like, oh, okay, I don't really want this until 25.60. And then if this gets any pressure in the days or like under the days, and God forbid we start a day here, there's now so much pressure against this. Most likely we come down. This ends up being the head. We'll have something that might even come back into the week here. And then we'll have something that comes out. Like, it looks like it more of a bullish continuation if they fail. Now, anything can happen for sure. I just really don't like the week starting up here. I mean, it's in Moldova. Like, what is this? You know? So it's not horrible, but it's just one of those things, like we said before. There's no confirmation for it. So you goddamn better hope that it just goes up, because there's no confirmation for it. And if this ends the day under here, now we have to bounce down here. And depending on what we do here or here, what we do on our way down, well, like on the daytime frame, you know, I mean, we could have a lot more trouble getting through here. So we were just here yesterday. Now we're here again. You know, there's spots they could short it at if they wanted to keep it down. So we'll see. So I almost don't want to take a position, but I might just get a small short position. I feel like I have to get a small, like, not a short position. I feel like I have to get a put on something on Apple. I just really don't like what they've done. And, like, it's not because it, like, wasn't one of the possibilities. Hey, man, this is the only day that we have the office look. This is the only day we have the office look. So, and I'm not even going to have the office look for the whole day. So I just figured I'd throw this on just for today. What's up, Bootstreet19? 1997. It's good to see you in here, man. Yeah, it looks like it's going to not be tradable. Or it's like, if we keep having things, like, a lot of this was, like, super tradable, and then this day made it, like, what's going on? Like, bears are getting too bullish. This was, like, we needed to stay down here for the other 2 days, and then we needed to not be all the way up here. Like, we need to have people, like, we need the strength of the week and the pressure of the day right above us, so that we can just, squeeze through and burst through. So, yeah, I mean, trendline breaks are useful. I mean, if you look at a moving average in a sense, I mean, it kind of is like a trend line. And for me, anyway, it's a trend. So, You know, when you really kind of like look at them and you treat them as like channels and stuff, right? It practically is a trend line, boing, boing, right? And then boom, 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 right? So we end under, start above, then we finally end under, boom, boom. So I look at these because these holes, maybe it's because they move so much. That's kind of how I look at them. So I got my phone out. We'll see what happens when we start. I'm not a huge fan of this, but we'll see. I mean, it kind of just really is what it is at the end of the day. It's not like a huge issue. I just don't like the idea that it's like not super obvious what's going to happen and things look bad. So it's like, I don't know. So it's like I don't mind taking a position. I just rather take a position that actually has to do something of some size. You drop me one of your charts on Discord. Okay, let me see 1 second. I don't even know what it is, but it looks like everything else. So it's got to be either Apple or NASDAQ or SPY, right? With this rise up, with that, it looks like Apple. Yeah, and then that would be like maybe July there. And then this would be, I don't even remember what this was, August 16th, August 26th, September 13th. Yeah, I mean, I feel somewhat similar if that's, especially if that's around 146, like, I don't know where it's going to be, like 146, maybe like 60 now, once we start the new day. I could definitely see something like that. I mean, my biggest issue is like with the VIX. It'll be interesting because that was my biggest concern last week or on Friday, where it just seemed kind of weird. I don't like when the VIX diverges, since I've been looking at it like with everything else these last 2 months. But yeah, I mean, it definitely makes sense that they could try to do something like that. I don't even know if we'll fall all the way through yet. We certainly have to break the current trend. So, oh, that's NASDAQ. It looks, honestly, they all look the same to me. Like when I look at it on the day time frame, like they almost all look the same. You know, you got your August 17th top, your August 26th, and then you got your whatchamacallit. So if I can't see anything else, they always all look the same, which is somewhat expected. Oh, what's up, James? Good to see you in here. So let's see where we start. I think the lower I don't know, we'll see. I'm not a big fan of what it feels like they're trying to do. Unless we push back up. Now, heck, we'll see what happens. So, I mean, hey, if they want to push it through, I guess they just push it through. At the end of the day, it doesn't really affect me. So, as long as we drop. But I'd still like to see it if it's going to start somewhere here, come up, and then come down at least a little bit. If it's going to be like off a cliff, at least come up before we come back down. There's probably no girls in here. Most girls don't come on TradingView, and if they do come on TradingView, they get harassed in some form. So, and then they stop coming on TradingView. Just kind of how it is. Yeah, that's like overall. I have a like I don't know. Like I'm only looking at this, but if just going off like a gut feeling, I guess not like gut feeling, but how I perceive all of these things together, I do feel like some kind of like maybe like I don't know. I do feel like some maybe bullish divergence or like the possibility of it. We'll see what happens though. Let's see. Because this is just like if we really were in that bad of a situation. Like we got stopped here all this time on the VIX, and now we're pushing back up. I mean, this was clean. This was clean. Like these were actually like pretty clean rejections. All fairness, the week looked ugly. These were pretty clean rejections. We got like 30 seconds. This was like pretty clean when it came down. This was like fairly decent to see. I think this is one of the reasons why I got out of that position. I got in like an hour before, and then we just trended down. And this made sense. This was a 164.10 Apple, and then this made sense. So we go from like making sense at times, and every time it makes sense, it looks really good. I have no idea on the 49 to 89 EMA combo. I would say if it works, right? Like if someone gave me another set of double values and they work, then I'd just be like, it works. I don't know if there's like too much for it. Okay, so let's kind of see what happens here. Am I logged in? Okay. So we started under, so at least that's bearish a little bit for the week in that sense. So let's do this. Let me see. I think something's hidden on one of these. One second, I need to get VIX on the right side and Apple on the left. Like, honestly, I feel like we don't see it yet, but when I see stuff like this, somehow I feel like we're not going to fall off a cliff. But we'll see. Where the heck is the VIX? Oh, it got pushed down. That's so annoying. Wait, where's the VIX? There we go. Ooh. There? Okay. So, where's the week time frame again? Did we actually start? Let's adjust this. So I was wrong. It's 1 cent up, but we'll adjust this real quick. So it's 150.57, not 150.56. Why can't I adjust this? There we go. Okay, and so it would be nice from a bearish perspective to come up here and hit this, and I could see bulls wanting it to come up and hit this also as well. We'll see if they try to push it down from here. Not a huge fan. Like, at the end of the day, I still think the same thing. It's like a smaller short position or a put here, because I just don't feel like it's really certain. I would preferably like to see it come up and actually reject. But at the same time, with the VIX where it is being so weak, it's going to be interesting to see how this reacts. Now, I think we're going to see the most based on the where the next day starts to kind of confirm some of this, but because I think there's a little bit more weight on where the next day starts, that's why I think we're going to have a lot more pressure on this day. Like, getting this day to start not up here and in here is practically a reversal for Tuesday. Obviously, it depends where we start the next day, but we have this all the way up here. We started. Remember, it's easier to see from the week time frame. We got to remember this. If we're trying to treat the week as our foundation to push up, like the days are up here and that's great. But if the week is what we want to use as our foundation to push up, that's all the way back at 2560. So from a VIX perspective, they better hope that they can hold up here at whatever the hell this is, at 2732, or people on the day time frame are going to start crumbling, and then they're going to go to the week time frame, or people that are waiting for the longer time frame, or I don't know what other people say, but just going from how I see these things, like from a longer time frame here, like they're going to say, I don't want to touch this till 2561, and it's going to make this even worse, and we already have all of this up here already. We can't afford to come back under this. We need to start down and push up. And that's why this is just absolutely, so ugly. That was not ugly, but it's like T-ball, I mean, we'll see what happens. It looks like the bullish potential looks like it's there, but I don't think we'll see anything until at least, the most bullish potential for everything, for a super hard long, is under the week. We need to end the week under this, and as long as we can end back under somewhere in this area, it's perfectly fine. The first bullish potential that we should see should be a day that starts under here, and we might be able to see something by a day that ends in here, depending on what happens today. But all we have to do really for the VIX to at least end here, and possibly start under and just kind of look bullish, or make the market look bullish from that perspective, all we really have to do is just push up a little bit and just kind of sit in this area. It doesn't even necessarily have to beat here. It just has to kind of sit in this area. So too much buying would probably be a bad thing, because that just gives, too much buying too quickly is usually never a good thing. Because when we look at things based on time frames, if you buy too quickly, then you have to maintain that price. So from that perspective, yeah, but But yeah, for the two longs, like we'll see. I think Tuesday and then next Monday will be the most ideal places to see like if we can really long, and that's depending like one from this candle because we want to know if we actually coming back down to the week time frame on the VIX, and then if we have to come to the week time frame, and then essentially, depending what happens, if we're going to play the bottom underside of the week time frame, right? Then boom, like it's just really dumb positioning. Like I don't think I can be wrong on this at all. Like you don't just see something like you don't see this happen. Like maybe I am. I mean, I could definitely be wrong, but it's like I feel like you just don't see this happen up here, and then this, like when it looks good, it does stuff in whatever direction, and it's just I don't understand why. Like from the daytime frame, it doesn't really make sense because we were just up here. It definitely doesn't make sense from the daytime frame. Like if this was a green candle, then I'd be like, okay, like holy crap, this is a pretty decent stuff. You know, I think I think there's a lot of to me this is bullish divergence for me. We'll see what happens. We haven't seen anything yet to kind of confirm it. But to me, it's like I feel like I'm starting to see bullish divergence. So we have to see where things happen. We could just see the divergence from the VIX and the overall market itself. That's always a possibility too. So, you know, I mean, this has to break here to push down. You were saying something on the NASDAQ a little lower. So it is even possible maybe we push all the way down to here and then just get pushed back up. Who really knows? It could just fight here. It could push down to here. I'm going to check on the short time frame in a little bit. But I do feel like the onerous is quite a bit. Whatchamacallit? Let me get away from my green screen so I don't mess it up. But I feel like the onerous is on the bears here to really push it down, especially with the VIX. But they're not. I don't know. What do you mean by parallel? Usually, if I was to think like parallel, I would think of like more so like Apple, NASDAQ, Apple SPY, kind of things like that. Though they don't look the exact same, they'll definitely look similar somewhat in movements. So I just look at the VIX because it's been pretty easy. Like this is when I got the 164.10 on Apple. This was September 12th, right? This was. So I just like when the VIX looks good. I'm not going to look at the VIX any more than this. I just kind of wanted to get this out of the way because for me the VIX doesn't. It can't really show anything. I don't think they're really opposite. I just like the VIX because, like I said here, this is the only reason I started looking at the VIX. We had a convergence here, and it looks pretty nice, and it just follows stuff. But when the VIX looks nice, stuff happens. When it looks bad, usually stuff happens. And right now, this is way too high for the VIX. So maybe this gives something to the rest of the market in a sense. You know. No, it's not there's not an inverse correlation between the two or anything like that. To me, the VIX represents the overall market. When I think of VIX traders, I think of people that are kind of like looking at the S&P in a sense, but just the overall market. And that's the way I kind of look at the VIX right now. I think Apple's the best representation of the overall market. The indices are really good also as well. But it's not like Apple is the whole market, right? It's not. I wouldn't trade something just by looking at Apple, but I would look at Apple before I traded something. And the same thing for the VIX. I don't think it's like an inverse with everything whatsoever at all. Even this day was kind of an example of that because the market actually pushed up. This is the 12th right here. And then, so see, the VIX set up in a really nice place while the rest of the market was pushing up. So there was this divergence here between the VIX turning around, starting at a beautiful place, and the market not gapping down and starting. So, you know, I actually wouldn't be surprised if we actually came down in the morning here. I do think the VIX probably would have pushed down and then started here and then pushed down afterwards. Well, technically, but I also look at it like this. I always treat the DXY as kind of an inverse. So I'll look at it like this. This is how I look at it. When I think of the DXY, okay, here's one of the reasons why I don't look at the DXY, and I probably should make this clear why I don't look at it. It's just insane. Like whether I don't need to look at the DXY because it just already looks insane. Like that's the thing. It's never really changed. You know, decent stuff here, okay stuff. This is pretty decent considering it actually ended here and then, did all this. No surprise we fell through, but look at this here and then into this here. So on the month time frame, I'm not surprised that DXY is pushing, and it looks great. So this thing could push to the moon. I wouldn't be surprised. Over here, looks great, right? This is a little bit sketchy. I didn't know what it was doing over here. Certainly doesn't look great because we can already see we don't have confirmation in some of these spots. But this is like March 20th or whatever, March 2020, right? So boom, boom, boom. So I don't like this just because we don't have any confirmation here. And even though we get it here, we're already used up. But to look at the same thing for this year, that looks great. I mean, this is about as standard as it gets. This isn't the best, but then this comes in right here. So it looks great. So like under this concept, the DXY already looks great to me, and I'll mention one other thing, but the DXY already looks great to me. So it's like we can see our standard thing. We get rejected, we come down, we push through. It's very fortunate when you come down here, and then we get support on top, and then we push up. We can see this stuff like this is like the standard kind of whole movement. So it looks great on all these other time frames. So for that one, there's another reason, but for that one reason, I don't really care about the DXY. The DXY wants any excuse to go up because it just looks insane. It looks insane on the month. It looks insane on the week. It looks insane on the day. Or more so specifically, the foundation that we built up in these areas looks so good that I'm not really worried about what happens up top so much because it was just a lot of obvious buying, and kind of, in my opinion, from that perspective. And I think that looked really good for it. And the other thing also is that if you look at it in a crypto sense, when you sell, how do we put this? Is this really the same thing? I'm trying to think. Maybe it's more so back in the day. I'm trying to like make a correlation. Maybe it's not the same, but anyway, this is without trying to make that analogy or comparison. This is pretty much what it is. You're essentially short a stock, right? It's not really like crypto because nowadays you have more than one option of how you want to sell out. Because you used to have to go for everything from this to Bitcoin to USDT. But when you sell out a stock, when you sell out like anything that has any sort of value, any equity, anything, or anything that has equity, whatever way you want to consider it. But anything that has a value in the American market, you're not selling to a euro. You're not selling to a pound. You're not selling to a lira or whatever. So technically when you're getting out of the dollar or of any stock, any option, any whatever, like you're getting into the dollar in a sense. You see what I'm saying? So from that perspective, like when the market gets sold off, you're longing the dollar essentially. That's your only choice because you're either in something or you're getting out and you're in your currency, which is the dollar, and you only go from dollar to another currency. You can't just. No one's like sitting in our market, in my market anyway, or the U.S. market, saying, "Hey, here's a Great British Pound for that stock. Here you go." So. I figured I'd I just wanted to do it once. I just wanted to do it once at least. So I don't know if you can see it. It's been a while. I did this. I haven't tied this honestly since I last worked. And even then, like I did work from home, so I would go into offices every once in a while if it was like more basic networking kind of things or things like that, like power supply stuff. So, but I don't know if you can see it. It's like a Trinity knot. So you can see like the top. You can see here, and then also. I think right there, it's hard to see in reverse. But it's like the Trinity knot. You see that? It's pretty cool, eh? It's kind of hard for me to... Anyway. Thanks, man. I appreciate you, Slip. I figure it helps also, too. I mean, I get it, because everyone in here is like... I never dress like this. I mean, I actually have a... I have a whatchamacallit. I have a tank top on under this. I was thinking about wearing the tank top. Then I was like, no, we're good. I don't think I need to wear a tank top. It just looked a little. So And if other people come in, I feel like it's easier to retain other people if I look like this, as opposed to someone in a tank top. Um, you know. Oh my God, person. uh, so we'll see. We had a lot of extra selling in the morning, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me, just based off the fact. Well, I guess technically we've only been out for 15 minutes. Um, whatchamacallit, 15 minutes. Well, I look like a trader that's sitting in the at the New York Stock Exchange or whatever. That's about it. You know. I mean, you go on whatchamacallit, you go Mir Barak, or you go, there's this other day trading one that's somewhat popular on YouTube, and you go there, and like they're in just standard, what do you call it, like polos or whatever. So, I mean, it is better than wearing an undershirt. Like I'll definitely give you that. So, it's more appealing, and I don't have to look at myself. You guys do. So it definitely has to be a bonus for you guys, right? Thanks, main source. Yeah, Wall Street. Yeah, yeah, yeah. There we go. I'm not surprised if there's a lot of people there. They're a bunch of trolls. People can kind of do whatever they want once they make money, to be honest, as long as they don't piss somebody off. But let's see. Whoops, I didn't want to delete that. There we go. God, starting to get annoying. I just want to click. There we go. That's all I wanted to do. Alright, so we sold down, I mean, into this area, which is kind of weird. I don't know what they're thinking. It would be nice to see rejection up here. The VIX is looking pretty weak. I think we're actually back in between on the VIX now. No, let me check that real quick. I'll check that in a second though. But this is looking really sketchy. So we could get our first kind of pushback down here since we are now hitting this on the day time frame. Like this, like if someone I don't like I from my perspective, I still think everything looks more inherently bullish. But if we were to expect something to push us up, this is where I would imagine that we'd see a little bit more resistance. Overall, this looks really bad still from considering we had this here. We started above, and we needed to start all the way under. So, I mean, if we're coming all the way down to 2563, like, we'll see what happens. I mean, it technically could bounce here also. It could bounce here hard. I mean, that's also something to look out for. So technically, let's see. I mean, I guess everything's technical because it's a chart. But if we're looking at maybe something, we'll have to see where the VIX is at that point. I would imagine somewhere up here, but maybe we're only even here. But like towards some of these spots on stuff like Apple, I'd be interested to see if and when we come down here on the week for VIX, if and when, where Apple is or some of these other ones. I feel like it's really tough for this to come all the way down and test and then push all the way back up on the same week and be expected to continue. And it's like, for me to think this is really bearish, even if it does bounce here, I'd still have to see a day start up here, which would pretty much be the same thing as this coming through here. So there's really almost no reason for bears to get super excited even if it does bounce here, because they'd still need it to pass through this area right there. And that makes this a little bit weaker because it doesn't inherently push everything up. Yeah, I'll check it out real quick. I just wanted to go over just because like not a lot of stuff's going on, but just because we had a divergence and things don't seem so obvious, I just kind of wanted to go over some of that stuff to form the foundation, since it's still fighting here and all other kind of crap, and instead of just pulling up a video real quick. So well, let me bring up Bitcoin on the right side if I'm going to look at it, or on the correct side. And also another thing that'll be interesting is I'm interested in and now that we're coming down a little bit, we are coming up to this spot. It'll be very interesting to see what happens. Does anyone know anything that's like a leverage ETF for oil or something like that? Does anyone know on the top of their head? I mean, Bitcoin's on the edge of a cliff. It's just whatchamacallit. I mean, this is why we just look at the market, though, right? And we just kind of look at where the VIX started and all this other stuff. So far, we haven't been wrong at all today. We want to. I mean, technically, even from a bearish perspective, we want to test up. We want to test the top for Apple. We want to test the week, so we want to come back up for that. They should have just pushed it up immediately. Like, if someone's a bear here, I think it's good to buy this up with stock, to be honest. If I was a bear, I would consider putting some capital to buy this up at the start of the day. I'm going to be honest. One, you cover yourself, and then two, you want it to push up as quickly as possible. But maybe if I had a decent amount of capital, if it was possible as a bear, I'd probably want to see... I don't know if it's really a huge... I don't know. I don't know if anything could have been done. I'm not really sure. Does the VIX have pre-market trading? Like, what determines where the VIX starts? Like, it seems like so much comes based off of where the VIX starts. I don't get it, though. I've never really looked into what determines where the VIX starts off. Is it just like, is it literally just someone just, like, I don't know. That'd be interesting. Because there has to be a pre-market for the VIX, right? Let me see. Or is it just open all the time? I'm crazy. Let me see. Because it seems like with this VIX, it seems like with the VIX, where it starts and stuff just determines so much, and I just don't specifically understand how it like it'll be here and then start up here, because it seems like the most for sure thing of manipulation to me, because I don't understand how people can move the price. Let me see. Yeah, so far none of this is surprising based off the VIX. So we'll see what happens. We'll see. I'll say it here. I'll probably say it first. We'll see what happens. But I mean, so far, all we have to do is maintain around here. We did push up in the morning, so bears can take. Like, if the VIX was literally just down here, I would say we're going down today. The only reason I'm somewhat bullish is because the VIX started all the way up here, so far away from its support. It blows my mind. This is why I said, like, anything a small short or like a small put. I didn't touch anything because I don't like it, but at most. And this could develop and we could push down, right? Anything can happen, but it looks a whole damn lot less likely to happen. So, but, you know, all they have to do is kind of hold this off, but really what they're fighting for is the whole week. So normally I'd say this is bad because it's not the exact same as one of these areas. We start so close to the week time frame, what we have over here. So really, if bulls want to make this look nice, we want to see something at least here and somewhere above on the next week. So we're kind of back in this range, more or less. But the issue is that the VIX looks pretty bad. Otherwise, this looks like a suicide mission because they're trying to push it up and they need to maintain this area for like almost a whole week. It seems pretty unlikely. But if it wasn't for the VIX right now, I think if it wasn't for the VIX, this would be a hard short for me. If the VIX didn't start so far, not a hard short. This would be a lot of puts for me right now. Whatchamacallit, if the VIX didn't start up here. Even if the VIX started somewhere like here. Like, think how perfect just think for a second how perfect this would be. If the VIX started right here, right now, this whole candle would literally we would just exactly be pushing into the week time frame support right now. We would immediately be going down into the strongest support. And there's no way that this would win. There's no way. This thing would just be getting destroyed right now. This would have been the perfect setup. The VIX would have started right around where it needed to. It would have pushed right into support immediately. Apple pushed right into resistance immediately. Not immediately. It did fight quite a bit for like at least 15 minutes, or at least like 10. But then we have the rest of the week, and it just looks nice from a week time frame because we start all the way down here, and the sky's the limit. All we need to do is fight for this position on a day starting, and then it just shoots up. Now, we're all the way up here. I could see a bounce a little bit, which would coincide with some of this, but the issue is if we have all this way down to go, this could be, stuff pushing up a little bit more, right? And then, so we still have like a possible bull trap, but the VIX structure just looks weak. And then once we're down here, I guess it also depends, and we'll see with all the other stuff. But right now, I think the most likely thing is that it's just really ugly. A lot of people are probably going to get knocked out. I still think we look bull trappy. We'll have to see, one, what happens when we're around here, and two, what happens with the CPI numbers. All in all, I don't think we're going to see any crazy direction. Crypto's a good buy. Like I said, I look at crypto in the same respect that I look at the market. When the market's open, it just follows crypto. And like I said, for all this stuff, like I said, if I put everything together, VSlip, into this daily market update. So every update that I do, you might not see it now. I'm not really sure, to be honest. But this is the idea that I update. So I think I'm not sure how it works, but I think you guys will be told when I update this. I'm not positive, but this is where all my daily updates are, but I'm making them private now because I don't want to like bombard people with stuff, and then I'm adding it to just to this update. So you can still see it. You just have to go through this update to see it. If it doesn't let you guys know, then let me know. But anyway, like yesterday, like I thought we looked good here. Or 2 days, Friday at the 8th, I thought it looked good. Or I'll just do this. This is so much easier. I don't think I put out an update last night, but we can see if we just go to Bitcoin. Let's see. But we can see with Bitcoin, we're pretty much in this area. This is our range currently for Bitcoin. The issue here is that the VIX started so horribly. So 12, and then we got the VIX starting at a sketchy place, and then part of this is probably with the market. So I don't blame anybody for getting into a position trying to look for some sort of reversal. Not just because we have like this hanging off here, but also where the VIX started was just ugly. But if someone put a gun to my head, I would have said we were going to push up at least like an okay amount, where things were going to be like not for sure that we're going down when I saw the VIX. Whatchamacallit. Yeah, V-Slip's trying to hone his skills. Like he wants to trade with money, and I think also it's like he wants to help his family invest better and things like that. So, so at the end of the day, I mean, it really doesn't matter. So, depending on how much capital one has when they go into things, it's all about being right, right? You can have skills and get money, or you can have money and not have skills, or some, and then it's kind of in the middle. So, nothing wrong with paper trading though. But yeah. So I mean, let me see this video real quick. I'm being arrested for trying to touch Queen's coffin. Jesus. Let me see. Let me do this. I'm trying to like figure out which one's which what. Alright, let me look at this real quick. I wish that I was just like
where the late monarch is lying in state. The live stream footage from the Westminster Hall shows the suspect breaking out of the line around 10 p.m. and climbing up the steps to the catafalque and touching the coffin before he was taken down by the security personals.
So did he actually touch it? This guy says he touches it, and then they say he tried to.
Climbing up.
Gosh, this is definitely not good footage.
Out of the.
Oh, he didn't. He definitely didn't touch it. Man, imagine that, and then get arrested, and then people hate you, and weren't even able to do what you wanted to.
Before he was taken down by the security personals. The suspect was immediately taken out of the hall by the guards, and currently he is in custody under the Public Order Act.
Yeah, is there... Okay, so far, so is everything just in completely pure manipulation then? Or let me see. Okay, VIX futures. Okay, VIX futures. So maybe, so let me see if I can find like a VIX futures thing. I'm just interested in how the VIX starts because it seems like a lot can be determined based off of where it starts and a lot can be manipulated off of it. Like it's not important really. It's not super important. Did we hit 150? Oh yeah, we already passed 150. We don't need this here anymore. 150, 57. What am I doing? So let's go here. Let's just do the most obvious. Yeah, so there's no early, and so let's see. So if it's a futures, then I get it. So let's do. Oh, he was next to the coffin at the start of the clip. Oh, he did touch it. Okay, okay. As long as he touched it. As long as he touched it. Mm. So continuous. That's so weird. So this thing is closed for 46 minutes, not even closed for an hour. Data is updated once a day. What is this? What is? I'm just trying to figure out how people can manipulate the VIX. Like it's not a huge task, and it's not like super important. I like because the only reason someone cares about manipulation in trading is, I guess, if you have a super huge position. But for most people that don't have like over 50 million in something, it's not an issue, and you can just adjust based off of it. I'm just trying to figure out how they determine it. These must be, they say continuous. I just don't understand why it's whatever. So there are futures for it, and this is probably what's used to determine or what's used to manipulate this stuff. It's just weird that when I go to click on it, it's like it's only updated once a day. I guess I have to pay for it then. Maybe that's something why. And it's on the CBOE, so 2x long futures. Oh, dude, what? 14. Oh, what percentage is this? All these things are always like this, I swear. These like 3x Any 3x anything that's a VIX or it's like bear, it's, swear to God, it's always like at an all-time low. Okay, so I stopped caring about this now. It's just literally not important to me. And it wasn't really important either. I just thought I'd be able to find something out in the beginning. So, yeah, I mean, it's definitely pretty wild. I mean, it doesn't seem that bad. Looking at the VIX, a lot of this stuff seems pretty standard. I just don't, like, my thing is it just seems like so much is determined based off of the VIX. I don't have the CB. I pay for a New York Stock Exchange data, I believe. I don't pay for CBOE data, and that could be why, or maybe it is only updated once a day. That's the first time I've ever clicked on something, and it's been like BLX. Like I've never seen something, honestly. I've never clicked on something that was like BLX, where I could only do like a day, a week, a month, because it was updated once a day. So it was kind of weird for me to see that. In that sense, I was a little bit surprised to see that. So, uh, UVXY? That sounds like the Ultra Vixie or something. UVX Ultra Vix. This looks almost similar to what I was looking at. Kind of weird though. It's just so ugly. There's no averages here, so it's not like super ugly, but gosh, it's just ugly. Even on this, it looks like it wants to come down to like 989 or something like that. At least some sort of like support level. Do have like a higher high here relative. Obviously, we have this. I mean, I base nothing off of this, so I'm just kind of chilling and looking at it. That's a really ugly 4-hour start too. That's a really, like, what? This is really unfortunate. I don't remember what happened on Friday. Oh, yeah, okay. I'd never look at this to trade it, even if I was going to trade it, because it doesn't show any, because this is just a reactionary, obviously, but, or derivative. But, pretty wild. Looks nice, pushes under. They haven't started like the worst place today. But we could kind of see this. Like, we could already see this based off of yesterday. Too much selling. I'm not going to look at this. I don't want to, like, I don't want to try to analyze it too much because it's not really a big deal. And derivatives are like, yikes. Okay, let's see what's going on. What are these goons trying to do now? We got the VIX at 2694. We're first passing through, so this could be like the first test that Apple has for the day. I still feel like nothing's significantly changed. Like, if we were to see, at this point, so there's like a couple things. I still think this is one of the safest places. That is 150. Even any sort of like longer term or any like short. I mean, this is pretty decent for what it is. It's not amazing, but like for a small position, because we have the week right here. Why can't I click it right? So this is right here. So if we get something on like a shorter time frame, anything like that is near here, so it's pretty decent. I would like to see something all the way up here. I don't know. It's whatever. I'm not going to go too much into any of this crap. I don't really care. I'm just sitting out of the market for now and just kind of waiting and chilling and seeing what happens. So I don't think the VIX has enough strength to determine to make us go down, and we sold way too far down here. This isn't really where I wanted to see it, though. This is one of the kind of bearish starts, but I didn't think the VIX would. I had a feeling the VIX might start all the way up here when I saw how wrecked Bitcoin got, but I was really hoping it didn't start all the way up here. It's kind of like yikes. It's definitely like yikes. Man. Gonna be some fighting here, I think. I don't know. Like, I could say other stuff, but I just don't feel like it. Like, it's not consequential, not important stuff. Like, there's so much to, because of this ugly start, I was going to say this, because of this ugly start on this VIX, there's so much more of a reason for people to keep it up here for the rest of the day, right? And if this is where the weak is, if weak traders wanted to go here on the VIX, if they wanted to go to 2560, they're not going to be of any help. And if we're fighting for the day, we've already started above. We already had a wick just the day before that kind of keeps us down here. We already have this, which is also like sketchy. So we do have this higher high, but you know, if we want to maintain maybe like a higher low, we could come all the way down here. This would look nice, but then that brings us down here, which is an issue. And then once we're down in this area, from a bull perspective, you just want to keep it down here. As long as they can keep it down here and just keep things looking nice, like the bulls don't have to push anything anywhere of any significance. They essentially, because the VIX started so high, just have to maintain somewhat of a bullish uptrend, which has already been set here because we had such an extreme push down yesterday. You know, so since we already had such a low happen under this, you know, it sets us up to have a trend that doesn't just get broken, even though we started under it. And it's just like, it's just one of those things. There's just a lot of reason. And if we do start somewhere with the VIX here tomorrow and pre-market, stuff's going to come down pretty quickly all the way down to here. I mean, even as we look at this just on the short term, I mean, this makes a lot of sense. And it could even come down farther to like the week here and then bounce up. But just as for what it's worth, this is going to look weaker because we'll have left head and then, you know, right shoulder maybe here or maybe here, you know. Well, maybe not that day, but since this is the 23rd, like here. So it's just, I see how like bulls can get a lot of value by doing almost nothing, and bears don't get a lot of value. And based on who, and you know, just looking at this, long-term bears are sitting here. Well, technically, I don't even know what they're thinking now, because if I can capture what they're kind of thinking in a sense, this is ugly, and I wouldn't want to be any part of this. Personally, I mean, I'm not even sure how to. This was the thing. Like we started under and we pushed here. This was the most opportune place for bears to just start the week anywhere here, in this like mid to lower section. Now I have to think, does it even look good? So our last candle, we started low, we pushed up, but because we started under, it's still fine. We wicked all the way up there. But now we're going to have something that has a lower high that's pushing down. So even if we did end the week somewhere around here at best and we started here, I think it could be possible. I think it really could be possible, but to like continue to try to push back up, it just looks really tough. Like at that point, it's just going to be really tough. It feels like everything looked perfect for them to set it up this week. It's like whatchamacallit. I don't remember what it is. It's like, you know, T-ball or whatever. You know, whoops. It's like T-ball, and you got literally the ball's just on top of the tee. And these people just literally can't even, you know, it's so saddening. Whatever, you know what I mean? All they have to do is hit it. Well, this looks like a fire sword, but let's round that off. There we go. But you know, it's just like it's like a swing and a miss. It's like, come on, man. You know what I mean? It's everything is set up for you. All you got to do is swing. Please, Lord, and it's a swing and a miss. Like, you know, you ever seen kids play t-ball? You might hit it here, you might hit it here. You know, if they actually had some practice and they weren't doing it because their dad wanted them to live the experience that they never lived. I'm just messing around with that. It's always good to push kids into sports, in my opinion. Some sort of athleticism. But, you know, it's like they completely miss it. They completely miss it. And it's just wild. It just blows my mind. Like, the fact that we're here blows my mind. And would this ever be something that burns me? No, I can see it, but it's Let's just get one direction and go, you know. Oh well, I mean that's pretty much that. So we'll see what happens for now. But this is going to be the overbearing thing on all of this. With the CPI, we could see something pretty crazy. Maybe the biggest issue is that. uh, I mean, the biggest issue still remains that the week looks ugly. I mean, I really like how it looks on the day. If it was like not like this, how it started and everything. Like how it started was fine on the day. It's just the week is what I don't like. I really think this looks pretty bullish. It's just that I can't ignore the fact that the week looks bad, and I don't know if there's any like. I like looking at things and thinking about things. I don't think there's much more for me to really think about this in a sense. If the week's the target down there, it's pretty straightforward. Bulls are going to want to just maintain this, even if it's somewhere around here, at least for the day. Try to keep the VIX locked into here. Try to get it to push all the way down there. Um, you know, and then maybe we will get inflation's only is down 0.1%. It's only 0.79%. We only need another 75 basis point increase. Now, if they were smart, they would increase by zero point 0.5 basis points. That would be insane. The way this is set up, if they increase by zero point 0.5 basis points, that would be insane. I don't think they're going to do it whatsoever at all because they have to be idiots. Um, but if they wanted to get the market to go in a really good direction where everything's heading right now, they would say we're gonna meet next month and we're gonna determine what, and we're gonna make sure that we keep doing stuff aggressively. But for now, we're just gonna do a point 0.5, and maybe like later in the month we'll do another point 0.5 or something, you know, or something like that. So, well, we shouldn't expect too much volume on it, in my opinion, because one really like for me anyway, like the turning points, we can check NASDAQ, but the turning points around here, no one's generally going to get knocked out by something like this. It doesn't look super bullish though. That's the thing. Now the formations of what we're seeing, we can see how it can develop into something bullish, but nothing technically is developed yet. We like the VIX hasn't started a day down here. So although the week target is down here, that's on a week time frame. So we still have 5 days for that, though people would be seeing that. And then when we look at this from a day time frame, we started above. So we could come all the way down today, but I still think it's more likely we end somewhere in this range and start somewhere here and then push down. So more bullishness of anything for me would be expected tomorrow, depending on where we see the VIX start, as opposed to today. So from that standpoint of like, you know, because when you see these spots and you just ignore volume and stuff, you just realize that it comes when you see good spots. So we haven't technically seen like a good spot yet per se for anything. Nothing's been confirmed. And even on the day time frame, the VIX is in a pretty decent place for where it is. Um, I actually like this. I was saying this earlier. I actually like it if it comes down to this area right here. But on the week time frame, like people most likely still want to see it come down. So anyone looking at a week candle is just like, what are we doing up here, bro? You know, so it's pretty ugly from that kind of thing. And if we want to stay gap, we haven't even closed the gap. I guess we have a wick, but from base to base, you know, we still have a little bit more of a gap. So I think where it is right now, this looks like probably the best it'll have for a chance today. But like I said, there's a huge, if there's a huge reason for people to keep this trend up, and then if they want to keep this trend up, it makes sense for them to want to just maintain the market. So let's take a look at the NASDAQ and some of the other ones and see what's going on. With those, it shouldn't be too much of a difference though with these. We have the daytime frame. Okay. Okay, so we start under the 4, so that looks bad, but I don't look at the NASDAQ to determine the direction of NASDAQ. Let's see. Oh yeah, weeks all the way up there. So we're only near the 4-hour time frame, so there's nothing else here. I think the SPY is something. There's the SPY off a cliff. SPY's off a cliff. Dow's off a cliff. Yeah, I mean, all these are off a cliff, so there's nothing really for me to look at with the indices, to be honest. So, This is why I just like referring to Apple, especially in these situations anyway. The Nasdaq is above its 4 hour, but it started under, so I don't. Then on the 4 hour here, I could definitely see some buying. So this is kind of how I look at it. Dow crosses 3880 and survives 3900. Yeah, I mean, I definitely believe that. I think it'll take a little bit longer. This is what I'm seeing right now. So kind of based off some of the things that we're seeing in the workaround, when I was looking at Apple and I was also looking at the Nasdaq, we do remember like these 4 hour reversals that we had when we were. I mean, if I show Apple, it should be a little bit easier side by side. But we remember kind of some of these reversals. The one that, like, I think it was right here, the one that led into, like, pushing up. And then we had, like, the 1 hour with the day that pushed through that kind of led us into all this ugly stuff. Like, the reversal, the reversal, the reversal, the reversal. So just looking at this kind of in a sense, and then you'll kind of see. So I'm looking for something like this. And I'm interested to see what happens because there's nothing really here right now, but the one thing we will see, at least on the Nasdaq, is, let me move this, is that if we can hold here, if we can hold 177 or 11,772, like point, it doesn't matter because this is moving down, so it's probably going to be that exact even number. But all we have to do on here is maintain this area on the 4 hour change, and we should start pushing up. Or the Nasdaq will look like it'll have some strength. It'll look like it has some strength from its own chart. Jesus Christ, my throat. Anyway, from that perspective. So I think that's something that's pretty interesting to see right now for it, is that we do kind of have this, and it's kind of like reversal, but we did start under. So we're still going to see a chance for reversal. So we just need to end up here on the 4 hour. So we'll see what happens with that. So there is kind of like a 4 hour target from that perspective. We are seeing, I imagine, a little bit of like moving up from the VIX, I think, because of where it looked decent on the day time frame right in this area. So that makes sense that we're kind of pushing down and we're fighting here. I do still think overall so far, we'll have to see what happens, but so far it looks like bulls are probably just going to hold out for this one. But I'd be interested to see, and I think maybe for a determinant of that, I will look at NASDAQ, and I think it will be a pretty decent determinant of whether we push up or not in the second half of the day. Now, I would need to see it, like I said, I'd need to see it hold this 11,772.34 on the day time frame, but I think as long as it can do that, we should push up for the rest of the day. And I think this is the most kind of actionable thing I can see. So Apple does look decent for what it is, but the issue with Apple is that, we have our week time frame here, but we have like 5 more days in a week. So maybe, like, Apple doesn't really have to do anything here, to be honest. Like, there's nothing specific that I'm looking for from Apple right now, because we don't have any of these, like all the averages are super far away from it. So my biggest thing for a lot of this is looking at like the longer structure, the fact that we had this sold all the way down on the week through it. But really a lot of the basis of everything I'm thinking right now is the VIX. So I do like that we see the possibility of a 4 hour change as long as NASDAQ can hold that 11,770 or 11,172. 11,172. Wait, no, 11,772. God, I'm not even going to get it right now. Is it even that? Yeah, 11,772. There we go. So I do like that. So I think based on the Nasdaq, we could see something pretty decent. So this is what I would be looking for the second half of the 4 hour, and that would be pretty interesting. So I think I'll probably get some calls on Apple there. I think we can push up. I mean, the next areas we do have we'll see on Apple. We do have like a 4 hour nearby. I don't know if it'll get all the way up there. That's the only other thing. I mean, like, to me, if we can get a 4 hour start here, I would imagine something like this would happen more tomorrow. We'll really have to see, though. Anything can kind of happen here, I suppose, or not anything, but within the ranges that were aforementioned. But if we can hold here on the Nasdaq, I could see this pushing up a decent amount, at least trying to get up to here to like 12,000 again, maybe, or at least 11,924. So that'd be like a nice, like 150 points up, which is pretty decent for what it is. I have a lot harder of a time seeing because this really just needs to maintain where it is. Apple would have to push up. So what I would kind of more expect possibly is that we would see something like this with a 4-hour end above that 11,772 on NASDAQ. We'd get a push up from that, and then, Apple would be in the same area as well pretty much, and then we'd see Apple trend back, or on the next 4 hour, we'd see Apple trend back up, and then maybe tomorrow we would see a 4-hour start back above the 4-hour, Apple's 4-hour 500 haul. And then I think that would bring us into that we could look for a little bit more bullishness, and that could bring us into this range. Ultimately, I look at Apple, but the averages have to be somewhere near it. If the averages aren't near it, then I'm going to look to other places. That seems to be the easiest thing. Even on this day, like we could see the reversal here on Apple that looked decent right here, but really the core of this was, or the core of questioning it anyway, and deleveraging any short position was this. So like here we couldn't exactly see it. I mean, it comes close to line, but if we ignore that kind of stuff and just look at this, it passes through. This looks really strong. But we see on the 4-hour here before on the NASDAQ, we can also see on the SPY, right? We get both of our bounces there. So we do kind of have that. And then I'm not really like worried about these. So like just because this is under doesn't mean anything to me, to be honest. So whatsoever at all. Now, I'm not gonna go into like other specifics about it. This is like the most easiest way to kind of put it. Because I can think of other things, but like those are all hypotheticals, and this isn't a real situation. This is how I feel, and I feel like I'm still completely right on it. So I don't want to add other things that might detract from like the analysis that aren't even important. Like I don't want to think about thoughts. It's not important to think about thoughts. Now, also another interesting thing is if Apple just does start above its 4 today, that is also another possibility. Apple could just start above the 4-hour today, and we could just push up for the whole rest of the day, which at the biggest point I think would be a short, would be interesting because we would have some places to. So all this inherently, in my opinion, is going to be a little bit weaker on Apple because we did start under. The strongest thing would be something here, and then us starting back above, bringing us into the trend. I'd like to see that weak confirmation. We won't be able to see that till next week. But from a shorting perspective, the strongest short spot is if there's any sort of bull trap around here, 154 or around 155.50, and then when it comes under this weak time frame, that's essentially, as long as we do it by Wednesday, if we shoot up and come back down here by Wednesday, and we still have like half of Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, easily we could get wrecked back down. I think there's a high chance of that happening. With like 1 day left, I question it because even though it would be like bull trappy, there'd be a huge incentive for bulls just to leave it in this area to try to get it to push up. So it would be a little bit of a fight because there's a lot of money to gain, right? Because I mean, if it did do that and fall under here, it's I don't know, it's just going to go straight down. It doesn't make sense for anyone with like a lot of bullish positions to kind of do that in a sense. So this thing chokes me. Okay, or strangles me. It's almost more accurate. It's not that bad actually, but still. Boy. But yeah, I mean, this is a classic case of literally this is just the VIX, man. This is so dumb. I don't care too much, but like this is the VIX. Like I don't think any of this is a result of anything besides the VIX just starting way too high. Like way too high. Crazy. Like I don't, and that's why I'm so interested in knowing like what determines where the VIX starts. And I guess it is CBOE future trades that I just don't have data access to. But it certainly seems like if you can just manipulate the VIX, or depending on how it works, if you can just manipulate the VIX, it seems like you can stop us from falling off a cliff. Because I guarantee if the VIX did not start where it did and it started lower, we would have pushed down, we would have hit support, we would be skyrocketing up. Apple would currently be under 155.50, and NASDAQ started in a bad place, SPY's already under everything, Dow's already under everything. There's literally no buy signal. There was no buy signal the whole day besides VIX. The only buy signal today has been the VIX. That literally is it. That is it. Apple started bad, NASDAQ started bad, SPY started bad, Dow Jones has been off a cliff for God knows how long. I mean, this thing is like, that's why I don't even like care to look at it half the time. Like the week's up here, the week's all the way up here, the day is all the way up here, the 4 hours all the way up here. Like we haven't touched the 4 hours since Tuesday last week. We didn't even come back to reject to it because like the Dow just doesn't care. It just goes off of everything else right now, or in my opinion anyway. It's not close enough to any of the important averages to actually like be able to get any direction. It hasn't for a while, to be honest. I don't feel like the Dow hasn't really determined too much direction, and it's just kind of been getting pulled by either Apple, the indices, or the VIX. Because I have, like we mentioned before, we saw on the rise up in the other times, in the last 2 weeks, we could see buy signals and sell signals from the Dow or from NASDAQ and the SPY. The Dow, not so much. That was like August 17th on the week time frame. But since then, I mean, the Dow, in my opinion, hasn't really been a signal of anything recently. So, but that's nice because that means if the Dow looks like crap and it just gets pushed up through something, then you're kind of good. So I will mention here, I do see this. That does look nice on the Dow. I don't know what else happened on this day on September 8th, but I will say this does look nice for itself on the Dow. This is the only thing I can really see that looks... This doesn't look horrible. I'll admit, this doesn't look horrible either. Though to say it's going to fall through here, I feel like is a lot. So like this looks nice because we finally push up, and then we have this here. This looks nice to get pushed down, but I wouldn't have expected something like this to get pushed down this far looking at the Dow. So I'm just picking stuff on my keyboard, just cleaning it out real quick. I need to go over this later with whatever you call it. I don't have a mechanical keyboard. I have like a Bluetooth one, so I gotta make sure it doesn't get messed up. It's like $100 too. I love it, but I'm not a professional anymore. I'm not like a tech professional, so I'm not going out to places. So, well, actually, technically, one of the best things about it too is like when I would go out to places, or like I have it set for 3 things. So I had it set for my laptop because it has 3 Bluetooth connections it can switch between. So I have it set up for my cell phone, my home computer, and my laptop, my work laptop. But I don't have a work laptop anymore, and I don't go out anywhere, so I don't need to like do anything on my phone. So it's kind of like it is what it is. I use it for my phone every once in a while though, but not too often. Get this. Okay. Boy, I mean, so far it's been a pretty straightforward day. Somehow confusing, but pretty straightforward. The only thing that actually has a signal to buy anything is the VIX. And technically, we look at Apple, we want to see it test, so you could take a small short position here and expect it to fail here, or wait for it and try to take a position and see what see what happens, and then with failure, take a position. Like this seems to be the strongest thing to do is wait. I mean, I almost always believe that, depending on what it is. And there's also like filling the gap too, but there's a lot of reasons to like wait for it to come up here, and I feel like that added to it. And then the VIX looks bad. Or not the VIX looks bad, it's just dumb buying. The structure is looking bad of it, I would say that. Or like the midterm structure of the VIX looks really bad. to like continue to move up. It's really hard to see it. Hmm. Okay. Oops. Let's see what's going on with the rest of the market, right? Because it wasn't Tesla. Let's since we already got an idea with this, let's see what's going on with some of the ones that look pretty interesting. Someone mentioned Netflix. I'm actually pretty interested to see what that. I mean, this could be a lot of bullish potential for some of these things. I think Tesla already looked decent, so I'm wondering how it's responding to all this. Yeah, up 1% already. Tesla looking pretty nice. Wow, where did it start? Wow. So Tesla literally started right here, came right down into support. I mean, it looks like Tesla 325 by the end of the week. We'll see. It looked decent anyway. It has to maintain. Obviously, it's not going to look amazing if it gets pushed back down, but I mean, we came above the week here. We touched it last week, and then here we had our day start, and now we're pushing up. So far the money though. Honestly, I still don't think there's any rush on anything personally. I think we're gonna see some stuff. Whatchamacallit. I think we'll see some things on this 4-hour change that'll look pretty good for a lot of the market, at least for a push up. With the VIX, it could be something permanent that keeps us pushing up. Sadly. So we'll just have to see from there. But I mean, I get like, I don't know. The more I look at this stuff, the more I become like a permeable. Not in the sense of like our direction. Just someone that doesn't want to ever see the market drop. I personally don't want to see the market drop at all. Like ever. Like I don't want to see us go down that 15-20% ever. I just feel like the implications of all the markets dropping a lot is just really bad, and I really just don't want to see it. I feel like it's a threat to my own life, in a sense, or my lifestyle. I just feel like the social and political implications of a big drop that has the chance of possibly, like if it looks good, and the chances of it possibly not coming back are just too great to impact my life, or like other people's lives that then impacts my life. Alright, let's see some of these other ones. Anyway, Tesla's looking pretty good. I still want to see the 4-hour. It's pretty interesting to see what's going on, though. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a little bit of a pullback. We do have Apple near one of its averages, which is pretty nice. So Apple's right under one of its averages. NASDAQ's above one of them. So from the NASDAQ perspective, what we'd be looking at for a 4-hour for a position is, you can see here, what was that line there for? No idea. Oh, I was saying possible places if we wanted to push it back up. So we'll see what happens here. I'd imagine it would have a little bit of a little bit of resistance here, just because. Well, we'll see what happens. So just keeping my thoughts out, I would like to see the start above the 4-hour here. So from that perspective, there's no real rush of them trying to push it all the way back up. I would generally expect resistance here of some sort, but I don't see a real issue. So I look at it this way, like when I think of like Bears versus Bulls winning, do they necessarily want to push? I don't think it's bad if Bears were allowed this to get pushed up to here, short this here, and then if they could keep this under, I think that would look really ugly from that perspective. The VIX is always playing on everything that makes everything look incredibly bullish. So that is kind of an issue there. Until the VIX really hits at this point 25 something, it's going to be, I think, really hard to expect everything to just kind of get But I would personally like to see a little bit of resistance somewhere here, a little bit of selling. I don't want to see anything too high of an extension here. I don't want to see it really blow through. I just want to see something just nicely start the next 4 hour here, and from there try to push up. So it looks less likely that we'll see a 4 hour on NASDAQ start around here, depending on what happens. And then where's the 4? Yeah, the 4 is all the way up here, and the day is up here. So I don't know if the NASDAQ is going to have a lot of impact on anything. Now, once we get to around 12,000 or 12,018, that's where we got our day average there. So this could have an impact on something. So if we can start a day above, I don't know what this is going to be honest. So it's 37. What's 5637? 6, 7, it's 8, right? No, it's 9. It's 19. 1919? No. Yeah, it is 1919. Anyway, so what, 19 again? So 11,999. So if we get a day starting, if we can get a tomorrow starting above 11,999, I think that would be pretty nice. We could see something also with Apple too. I'm not really sure though. Let's see. Like, what are the percentages here? 1.14%. I think it's less likely we'd see something on Apple. From the perspective of this big trend line that we have, maybe we could see something here that would look nice. I'm still more important, especially what we just went through. I'm more likely than not on these, especially on these 4s anyway, to really want to consider this trend line too huge in determining our direction, whether up or down. I'd rather just stick to our 1, 2, 3, 4 hour, or 3 averages, and then on the 4 hour currently, and then because I know the day is like up. Day should be like somewhere here, 157.40, somewhere around there. And then we have our fib level here at 155.57. So we'll see with all of that. But this looks pretty nice for like a bigger push up. We'll see what happens with this. I just feel like we'll have to see where the stuff is, because I feel like by the time NASDAQ could be here, Apple would be like here. Now, if it was in between, that could be really powerful, because if we're looking from a wedge perspective on these things are getting really wedged right here. I mean, we can kind of see the ranging of it anyway, in a sense, and we can see it. It does seem to be a wedge, so maybe we just have something. If we just extend, you know, maybe the goal would be to get something into here. It would be nice to see a 4 hour start around here. Maybe if the day ended, maybe if they pushed up in here, ended the day, and then a 4 hour or the next day started here, that would be pretty cool. But this definitely could be a pretty big short squeeze spot on the push up if they can get up to here. So, but I'm just interested to see like where this will be, because this is where I would look to NASDAQ for it to get strength starting a day here, and then, you know, for the 4 hour here, and then a 4 hour here and here. Obviously on the day it's higher up, but we do have somewhat of a big divergence on this pushing down. So, but hey, I mean, if somehow we can't get up into it, it's not the worst thing in the world. This isn't it's not really that bad of a range, and really it does put us above all of this right here. So there's some decent opportunities that I can see in this. At the end of the day, I can't say this is anything but the VIX, though. Like, it just doesn't seem to be anything but the VIX, which is kind of dumb. I mean, it's not just that it's dumb. It's like we literally just did this yesterday. Why, or on Friday? Why do we have to do it again today? Well, technically, today was worse than Friday, because Friday set today up so far to be bad because we had the extension upwards. That makes this look even more unlikely. So hopefully this evens out somewhere. I question how much this is really going to push up. I don't really expect I expect NASDAQ or the VIX, if anything, to end kind of like in this range. We haven't confirmed anything yet, so it's always possible. Like, we start a day here, we could push up, confirm that, like over here, you know, confirm either at the top or at the bottom that it's no bueno, and then from there push down, or push farther down on the VIX. So there hasn't been any confirmation yet because we haven't seen another day. So it seems less likely that it's going to play in this bottom area for the day. I don't know if there's like a huge reason for it to. And I don't know how much people would want the price to move so they could stack up more if they feel good about this stuff. But yeah, I mean, today was an interesting day so far. This 4-hour change is going to be really interesting also as well. The VIX pretty much has decided everything. Now, Apple started in a bad place, but it had to come up to test, so it made sense for some bullishness there. NASDAQ is already off a cliff. I don't really care for NASDAQ generally, unless it's around like a day or a week, or like I don't care about the indices unless they're around a decent time frame. And something that I weigh, like the VIX and Apple are always going to weigh more on me than the other ones, unless they're right under like a day time frame support. Then I have to take it into consideration. Or if it starts above something, like if it starts right above something, I'll definitely take it into consideration. But yeah. I mean, this is pretty wild. Like everything that has happened that we've watched isn't really incredibly surprising. Well, not really. We'll see. Like for some reason, before the 4-hour, we end up pushing to like 154 or something. I will be surprised. I would like to see it get hit here. I think it's dangerous to have these things push up too much more, because then there's more of a reason to short it and just for people to sell out. But nothing's really. The only surprising thing has been the start of the VIX, I think, so far. I would expect more boom boom on the 4-hour, but yeah, boom boom. Oh, maybe I don't know if I someone's dog outside. It's like making some annoying noise. I'm not gonna repeat it anymore. So I was like, huh? We have boom boom, man. You know, a little boom boom on the 4-hour. We could have some of that too. But it's definitely wild. It's definitely wild. Like I say, every day that I get better at this, it seems like every day and every week I get better at this. And it's like, I feel like as I get better, it feels like I see these things kind of in a different way. But it just, I don't know, it starts to change my perception of a lot of these things. And not on like a baseline where people are like, oh, it's all manipulation or things like that, but it makes me, I don't know, like it's, I don't know how to explain it. It's just a weird feeling. Hey man, nice. I don't know what BTST is, but nice job. I mean, we should see a lot of this stuff maintained. Like the biggest, like I said before, if all this truly is off the VIX, the only way the VIX recovers is bouncing somewhere here and coming back up. And the only way that happens is if people say they want to sell in these areas. And the only way I could see that happening is maybe if Apple ends the 4-hour under, and then we push back down. But then there's also a reason, like even if we look at the week 500 right here, it's in a pretty decent place even when we look at these 4 hours. It's not as an amazing of a place. I could see it cracking back down through it, to be honest. So I think the only thing that on the short term that shows bearishness for the market would be Apple ending under currently like 150, 189. You know, oh, buy today, sell tomorrow. That's pretty funny. BTSD, yeah, I like that. Buy today, sell tomorrow. But it looks so unlikely that we'll have any of this stuff happen, just because there's so much to gain from the VIX. If there weren't weak averages here, I would say I would be concerned about the market. I mean, there's still the possibility of a reversal, but because the weeks are there and where we started, because of the weak time frame or the weak averages being here. Like, even if people don't like the market, all you have to do is keep the market up and just have this start here, and then we put, like, that would be ugly. If we were to end somewhere around here and we started like somewhere here, I mean, this looks, this almost for sure looks like we have another head. And at that point, we almost for sure come down to 25.59, or we're hitting 25 for like a right shoulder base, or whatever you want to call it. And then, like, of course, I think we come up. We could come up. I think it's still more. I don't know. It's just really hard to say. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with the CPI too. But like, we have to see the 4 hour on this. So at the end of the day, looking at these things is just me kind of thinking, okay, I'm just killing some time and thinking, and just trying to expect what we could see, because that's what makes it so easy for me. It's just kind of thinking these ahead of time, but it's hard to see we get trapped down here and we wouldn't be able to at least get back up somewhere. But even then, none of this stuff seems pretty strong. Maybe the CPI would push us back up. That'd be interesting. If we could see this, whatchamacallit, if we could see this tomorrow. Now this would probably have to maintain the 4 hour over here and then push up to here, but if we could see this tomorrow, and then maybe with, I don't know, it's kind of hard for me to imagine, because this is such a big push back up, even if it wanted to finish. Maybe it just came to something like here. Maybe something ugly like that. It's kind of hard to say. I mean, technically we could just bounce here also as well. There's no real reason to go all the way down to the 500 or the lower area. And with this being under 2, so we could just have something like that. And then like that. And then that would make a little bit more sense somewhere in here. That it could even come up there, something like that. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see where this 4 hour starts, because stuff could definitely go crazy or get a little bit of a pickup. Now, the ranges aren't nearly that big. But if we treat like this, you know, we could be looking all the way back at 140, 150, 450, or 70. It's definitely possible. I definitely think it's possible. I don't see why not. I just, like, for me, I just don't understand the structure of what they're doing. And my other thing is that, so I think it's like, there's the, you know, we'll have the market, right? And then we'll have, like, the Fed. So the Fed's going to say something, and that's going to be, right, either hawkish or dovish in a collective subjective perspective. So an increase of anything in interest rates is generally hawkish, right? You're increasing interest rates. But my thing here in like a reduction in interest rates is pretty much always dovish. But there's also also the kind of market perception and how this goes into the market. If the market's already expecting 0.75 and at least like 40% of people, I believe now are expecting a 100 basis point increase. What might be hawkish there, if we get a 0.75 or like a 0.5, I mean, that's still hawkish in that sense. But because the market's already bearish on everything, that could be seen as something that's dovish. So I think, like, depending on what they say, I think a lot of it's just the overall kind of like expectations and perception. I think expectations always a big thing. That's why sometimes when I see these companies with like trash earnings, or and it's like, you got trash earnings, or their earnings estimate was just trash and they beat it, but it's like, you had horrible estimates. It's like, of course you beat it. You had horrible estimates. But it's some of these things will still go up based off of that. So, you know, I still believe that to a lot of extent. I'm not sure how to necessarily conceptualize all this stuff together. Like I said, I've only been looking at this for, like, the VIX included, for like 2 months. Um, so I'm trying to hone it every day, but it definitely isn't set up currently to where it would be that way. But it wouldn't look horrible on the week. Like I said, the best thing for the week would be us coming down and then a statement that pushes us all the way back up. That's the only thing I could possibly see. And that's why I still think this is kind of the most dangerous place. But even without expecting to push it up, I still thought, it's possible, like, on another day we come here. And then this is the 21st, so we could see that right shoulder come up. And I think this would be kind of dependent on where we go with it. Right. Well, technically, anything is, well, that's what I mean, yeah, that's the interpretation. But, like, we look at the stuff in the beginning when it first started happening. In America, we were at, I think it was between, I don't remember what specifically, but we were pretty much at 0.25 basis points. So an increase of 0.25 was incredibly hawkish or bearish, and an increase of anything this or above was bearish, because this is what our interest rates were for the longest time, are the federal funds rates. So that's all I mean, like, the idea of, like, perception and, like, at current expectations of what it is. Because at the same time, if we go into, like, a 1, and then let's say we do, like, a 7.5 afterwards, and then we have, like, a 7.5, it's, I don't know. It's the idea of, like, a trend change. It's kind of hard for me to explain this without saying a 0.5 in there, because I feel like you almost need two separate ones to really have a confirmation of that, of, like, an actual trend change. It's kind of hard if we're only bouncing between, like, a 100 basis points and a 75 basis point increase. But still, I mean, I pretty much agree. Like, at the current thing, anything below is, I think even a 7.5 is bullish. I was reading something the other day saying 0.1 is, like, it was at least like a week ago, and they were saying 0.1 was, they interviewed, I don't know who they polled for. It wasn't regular people, like financial people, and they were saying it was like a 30 to 33% expectation of a 100 basis point increase. So I think even a 7.5 has some dovish or, like, some bullish elements to it, personally. Now, is everything crap? I think the whole market's crap and everything's crap. And the main thing I like to go off of is TA, because I just think it's a lot easier. And even with the last CPI announcement, like, we could just have, like, everything was set up with where it was to want to get pushed down. So the CPI could have been okay, and we could have started up here, sure, but it just looked so much better. So in that same sense of, like, setting up for it, it would be nice to see a little bit of setting up. And the fact that there doesn't seem to be that setting up for it makes me wonder. Now, it could definitely be strong. I don't know, but just the lack of technical kind of structure to make something like that look good, like what we've seen recently, it makes me wonder. But at the end of the day, we have to wait to see what happens, right? It doesn't really matter, so we react. Proactively try to figure out what could happen, then we react, so. It'll probably kill the market. It'll probably send it down. I don't know about kill, because we're so high up, but whatchamacallit. And the people that suffer the most are the people that have been putting their 401ks in forever. I don't have it out. I don't know anybody in real life that has most of their money in the market right now, or doesn't have their money in like government bonds. So, well, actually, I do know one person that's wrong actually, but they didn't want to listen. I don't understand I don't understand how I can be right on so many things, and some people just don't want to listen. But I do understand when people have accrued like several hundred thousands of dollars, they want to do their own thing. It's kind of like it is what it is. Even with their money manager, it's whatever. I'm not going to get into it. People do. People do. You can drink, what, take a horse of water, but you can't force it to drink, right? So, there's really not much. I don't know if there's really much going on. I'm just waiting till that 4 hour, and we'll see what happens here now that we're all the way back in this range. I'm interested to see if we start above or we start under. Now, it's not horrible. I think if we drop, we could still stop maybe at the week time frame. If we were to start under. We'll have to see. I mean, the VIX can only change so much. Really can only change so much. Whoops. Now maybe if we did end the 4 hour under, I wouldn't mind it if we came down at least to like here. Maybe a little bit more, almost at 26. If we did this, then I think we could still expect something like we could expect bad news to coincide with all of this other stuff. I definitely could see that. I'd like to see it come down. It just seems really high. I would like to see a wick lower. Essentially, like, because if this was here, we push down to here. I mean, I'd have to see this push down from here on the 4 hour all the way somewhere down here, and the VIX would probably have to push right back up. It looks pretty unlikely though, but come a little bit closer to the week time frame, maybe that's okay. The market looks sketchy because we have maybe a reversal that pushes down slightly, and this is a week, so there's no real reason for this. I mean, if we could easily push back through this. There's no real reason for this to stop here. On like a longer term, we're at the beginning of the week, not the end of the week. And then if this pushed back up, so like if I saw this pushing down at the same time this pushing up, and we did end somewhere around here or over here, I do think there's a huge chance that we could still crash pretty hard. That's like the only good thing I can see technically planning out, because we didn't just start the week somewhere down in this range, or even like right here, anywhere from here to here. I mean, I think that's pretty much it, more or less. Hopefully it doesn't push up too much. There's nothing to gain from the market really extending its push up from here, in my opinion. Until the next 4 hours starts at 1:30 anyway, which is still 2.5 hours away, so 2.5 hours to maintain this. If enough people are stupid and like super short, like people with a lot of money, not like smaller players, because that doesn't change anything. Well, smaller players doesn't change anything unless it's falling off a cliff. But then again, we already know that there's more so big money making these things drop. They're not making them drop, they just got bad positions. So I feel pretty good about the overall idea of what it looks like, or like where we are, the options. I mean, even in the start, it seemed more likely than not based off the VIX to push up. And at most, it's like if someone's FOMOing, there's a small short position in the beginning, or specifically at the week 500. I think any small short position that was opened here, though, at most, like if we end the 4 hour around here, any small short position here needs to be exited. Because then we have real upwards pressure, or like significant upwards pressure that really puts these things sketchy into question. I mean, so far from the entry point, it's up 1.16%. I didn't get in here, but I'm just saying, like, if someone did. But this is also FOMOing, so, and that's just mainly getting in a position for someone if they want to make themselves feel better. Ay, ay, ay. Let's see if they can do it. Just as much as I never expected this day to frickin' do this. But actually, I guess this is different. I did kind of see this as a possibility the second Bitcoin was pushing down so much. I just want to come on one day and just be like, okay. And then not have to, like, think. I don't know why I have to constantly, like, keep thinking and analyzing different stuff. Like, let's just follow a direction. Let's not sell too much. Let's not buy too much. Let's not keep ruining the structure and making these things possible. I mean, it feels like it's just far too much to ask. Oy. Yeah, there's pretty much nothing to do until, let's go look at Wall Street bets or something. If anyone has a question, just let me know. I don't know if there's really much to do until that 4:30 change. That's what I'm looking for. Ooh, I'm interested to see Mara, though. Mara's having a little bit of trouble still, which is a little sad. I'm still interested in Mara up at this, depending on what happens. It's super far down, but I'm interested in it. I think right here and then here. Alright, so we adjusted the weeks at a different place now. And then we'll go look at Wall Street bets or something, or Zero Hedge, or see what's going on. I'm not clicking on any of these. I already kind of have an idea on most of them, so I'm just whatchamacallit. Just looking at the price. Poor Roblox. Didn't they have earnings recently or no? Oh my god, what the hell? Poor Roblox. Starting in a bad spot, but I mean, it'll be interesting to see what happens in the second half of the day. I wonder if it'll get pushed up, and I'd be very interested with Roblox. This did start in a really bad place, and I do think this was a pretty decent short at the start. I don't know if I ever would have said either hold it or stay in it, or that it would go down this far. So this is already past anything I would have expected. Even if I saw this, I wouldn't have messed with it because of the VIX. But if someone really wanted to short it, I guess it maybe. Because for something like this, I think this is about the safest spot you get, right? And then if we can get something that starts up in here, it just looks Gucci to push back up. So from that perspective, it seems fairly safe. I do still have the feeling, though, that tomorrow we could see something like on this next 4 hour. If it looks good and we push up, I'd be interested to see if we start up here and then just push right back. So Roblox might be pretty interesting for tomorrow. Something I'll keep an eye out on. Though I still think Tesla is probably the strongest still, I think. What are we up? Almost 2% on Tesla. Yeah, I mean, Tesla's just the best at the day, at the beginning. Though depending where we are, this might just go up before anything else does, but I still think the 4 hours is the safest for any, like, position or adding on. Skip all these, I don't care about the whatevers. I don't care about the cryptos right now. I don't mind Netflix. It's actually kind of nice. I like this on Netflix. I'm really glad it actually came back down. It's really cool. Let's see what happens. It's kind of in the middle, which is why I really don't like it, and I can see why people might want to try to short it. Still on the 4 hour, that's the only place I think this might be decent, depending where we start on Apple, under or above. How is Yamana still here? Is gold still here? Yeah, Mars 10 something, like 1080 right now. I don't really want to mess with it considering where it is. I like it either here or here. And this would be more of like a short position for it. But it just depends what everything does. So it looks pretty nice so far. The one thing I think that kind of goes against some of this, we'll just have to really see where this pans out, is just the Apple. So it's got a hold here in this area for the 4 hour. Hopefully it doesn't. In my opinion, I think it would look best if it did here. I mean, maybe the 15-minute confirmation is more than enough to just push us up. Maybe. Seems unlikely. But I'd be somewhat concerned. I mean, this is a 15, so who knows. But 130 will have it like right here. So I'd like to see a 4 hour stay in this area and start here. And then, maybe from there we push up. I would expect it to. But hopefully it doesn't sit up here too much. Otherwise, it's just accelerated. We push up, touch, push up, touch. So the week's whatever. I don't care. The week's the week. If we want week confirmation, that's Monday. That's all the way until next week. For the 4 hour or something, that's easily obtainable. So I don't think the 2 and anything is, the 2 is not close. The 1s aren't close. The 4 is the only thing that's close by all around here. I don't know if we need... I don't know if we need the fib up here right now, to be honest. Since it's pretty much at the same exact level as the 4 hour. Did I set anything up? What do you mean? Oh, did I get in anything? No. No. I was thinking about getting into a short at the beginning, and then I saw the divergence with the VIX, and I didn't want to mess with anything. And at that point, I thought I could get into a possible call, and I could be up like $100 or something like that, but because I would have gotten maybe a 152.50. But I still don't. I would have maybe gotten 1. So at the end of the day, it's not a huge thing. Nothing's really been that certain for me. I think the best call I've made or the best decision I've made so far is not to get in anything bad, considering we started onto the week with the VIX starting in a bad place and just waiting to see what happens. I should be taking a position on this 4 hour. We'll see what happens with it. We do have this, but I still think this could be something that interacts with what we have. But I do think it looks better overall if we do start at least a 4 hour above here. To me, it'd make more sense to at least try to push up even for a bull trap and have a bull trap somewhere in this area and then come back down, as opposed to having it just so close to above here. But I mean, if it starts under, then I'm pretty bearish for the rest of the day and moving forward. But it also depends where the VIX goes. Yo, what's up, first fine? Really, I'm just like chilling right now. We keep reversing at these edges. I don't really fully understand why. Like, I guess I kind of get it. I just don't know why. I don't know why the VIX started. Well, I guess Bitcoin maybe. I don't know. Some things just like to start in arguably the worst places ever. And so we just get bad buying. Let me check zero hedge. Biden declares the COVID pandemic is over. Hey, looks like being unvaccinated worked out. Suck it. Now that again, I can assume like I'm like very healthy. I wasn't healthy for a little bit in 2021, but for almost all of COVID, I was like super healthy. Seems like they're just saying it's over. I'm not sure why they're saying it's over. They still have like they here. I'll bring it up. Let me do this. Oh, let me get rid of this real quick. Oh my God! Now we have hurricanes actually coming back. They're bringing this stupid crap back. Furious Fiona. How does Project Zimbabwe move to conceptual reality? They're increasing rates. Did Zimbabwe have something similar? I thought Zimbabwe had hyperinflation. I ain't gonna go through all this. This is a waste of my time. Literally, there's too much time. And those charts are not even 720p. It's gonna hurt my eyes. Oh yeah, I need to check natural gas too. I'm interested to see what that's been doing. Oh, I get literally zero issue with them saying this. I bet people are gonna attack him for this in the comments. Yeah. I don't know. I don't agree with any of those people. I have zero issue with him saying this. Like what are you supposed to say? Oh yeah, we're gonna do nothing if China invades Taiwan. Like what? Like what? I mean, that's literally like the dumbest thing ever. me see what the people say. I just like this, like, I don't know. I just think it seems like an obvious.
President Xi, no.
Like, also, these are the same, not those people, but some people, like, praise Trump. And, like, Trump's the guy that apparently told Putin, like, hey, you go into Ukraine on my watch, I'm going to bomb you. Which I don't think is, like, necessarily a horrible thing to say either. Like, people need to know you're not messing around. Like, don't go effing around with places. Obviously, people's lives are on the line, but you can't just let people do whatever. Oh, they walk back on this? That's pretty crazy. They walk back on it. Okay. Don't see how this is an idiotic statement. Maybe I'm crazy. Let me see what he actually says.
About your commitment to Taiwan.
We agree with what we signed on to. And if there's a one China policy, and Taiwan makes their own judgments about their independence, we are not moving, we're not encouraging their being independent. We're not, that's their decision.
But would U.S. forces defend the island?
Yes, if in fact there was an unprecedented attack.
After our interview, a White House official.
Yeah, exactly. I see zero. Maybe I'm just crazy. I see zero wrong with that stance. It seems like a reasonable stance for me. Like, just attacking where 30% of this, just even regardless of Taiwanese people, when you have 30% or whatever of the frickin' semiconductors of the world being created in one place and all that technology, like, what, you're just going to let China get it? Like, what? Assuming, like you're going to let China, yeah, China. For some reason I keep saying China. I think I'm saying Taiwan when I say China. I'm saying it correctly. I think I'm just saying the wrong thing. Let me check real quick. Article in CNBC? Yeah, did you post it? Yeah, let me check real quick. Stocks rebound from earlier losses and volatile trading ahead of the Fed decision. Dow gains 100 points. Do you know this guy's probably short? Look at his face. Like, what is that? So he's like, so his head's to the left. Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, he's not happy. When I make that face, I immediately I'm not happy. I actually become more upset. I actually become unhappy, or I feel less happy when I make this face than I do what he does. There's no way this guy's happy, right? Okay, let's see. Stocks rebounded from their earlier losses on Monday in a volatile trading session. What are they just trying to sum up what happened so far this morning? Worthless. Worthless. Most people find these opportunities. I mean, I agree with this. So where we were set up is we were set up in an easy place for this. I mean, there's still a decent chance of happening anyway. If depending where the VIX started, if the closer the VIX start of the week, the less we were gonna have a bull trap. We would just get dropped. No one cares about the 10-year yield. Literally doesn't matter. 10-year yield is 3.5. The one-year yield is like 3.8 or 3.9 right now. 2 years like 3.78 or something. Here, I'll switch to the yields real quick on the right side. Yeah, 3.93 for a 2-year, 4.4% for a 1-year yield. Who cares that the 10-year is, like, literally, why do they even bring up that the 10-year is 3.5%? No one cares. Like, the 2 years almost 4 and the 1 year is 4. The 1 month is 2.6. So, anyway, let me go back to check that out real quick. Okay. This isn't true. but that's fine. I mean, this isn't entirely true. Like, you could say stocks slid, but at the same time, the buying was horrible. I really don't think we'd be this low. Like, if it was really that big of a deal and they're coming out with the numbers this week, then it wouldn't be that big of a deal that they're coming out with the numbers this week. Like, one of them has to matter. The other one has to matter, or this has to matter. I don't know. To me, I think it mattered. It's just the buying up to that point was so ugly. I really think that's what most of what last week was. Just ugly buying. And then, of course, we had some bad news, but it was really ugly buying that just made us keep coming down. And a lot of top buying. I mean, this stuff is like, honestly, this stuff's kind of worthless, to be honest. It doesn't tell you anything. Okay, I like this, though. Okay, let's see what they say here. This actually might have some interesting stuff in it. I do agree that we have been having a lot of things have been oversold. The VIX has been shot up, which we could also say is like an oversold metric in a sense. Bro, well, that's like, who waits that long? You could tell that stuff was oversold anyway. And then once we saw, it was already oversold last week. We could already see with Apple that it was oversold last week just because the week was here and we came all the way into here. Like, we could already tell it was oversold because we came down through the support. I don't think we need to see this today to see it come up to then tell it's oversold. Let me see. And they keep mentioning the 10-year yield. No one cares. Like, the 5-year is way higher. The 5-year, everything, the lower you get practically, the higher the yield gets. At least for the 10. I believe for the 20, it's only the 2, maybe like the 3. I don't know. Let me see. I don't know if the 5 is higher than the 20. It's been a while since I checked the 20. So the 20 is still 3.7. The 5 is 3.6. See, I just remember these things. Well, they're probably professionals, not experts. But anyone can make money doing anything nowadays. Trading's a little bit different, but writing articles and analyzing is one thing. Like, being an economist is, like, right, a lot of economists believe a lot of different things. So someone can be an expert in a field and just have a different train of thought on things. And not to say, like, these people are, I don't know. I guess my definition of expert varies widely from what they say. And I do question what they even mean by experts. Because it just seems like a bunch of nincompoops for a lot of it. It's like, well, we dropped a lot because we're going back up. That might mean we got oversold. It's like, bro, no effing duh. If you go up, if you drop and then you go up, you generally, after something like that, you assume you're oversold. But who cares? Because if relative to the time frame, it still looks good to go down shortly, then you're not really oversold. You're just oversold on that one leg, which doesn't matter. Like, you know what I mean? Bear markets go down, then they go up, then they go down, they go up. I'm not saying we're going to go all the way down. We have to see. But it's just some of the stuff that, you can't see what I'm writing. It doesn't matter. But it's just so dumb. They're like this. Like, I was just doing this. Bear markets, we got to go down, they go up, right? They go down, up. So. But yeah, I mean, let me see. That's why I don't like reading a lot of this stuff. It's just, like, it's actually just a waste of time. There's nothing that anyone can take action on, which is the worst thing. But almost anybody in my eyes that does these things is going to be like a layman's compared to me. Because when I look at it, too, I call most of this stuff like before it happens or right as it's happening. I don't call things after they happen. Well, technically I do, but well, it depends. Like, right, we saw where the VIX started, and then, I mean, you can't really. a lot clearer than these other people. Let's just put it that way. Like obviously you need to see where something starts, so it's not like you can just can't call something before it happens, right? But or before start happens, before the day starts. Damn. I don't even think this is correct because an increase of this is 13x. 13 times 6 is like what? 78? It says $330,000 or 330,000 euros. Interesting. Huh. New Orleans is the murder capital? Oh my god, bro. So they're not the murder capital, they're the murder capita or per capita of the world or of America. There's no way this is higher than Chicago. Can it? God damn, dude. That's insane. Even if it's not the highest over Chicago or whatever, that's insane. God damn. Jeez, they already have 338. We have 3 more months in the year. October, yeah, 3.5 months. Wow. Well, the thing is I mean, they should show something for like fundamentals. The issue I said, like I said before, persifying. Oh, I gotta take this thing off in a second. We've had it for the morning. This is a little bit too much for me now. I'm gonna loosen this up, at least the top. There we go. Boy, let me loosen this up a little bit. Yikes. Anyway, my big issue is they can't show technicals. Yeah, murder is pretty irrational. Killing's not, but murder definitely is irrational. Wait, isn't murder, what's the definition of murder? I can't even remember. Let's go to dictionary.com. I forgot the definition of murder. I don't think murder's wrong. I don't think murder's irrational. Malice. I think in most cases it is. I wonder. Like if someone kills your kid and you kill them, or someone like rapes your kid or something and you kill them, to me it's kind of like whatever. Why did they? You know what I mean? As long as they were acting with malice or whatnot. But I feel like there's more about it specifically that like separates that, because then you also have like, is murder the same thing as homicide? I feel like it is, but I feel like murder's the legal term for it or whatever. Then there's manslaughter, which is killing people, but that's without intent, I believe. But I think it depends. Like most murder, of course, but I think some is actually reasonable. There's things I would kill people over if I didn't care about like my own life or the future. Definitely things I would. I'm not gonna lie and joke and say I wouldn't. I don't think killing other people is really that hard of a thing to do. Now, if no one's done anything, or if it's like an innocent child, then yeah, you got some serious issues. You know what I mean? That you got to work out. Like people that haven't done anything, random killings, and just like someone's angry or all that stuff that's disgusting. That's definitely disgusting stuff. Those people are wild. Either wild or mentally ill or just separated from society. I think any of those can make an impact on it. Wow. I wish they'd say what it was in the free years. I feel like it might have been higher. I wonder if it was or not. The fact they only mentioned 2020 seems kind of weird. Oh yeah, but my bad. One of the things I was saying earlier is the reason why they can't whatchamacallit, the reason why they can't show technicals is because if they show technicals, then it makes them less important. Because one, they have to have good technicals. Two, they have to go into the time explaining it, and then I don't know if they don't want to, maybe they don't want to seem biased on something, maybe for like lawsuit purposes or something like that. I don't know. I don't know if that plays into whatever they do. But also, like I said, it just makes them seem worthless. Because once you look at the technicals and you see some of this stuff, you kind of understand that what they're saying is just a lot of bull crap and a bunch of jargon that's not important. Oh, good lord. Elon Ma. I forgot about Elon Ma. Hey, it's me, Elon Ma, my Tesla. Where is it? Elon Ma. Oh, whoops, let me go to the beginning.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elon Ma.
Elon Ma.
Come on, Brandy. Come on. Okay. Brandy, kiếm tôi nhớ.
Elon Ma. Hey, everybody, it's me, Elon Ma. It's not you, Elon Ma. Isn't that how you say you? Isn't that one or something in Chinese? Elon Ma. I signed oil deal without reading it. Whoops. Oh, Uganda. This is such a dumb tweet. Like, what? How do you get people to go back to work? You tatter their savings? Huh? The only people that you're getting to go back to work in this situation by tattering their savings are older people that are at most going to go back to work for a year or two. Maybe, okay, at most like 4 years. Like, huh? That's what? How is that the Fed's pain thesis? I don't know. Like, just because they're increasing rates, and he's pulling one out of his butt here. This is so dumb. So, like it's not dumb. It's just disingenuous. Like that's why they want people to go back. Like, poor people don't have savings. Credit's at an all-time high. I was reading even something that like 3% of people with Apple Pay haven't made a payment in 6 months. Like, huh?
Nothing to lose in this life. You can't make
This is titled, "At least one indicator should work among these hundreds." Oh dang, that's actually pretty insane. Bro, what is going on? I actually don't hate this. That's not bad. That's not bad. Okay, this looks horrible for your joints. I don't want to know what's going on there. Or here. Jeez, meanwhile in China. Big place. What is going on? People in the US do this too, practically. I hope they show it. Oh, whoops. This might be way too loud. I'm sorry. I didn't turn the sound down for this. My bad. I should have turned it down after Elon Ma. My bad if it was really loud. I'm actually sorry about that if it was loud. I didn't see it. I'm not gonna lie. I hate saying that because I feel like one of those people in the show. I'm not gonna lie. I've done this before. Like, not seriously, but just as like a joke. But I didn't have my cheeks spread so wide. Like, I was waiting for someone to come up and spot me. Jesus Christ. That's actually really cool right there. Looks like a walking scooter or something like that. Like a treadmill thing. That's really cool. That looks so dangerous. Holy crap. That's actually dangerous but cool. This is weird, but kind of cool to see him doing it in unison. I don't know what the hell I just watched. That was by far one of the weirdest things I think that I maybe have seen all day. I don't know what that video is. That was really wild. China needs to get its own stuff sorted out before they think about invading anywhere. Jesus. Holy crap. Obviously, it's like over a long period of time, and there's like, you know, like a billion people there or whatever. But jeez. That was definitely a little interesting. So we got, what, an hour and 45 minutes left? What's the VIX at? 678. So it's still under, I believe, right? Or is it in between? Yeah. Okay, 1110. Yeah. So 2695. So the two places are top range right now, 2695. And then the bottom would be 2559. Okay. I don't want to look back at this. I'm just going to kind of keep these numbers in mind. I wonder what the rest of the market's doing. I feel like we should see a little bit of pulling. Ooh. Yeah. Well, this is the first week to start under. Still looks like it has kind of a trend. I can't write this out. I really can't write this out. This does look bad, but looks nice for what it's done so far today. Now, it does look pretty actionable, which is nice. Any break of this probably should extend it farther down. Though, just looking at whatchamacallit makes this a little bit easier. Just kind of keeping in mind with the VIX and what that does in the market, I think makes it easier to do something with this instead of just looking at this. La 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 la. Tesla still rising up? Now, so Tesla pulled back. I'm really happy Tesla pulled back. So this is really nice because I'm hoping that if we do see something here, if we do see an end above here, I am hoping that we would also on Tesla see. Well, first of all, I'd still would have rather have seen it come all the way back down. I'm not a stickler about it though because we did come up push here. It doesn't need to. But I would like to see this start a 4-hour here, and then I would like to see this push up. I'd like to see both of those together for that. So I do like seeing that some stuff is getting sold down. Elon Ma. It's E, like ear, but it doesn't have that thing on it, so I guess it's just E. Elon Ma. Elon Ma. Hi, everybody. I'm Elon Ma. I money. I give you money. It's so, and every one of his videos are like that. So if I go, Elon Ma. Let me turn this up a little bit. Let me do maybe here. Let's try this.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elon Musk. Thank you, Tesla. I love you, Elon Musk. 带大家收敛出来。
I feel like he's really trying I feel like he's really trying to practice his English. Who's this guy? Or is this a compilation? No. There should be more.
Hey, everyone. Here, I'm Elon Musk. My name is Elon Musk. I want to make a full runs with you. I will.
There's no way he's not reading like pinyin or something like this or whatever, and to try to. There's no way. Okay, maybe he doesn't understand English characters, or what he has to isn't picking English characters. But there's no way he actually understands English. Pretty impressive, though, I will say. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's... Oh, my God. It's literally, I feel like someone had to write it out in, like, pinging for me. He's just trying to... Or maybe just, I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of. I'm not that... I don't remember. I only went into it a little bit. I feel like you couldn't use characters to get these things out. It sounds like he's like, Like he's trying to say two or something. Anyway. A female trader? Wow. That's a clear mistake. She's on the bottom right. No, she should be on the bottom left. That's a clear rookie mistake. That's pretty cool, though. How do we get a better draw on?
Hi, everyone. I'm Elon Musk. My bad. I love you. 那你们骚两个人。
He really tried to take my dog.
Oh, I'm not getting into YouTube shorts. Elon Musk. This is actually live. It says live, and it says live. It says stream 2 hours ago. Hey, that's pretty smart of him. It says live, and then it says live here. Let's see what he said real quick.
If this breaks out and hot,
Don't care.
because we saw this little bit of demand.
Don't care.
Chart Junkie says last big one, next only 50. And Microsoft and Google and
Don't care.
So, oh wow, there we go. All right, go to the weekly. What you'll notice is the 200 SMA.
Don't care.
2008. Pay attention to what happens here. You can see it's all over these critical levels that I've drawn here. Critical, worth nothing. I don't agree. Some people say, well, it should be $3,000. Well, I'm not too sure about that. But if we're looking at the Google,
I mean, I've looked at this guy before, and most of the stuff
Yeah,
he just more or less says
market
similar
structure.
things. I still don't like his charts nearly as much.
really,
I think they're like way too basic. I guess
Yeah,
mine are
pretty-
more basic, to be honest.
again, it's similar to the Bitcoin.
I'm looking to see if he said anything about the VIX. That's the only thing I'm interested in. But I feel like he would have said something about the VIX in the morning, maybe?
You've all been doing very well.
DXY?
Very nice.
Does he talk about the VIX? That's the only thing I really wanted to see. Because the only thing that
Next, all the
we could see at anything possibly actionable on was the VIX.
You might 5. This takes through underneath through 20.
Oh, my bad. Let me do this. Let me mute that. I'm sorry. I forgot you guys hear the same thing as me. Did he say an apple? Yeah, I mean, even his lines are around the same thing. Technically, I think it's at 150, whatever, 150, 56, but 55, yeah, I mean, so there's literally nothing to add here. Plus, you mentioned the VIX, Coinbase, Robinhood. I'm surprised he didn't bring up the VIX today. I think he did in like the last video or something. Oh, there we go. Okay. What do we got here? Does he actually say anything about it today?
Just the weekly's not showing it. So we usually get these really.
And if anyone cares that you like this stuff, it's FX Evolution on YouTube. You can subscribe
big
to his stuff.
We haven't seen that. We've just seen a lot of 35.
He's a foreign voice, so
I'd
it's
like
kinda
to see
nice
it
to listen to.
like that to show capitulation. It's what most fund managers are looking for. We'll find out whether they do get it.
Okay, yeah, he just completely. I mean, most people don't see the same thing I do. Maybe that's why. He just completely glossed over it, which I think was like huge. Like what the VIX has been doing on the short term. I don't care about any of this then at all. Okay. Man, this is a long time ago. Apple release event. Jesus. You don't mind. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's like whatever works and whatever is less. Like, I look at it in a couple ways. It's what works, and depending on how you're looking at it, what's best for your eyes. Like, being able to trade is the most important thing, and then after being able to trade, the most important thing is, like, the longevity of being able to trade. So, like, that's why I have these grids in the background. It makes it easier for me to see. That's why I have this specific scheme with the bodies being different color than the borders, like darker colors, and then lighter outlines, and all that kind of stuff. Like a blackish gray background instead of like a clear black back or glossy black background or whatever, and things like that. And then I look at it from the sense of, I guess that's it pretty much, right? Or I guess consolidation of indicators. But I really think the most important thing, I think, for what I do isn't even necessarily the analysis itself on individual things. I think it's more like it's looking at like the VIX, and then it's understanding Apple has a big impact on these, or yeah, I'd say it has a considerable impact on these things. Not that it always directs things, but it has a significant impact. I think that's really like the core of everything, and beyond that, I think everything else is pretty standard, to be honest. Because there's some things I just wouldn't see without the VIX. Excuse me. I mean, with the VIX, it makes it OP. I'll say that. Like with the double holes, you can kind of look at just one thing, and you can still, arguably, to an okay extent, trade it, depending on how long the time frames are, and still be fun. But usually with like a double hole, it's like this, right? You get in here, and at worst, sometimes you see something there on like a shorter term, but you get out here. So obviously profit taking is usually important, but with the holes, a lot of times, right, you'll fall into something like that. It gives you a reasonable entry exit points. It's not always the best, but it's lagging. Only looking at one, I suppose, but still. Yeah, it shows 130 already. It's kind of boring, to be honest. There's still a high chance that we just reverse. Like, I will make that clear. I definitely think there's a high chance that we could turn around. The only actionable thing that I see, like, we came all the way up here. The less we came up, I think, the better. We have another hour and 33 minutes. We need to maintain, in my opinion right now, we need to maintain above 150, 191 on Apple. Or else we start under, and we'll probably push down for the rest of the day. Though we could try to stop it. Someone could try to stop it here. The one issue is just from the week time frame on Apple that we run into is that, right, we did start under the week here. So coming back under this is not good. Especially like in the beginning of the week anyway. Because from a week time frame perspective, the goal is to keep it here in this range until next week. That's pretty much the goal at minimum, or at best, but at minimum they need to maintain this. Well, we don't need to maintain it, but preferably we need to maintain somewhat of the trend, because that's the most reasonable idea that we're going to start back up here. Of course, in a bizarro world, we could drop all the way down here and then start all the way back up here, and it just looks good. I'm going to be honest. I do think that's possible. That if it ends here and starts up here, I still think it looks good. I just, you just, like, in what world does that really happen? Not often. So we could see a reversal. It's like we could be taking a position somewhere up here around here. I don't think this is like the best because what we've seen here. So for me, I still think this is a decent short entry spot or a put spot. And then, because really what are we looking for is we're looking for a 4-hour start above here. So anything longer term, you're not going to get wrecked on data, or anything just in the money even a little bit. Like a 152.50 here on the 4-hour change put isn't that bad, because it's all still in this one area, and it's only about $60 between. So we'll have to see the 4-hour change, but it does bring in a lot of good places to short right above the week, and there's not a really big reason to hold the week here. So we could see things just kind of get wrecked. We'll have to see, though. The VIX is still a little bit sketchy with what it is. But, I mean, it has come down quite a bit, so I'm not going to get too greedy and say it has to come all the way back down here, even though I would like it to. Preferably even on the week, I wouldn't mind if it dropped a little bit more. I would have liked to see it just down to there. But if this can turn around, I think this looks pretty decent. Not as good as what I would have liked, but we have had somewhat of a pullback, which is okay. We still have another hour and a half anyway, so we'll just see. That's just kind of a little bit of planning before we get to that 1 hour, that 4 hour change. Just so it's not like, oh, you know, the second, you know what I mean? Just so like I, you know, have an idea of what I want to do when it changes and not then have to think. Because less thinking is better, right? So the less thinking, the better. We guys see the 15 here. This is a little bit of my concern. I didn't think the 15 was going to go like this. For some reason, I thought the 15 was going to go like this. Or my bad, not like that. When I was first looking at it, I thought it was going to go like that. And it's going to go like that. Like either way, I think 130 is like what, right here? Yeah, 130 is like there. Either way, I mean, we kind of like run into it anyway. But we'll see. Like we can just kind of see already how it's a little bit top heavy. Not that they can't hold it here for another hour and a half, but we can see how it looks a little bit less likely in the current state for them to be able to hold it up here for this 4 hour change. Like I said, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Like the big thing for me on this is like, I wouldn't be in a position for anything if I was like in a long before, so. Because like, right, we come up and then you just wait. Like the general concept of these. Like if we want to see, if we have a target, like if this is our target, because this is like the only thing here, is this, then either take profits here, slight extension above, maybe expect. I still think it's fine to just do it there. And then we wait for a 4 hour start on top to then just get back into the position. Oh, whoops. I thought that was a brush mark up there. My biceps hurt a little bit. My recovery rate feels pretty good. I had like a pound of meat the other day. I'm like having a whole like pound of steak or whatever for dinner sometimes now. I definitely feel a little bit more hungry. I need to finish this. 1 second though. I need to mute myself and finish this. So if anyone has any questions, just say something and I'll answer them. But for a second, I'm just gonna like take my headphones off and just kind of relax for 5 minutes. And obviously, I can still see everything on the screen. Let me do this also, so everyone can see the chat there also as well. But yeah, I'm gonna take my headphones off for a couple minutes to just kind of enjoy myself for a second. Not like that, but you know what I mean. Alright, I'll be right back in, whoops. I'll be right back in, a couple minutes. I'm gonna go get some food real quick. But I told I'm only gonna be gone for like 5 minutes. Let me get to, where's the BRB thing? Time is it? 12:07, do 12. I'm kind of lazy, so I'll do this. Anyway, if anyone has any questions, question, answer, okay. How big is this thing? Here we go. But I'll be back in a little bit. Like I said, 5 minutes at the most. 8, 7 minutes, I guess at this point. I'm just gonna get something to drink. I gotta take my creatine and all that kind of. I'm in focus again. There we go. All that kind of good stuff. So I'll be back in a second. Or at the times mentioned. So. my breaks. I should have taken a longer break. If I knew TradingView might give me crap, or if I knew they wouldn't give me crap, I'd take a longer break. I'd just leave the stream up for like 30 minutes and then come back, or 45 to be honest. Anyway. What's up, George? Good to see you back. What's up, Nico51? I feel like I've seen you in here before, but maybe that was someone else. Maybe I saw you in crypto chat or something. But if you've been in here before, it's good to see you back too. Any lurkers in chat, thanks for lurking. Always appreciate it. Always good to have more people here. Right. One second. Let's. Really what we're looking for is, right, the start of the 4-hour candle to kind of determine what our direction might be for the rest of the day. This looks really bad, but this doesn't really change anything. I'm looking for the 4-hour start. So, like for example, this shot down all the way here, this doesn't mean anything to me. Because people want to fight to keep it here or keep it here. So, whatever this does in the last hour and 13 minutes, I mean, it could just widely vary with what it does. TA doesn't really matter on the shorter term because I'm almost positive what's being looked for is the whatchamacallit, the end. I'm sorry, the start, but whatever. Generally, like where it ends, it starts, not always. Elon Musk. Oh, do I still have that thing up on accident? Oh no, I took it out. Okay. So we have the Biden one. I think we have another one too here, right? No. What's that? Is it this? No. Where is it? Is it browser? Ah, yeah, this one. There we go. Oh, whoops. I mean, I haven't really messed with anything yet. I'm just chilling right now. So far, the day's been good. It's been fun. I mean, technically, the possibility of pushing up is much better than us pushing down from a societal standpoint and perspective. So. Bit my tongue, man. That hurt. The pain will be gone soon, but it's not that bad. It's just Jesus. It's always annoying when I bite my tongue too, because then there's something there, and like I bit it like all the way back there, like my molars or whatever. It's just frustrating. The 21st? Oh, yeah. I mean, the 21st is coming. I don't think it really matters, to be honest, but we'll see. I didn't think the CPI really mattered either, and I still, in hindsight, don't think it mattered either. Like, as much as people made it out to be. Now, there's a great reason, I guess, here on the 21st for everything to get wrecked down, but like, we'll see what happens. Like, nothing's really changed. So, but here, like, long story short, I don't do things that way. I don't have hopium just based on an event that might come out. I like to look at the candle structure and kind of what leads us up to there. So I never kind of take a position right now leading up to that. But some things that I'd like to see, what we could see is we've started the week under, so any extra pressure that brings us back down, which easily could be the CPI on the 21st, like you're mentioning, would be nice. Now, what I'd like to see a little bit before that, especially, is us break into this area, because if we were going to see like a bull trap or something up here, we could also use this, start under this, as a signal that we're going to push down. Now, there's no inherent weakness on the week itself, besides the fact that we already started. Like, there's nothing inherently bad about this level on the week that's like super strong or super weak, because we're so early in the week. But because we started down so far, or because we started under it, any bull trap that turns around and pushes us under here on shorter time frames, it's just going to completely collapse because it'll look bad from a weak time frame. So, but like, I'm not going to like look at the weak time frame to say that specifically. So like the 4 hours are closest. So like what I'm looking at right now, since we've come up here, which is nice, is a reversal somewhere around here, whether we're going up or coming down. But I would expect a reversal somewhere around here because it's just in a convenient spot, both under like this trend line right here, and at the same time, yeah, like the trend line, and we can even see it here, like, because the trend line, we have the 4 hour right there. So bulls have a lot to work against, and the only thing that's bullish about this week is the VIX starting in a bad place, too high up. But stuff can turn around easily, so I don't know if the CPI matters if they can wreck people out of their positions. And I don't know if it really matters anyway, because we have enough stuff here. The farther we push up past this, and we'll be able to see a break back down here, and then we should be able to see a break back down here, and then that should lead us through here. So I don't think it'll be something like where we just start all the way down, you know. Well, yeah, I mean, it's overall kind of sentiment. Apple is doing pretty well, I guess. Let me see. Actually, I'm not even going to say anything based off of what you said because I haven't really paid attention to the others talk. So I would, like, one thing I will say before I go over these other ones, because we are looking for an end in this area. Ugh, these brush marks get annoying. Because we are looking for a start above here or under here to determine, I mean, I think we could get wrecked down today, to be honest. It's going to look pretty bad if we start under. Now, I think it's a higher chance that we start up here, just because that's where the most pain is before before the CPI report. And then I do think it's easy for them to use that as something to like just push it down at some of these areas. So the closer we get up to here before the CPI report comes out, most more likely we're just going to kind of get wrecked down through a lot of this stuff. But from this perspective, looking at the other ones, we've already kind of hit what would be considered a top. We don't really want to see anything go too far up in this 4 hour. We just want to see a nice push up and a start and then try to push up off of this. So from this perspective, I would expect a lot of stuff to be falling off a little bit of any of the gains that it made early in the morning. Well, the thing is, like, I'm not saying if anything's for long or not. It's just there's no reason for me to just bet on one thing, right? Like, there's no reason for me to, like, an example, there's no reason for me to, like, even if the CPI was good, like, people expected the CPI to be what? Like, it was bad, but now people expect the CPI to be bad. Here, people expected the CPI to be good, or at least not as bad. Good in the sense that it was going to be, like, minus 0.1% month over month, right? So we have technicals that say it's bad. We have people that expect the CPI is going to be good. And we have technicals here that say, hey, we need a gap down. So for me, it doesn't really matter because we can just kind of see it already anyway. Yeah. Like, the closer we get to it, I think it'll be easier to see. Like, how much of an impact it'll be. Because, I mean, I think it just makes sense anyway from the standpoint of, like, there's good news and bad news, but there's also important to the technicals and how people set up, right? Because there's still real-life money. People that bought, like, millions of dollars of options for calls up here, I mean, that's a real thing, right? So when we wreck that stuff down, we come in the TA and everything, I mean, that's, like, real actionable stuff that, like, can't be ignored. No matter how bad the CPI is or how good it was, that's stuff that can't be ignored, right? I mean, there's people... Like, I mean, that guy is, I don't even know. What's the SPY at? It's 384. That one guy got $80 million. That one entity got $80 million worth of SPY calls for 430 by December when SPY was at 410. So, to me, that was like, this wasn't the CPI. This was like the CPI plus, you know, bad buying or just like bad structure. So, based on the structure, I think we'll get a better idea of how the CPI will affect us moving towards, right, as we keep creating the structure, as we move towards Wednesday. But I don't want to just go like the CPI is Wednesday, therefore it's bad. I feel like it's just a little sketchy. And when we can see these things on the more kind of, more like a detailed, whatever, structure, whatever, or like, I don't know what you call it. Yeah, but I mean, I kind of went over this before. It's like, well, like, what are the expectations? I think there's like 30 to 35% of like, I don't know, some big financial people that think we could even get a 100 basis points. So if we have a decent structure that looks good and it's only 75, and a lot of this, in my opinion, is because of bad buying up to here, I don't see why we can't mess around in this area for a little bit longer. I don't see anything that necessarily necessitates us to drop in this week. That's the thing. I don't think overall in the macro sense things get better. I mean, I think as time goes on, things get worse and worse, and sooner or later you figure things can only hold up for so long. But we are set up for the week to also look good to go down. So I just don't put much weight on it because, like, we haven't created any. We have like 2 days left, and a lot of stuff can happen. But it still looks realistic that we push up, you know, and then the 21st comes out. We have our averages here, and we push down, and then we should see something here, and then from here it should wreck all the way down. This day shouldn't really come too much into play because we have this week here. But like, we're also on like the edge, so I don't know what you call it. I mean, this isn't the same thing as here. I'm just hesitant sometimes. So, like, I think if there were some things that were better with the buying and the selling, like, I definitely think we'd be off a cliff already. But, you know, it's like I said before on the VIX, we started all the way up here. Like, this is my big thing. I don't remember if I went over this since you got in here, Tori. But my big thing was the week. I think the dollar, I mean, Bitcoin might have driven a lot of this. But last week, you remember on Friday, we had this ugly thing that we start all the way up here. And we created this wick. And then we ended down here. Now we started up here again. But from a week time frame perspective on the VIX, it's like, why are we up here? Right? Like, what are we doing? Like, when we're looking at this from the week and we want to start down here. Oh, yeah, no, 100%. No, 100%. I mean, the CPI is definitely always important. So, I'm just saying, I think there's an event. I look at it like this. There's an event coming out. So if there looks like there could be a bullish squeeze or something, I'm going to think that event is going to probably push us in that direction even more. And then if it looks like a bull trap or something sketchy, I'm going to put even more weight onto it. It's just that in this kind of reversal so far, I feel like for myself, there's only so much that I can put on it right now. But it's definitely important. Like, I think 100% for sure. I mean, any event I think is important. I just think it's the idea that the structure moving up to it is also important. And it can actually, like, add, not that it's more important, but it's kind of like a multiplier to the event in a sense. That's how I kind of look at it. So it's like if we, like with the CPI coming out, this looked like this looked really, really, really horrible, and the buying looked horrible. So like what might have been a normal CPI that was bad, that would have kept us in here, I look at it as this is a multiplier on it that then sends us all the way down here. But the event itself is 100% important. I just kind of look at it that way. And like we'll be able to see more and more like how important it might be based on how we have our structure leading up to it. Because at the end of the day, everything looks bad. We're going into the winter. There's energy crisis and all other kind of stuff, so things aren't really going to look too good at the end of the day anyway. So, and I'm pretty sure, I actually think we would have fallen off a cliff already, personally, if the VIX started in this bottom range down here. This was the most surprising thing to me. Because remember last week, we were just waiting for a VIX to start somewhere in this range. Now imagine if this literally just got shifted to here, and we already just pushed down right into this. it would look so strong to push up. And I actually think the whole market would be pushing down right now. So from my perspective, the only reason we're not pushing down right now, from my perspective, is the VIX. I actually don't really see, until the 4 hour on Apple here, I don't see a reason to, I don't see a reason that anything else would have gone up today besides the VIX starting way too high, just like what we did on Friday. Yeah, which is kind of weird. Which I don't know if you know. I was looking at it earlier. I don't understand. Oh, never mind. I think I found it. There's like futures for the VIX, I guess. I don't know. The VIX is just so weird. It's kind of. It seems to be such a big determinant on so many things that I don't really get. I don't know. It just seems like the easiest way to manipulate stuff right now is just to mess with where the VIX starts. But then again, maybe it's I'm looking at this stuff, so maybe it's like if it wasn't for the holes and the smooth and the averages I have, the 3, I don't know if I'd necessarily feel the same way that I do about this stuff. I'm gonna be 100% on that. So when I say this stuff, it's all in my own head, my own universe. It lines up most of the time, so it works. But it's like I don't know. I don't want to be like, oh, this is what they were targeting specifically, but it really feels like it. So far, this feels like a pretty high push-up. I'm interested to kind of see what happens here. This is quite a bit of a high push-up. Actually, it's not that bad when I look at it like this. It's not too bad, actually. Never mind. I just don't want to see this on the 4 hour push-up to a little bit higher to where, like, I just want to see us start around here close as possible. And the more that we do, if in a sense we do kind of push up, start a 4 hour here, and then maybe push up, I definitely think, I mean, I'm not somewhat bullish on this until we get to here, and the issue is we have the daytime frame right here. So really, I'd have to see it start a new day here to really care about a lot of this stuff. But if we do end somewhere like up here, like maybe 153, and then just keep pushing up, I would think that we are headed for a bull trap, and the CPI Wednesday is probably going to wreck us. Which is important to note, because if we are here tomorrow, sitting in this area, to me it looks pretty bad, almost like here, right? Because the CPI came out today, and there's no time to trade this. So the pre-positioning, which is why, like you said, it is 100% it is an important event. Because depending on how we looked before, there might be zero chance of position for it. But I think it depends. I think so far, like, I want to see if we create a foundation. Like, are we going to do the same thing here, where we have ugly stuff and like big gaps, or can we at least try to create a decent foundation on our way up? And the worse it looks, or the more that they push it up, the more likely I am to believe that the CPI is just going to rack us down, regardless of the VIX starting in like a really ugly place on this day. So, but it would also make sense on the VIX for like the next day we'd push down here, and then we'd hit this week time frame, and then with the CPI we could just go up the next day, and all we have to do is really maintain here, even if we don't drop, and then the next day we start up here and everything just like shoots up. So this also looks very likely as well, which would seem more likely as long as we don't come down and touch here and then go up, in my opinion. So those are just kind of some things that I'd be looking for leading up to it anyway, over today and tomorrow. But we have to see where we start, whether we start above or under. So we have another 55 minutes left. Yeah, just pretty much so. But there's no, my bad. Like I said before, I'm gonna look at some of these other ones, but there's not really any reason, in my opinion. The overall sentiment that I have in this, even though it's like up, is we want to see it start here. So if I was going to mess with something else and I want something to continue to treat this as like the next range, I'd have to see it start. So from this perspective, like I was saying before, I wouldn't be surprised since we've already kind of hit the high part of this range, what we expect. Because at most we'd expect it to range somewhere around here, because we don't want it to get too far up, we don't want it to get too far down. We want to be able to, both sides want to be able to fight for where this starts, or ends and starts. So we'll kind of see for that, but yeah, so from this perspective, I don't think the sentiment doesn't look that good, as like we have anything that's even continued yet. So really, it just seems like it's squeezing stuff out. The more we keep pushing up here, if we get past, the more I think that will just be something like this. And then, you know, CPI day or whatever after we touch, we'll just push. Or, I mean, after we hit here, I think I'd be fine even seeing it start up here. I don't really care. Just anything that ends under here, a bounce here at least, or even like a bounce here on this day, I don't care. Preferably tomorrow would be better. And then we could either start up here or just start here and then push up through this area. And anything that maintains here, it's going to be a great incentive to maintain it above here, and the market should crash in that sense. So we'll see. Because right now the buying was good. Well, the VIX started at a horrible place. I don't know what determines that, but the VIX started at a horrible place. I guess the futures determine it. Right now it's getting bought up too far and too much. We don't need to get bought up this much. We need to create stability. So it'll be interesting to see what's going on with the other ones. I could see them going up from the perspective that this is just kind of pushing up from a FOMO perspective, but it's starting to make me feel a little similar to kind of what we had before. So we'll kind of check on these other ones. Docu, I don't care about that. Where's McDonald's? Still not that bad from the 4-hour perspective. Man, these things are, I haven't touched this stuff in 2 weeks. Ooh, just like Tesla, that was a nice start to the day. 253, wow. Okay, wow, that's pretty fortunate. I don't know why the VIX couldn't do something like this. VIX made me feel like, well, technically it doesn't matter because the VIX has, there's that weak component to it, or the weak time frame component to it. If this is supposed to be considered comparable to VIX, I would have started right there. So yeah, that's the only comparison I can make currently. Let's see, down, a little bit of struggle. Yeah, it's in a really sketchy place. Amazon's in a really sketchy place. Really, really sketchy place. I could easily see this. I could easily see with the other stuff pushing up, and then tomorrow we push up also as well. CPI comes out, racks this stuff down. We'll see. The more we push up without any support, the more I'm inclined to think the CPI is going to rack us down. But we'll see. We still have 52 minutes until the next 4-hour. Yeah, I mean, pretty sketchy on Boeing also as well. Not anything except what the 4-hour even still is. There we go. Yeah. Oops. Skip these. Don't care. I don't care. Here we go. Wait, do I have Amazon here twice? Is it possible? Maybe I'm crazy, whatever. Oh, because I clicked onto another chart and it took my thing all the way up. Okay. Let me check my water. I think I need to stop taking as much creatine, to be honest. Or I need to eat more. That's what I need to do, probably. No, wait, why am I even saying that? There was pain I felt somewhere, but that was actually like in my... I think that might have been from lifting something the other day. It's almost gone. It wasn't like an organ thing. Yeah, and it's almost gone. It's kind of weird. It's like a rib thing. And it's not anything under it. It's a muscle thing over there. I don't know. Yeah, it's almost gone though, never mind. I just had some of this creatine and I felt something like in my stomach. It was in a completely different place. It wasn't that bad of pain or anything. But then again, I've only eaten so much this morning. I think I had a smoothie and I didn't have my yogurt yet or anything like that. I did have a lot for dinner though. I had like a pound of steak. And I think I had protein before I went to sleep. And then I had an egg. That's what I had recently, I think. Hard-boiled egg. I don't know what I'm saying. I think it was only like 30 minutes ago when I took a break. Should have to adjust these. Poor guy that bought how many, whatever. It's just another whatever bets thing. What do you call it? Poor Wall Street bet guy. We'll see how this all turns out, though. Anything could happen. This dude's targeting like 45 or something from where it currently is. I saw that and I was like, wow, this guy is insane. Oh, excuse me. Imagine expecting GME to go to 45 when it's not even past 30. I don't know if cart before the horse is appropriate analogy for that, but feels like it. Yeah, no surprise here with this coming down. Are these the fours? Twos? Okay, maybe that's a one. One up there, two there. Okay. Yep, okay. So we started under the two, push down. Yeah, at least it's definitely sketchy as hell. Zero idea why I have a line here, to be honest. Zero idea. Oh well, let's get rid of it. Poor OGN. Oh man, this thing's really falling off a cliff. Real poor OGN. I can't stand to look at it though. Hurts my eyes. Pounds here, no one cares. Peloton, no one cares. PayPal, not really done much. Whoops. I want to get rid of whatever. I don't know why this was here. Oh. Oh. This is from forever ago. Roblox. Still have its day week or whatever. The 4 hour. Yeah. Let's do this. Where is it? Actually, let's do this tomorrow, right? We don't need to do it today. Roblox. Weird. There we go. Royal Caribbean like a champ. From the depths of $30 all the way back to 50. Like a goddamn champion. And for some context on Royal Caribbean, definitely a damn champion. Now, this will be interesting to see what happens here. It's not like anything has to, because it has such an aggressive trend up. But, whoops, I had a stretch. Yeah, I mean, it'll be pretty interesting to kind of see what happens with this anyway. It's known for huge drops, but I don't think we've had anywhere close. We take it what from the average, I guess, on those. 85, not bad. But where do we come from here? 68, so I haven't dropped as much. Still a reasonable place, I think, for them to try to short it. Sundial. Now, these are the other pop people, if I remember correctly. Kind of crazy. FedEx is still only at 163. I haven't even made our way to 170 yet. I mean, it could just turn around anywhere here, but 170 would also just kind of make sense. Anyway, you know. Man, it's 2018. Here's a thick line I haven't seen in a long time. Alright, I think we wanted to see this earlier. Natural gas, I feel like it has a chance. I feel like this is another thing, like an inverse of the VIX. This is one of those things where I feel like we have a lot better of a chance if we didn't start like all the way up here. Because then it kind of makes us want to come back down to test. Build a trend possibly on the way down. Alright. Let's see what's going on. Oh my gosh, 153? These guys are really pushing it. I don't know why we have to do this. What's the desire? I don't get what the goal here is. These guys are pushing it up way too much. We'll have to see where it starts, but this is already arguably showing some signs of FOMO buying. So, we'll see what happens. So, this is going up way too much. Like, way too much. I mean, it's not way too much, but it's too much. It's not way too much. But I guess way too much is the next level past two. I feel like way too much is like way past the level of too much, but we're definitely really pushing this up. I don't understand. We need to start above here. We hit it here, we hit it here. Like it's not rocket science. God forbid we switch on a 4 hour and do something like this. That would be pretty funny though if we switch here on the 4 hour and then we go here tomorrow and then we just go here or something. And then I feel like, I mean, I don't think this makes it look any more bullish. I think this makes it look like trash. And I would expect it to get right back down. That'd be interesting to see. We'll see what they show us. I mean, on the short term, it just seems like they're buying it too much. So I almost wouldn't even be surprised if they push it through here. I think this is a reasonable short spot, but at most, or like a put spot, but at most it's like a shorter put that would only expect us to come back down. Like if we expected good buying and selling from here, or good selling, I guess, we would expect to come down to like, what, $1 to 152? Or, what is this at? Like, I don't know, 150, 190. So, but I can see this continue to push up. This doesn't make me feel any better about it when the more it pushes up from here. Not at all. I actually just feel less good about it. So, like it's giving me, I mean, we don't have a huge gap, but it's giving me some of those vibes around here. What's the VIX doing? 26, 21. I think 25 something is the level. 25, yeah, 25, 60. Wait, is it still? 25, 61. Whoops, why am I doing this? What is this? Go for mean, at least I will say from this sense, it under the idea of, like, we'll see what happens, but under the idea of being at, like, in a bear market and we're going down anyway, it is giving me, like, big bear market vibes, where we just have ridiculous buy-ups that are just dumb and that don't create structure and just get set up to fail. So, again, I don't feel like I have anything to add value to add. I don't know if there's anything that's even really going to change so far. We'll have to see. Yeah, these guys are absolute demons. I'm interested to see where we end. We're going to look at something on the internet, because this is all kind of boring. I mean, there's nothing to do until 4 anyway, and they're just buying this poorly. Or not 4, the 4-hour change in 130. Heck, even at this rate, all it makes me want to do is set up for a put up top. Like, they arguably could not be making this stuff look worse. Well, maybe if they're at Disney World and not Disneyland, this wouldn't happen. I'm just joking, but so.
Fuel inflation rate came in at 8.3%. The stock market nosedived. People are shocked by their grocery bills. What can you do better and faster?
Well, first of all, let's put this in perspective. Inflation rate month to month was just just an inch, hardly at all.
You're not arguing that 8.3 is good news.
No, I'm not saying it's good news, but it was 8.2 or 8.2 before. I mean, it's not. I can make it sound like all of a sudden, my God, it went to 8.2%. It's
the highest inflation rate, Mr. President, in 40 years.
I got that, but guess where we are? We're in a position where, for the last several months, it hasn't spiked. It is just barely. It's been basically even.
Fuel inflation rate came in at.
I get what he's saying, and he's not wrong for what he's saying, but he's like, what he's saying isn't wrong, but it's like, it's very disingenuous. And it's the same reason why, like, I like all this CPI stuff and things, to me at the end of the day, like, are events, but like, I don't know, kind of almost don't matter, because it's like, unless it's like a huge indicator, because it's already so horrible for all this. Like, this is kind of my thing on like the last one. The last one they expected, or like the last thing that came out the other week, which I guess was the unofficial, was like 0.1 month over month instead of minus 0.1. It's like, take Biden's word. They were just at 8%. We didn't go anywhere. Going down at 0.1% doesn't mean we go anywhere either. So it's everything, like from a non-trading perspective anyway, and just your daily life looks horrible. Feels like nothing's going to change. But it's horrible for him to say that, because it's so disingenuous, because it's still high. To say it's not increasing the rate, it's like saying 10,000 people are dying from COVID a day, and it's like, oh, but it's like, what an idiot. But it's like saying, oh, 10,000 people from COVID are dying a day, and you're like, so 10,000 people were dying last month. This hasn't increased, hasn't decreased. It's like, well, people are dying. Isn't that an issue, right? So similar kind of concept. I don't really get it, man. I get how this guy could keep watching. This is actually, I can't believe this happened. Oh, unless, wait, what happened with his bet? What happened here? Okay, Springer went early on a 3-2 count, and Vladdy got walked on. Okay, that's what I was wondering with the guy's bat. So I was like, you can't just throw it when you after you hit it, or you can't just like throw it out for it to go back that way. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, you got wait. Man, it's been a while for me in baseball. I always thought it was strike balls. I thought it would have been a 2-3. I guess a 3-2 is how they say it. Alright, that makes sense. So I was like, that was weird. Like this was like, wait, yeah. I was like, what? I was like, how is the bat over here? What happened? It's still funny to see. Oh, jeez. Okay. Oh, whoops. Let me do this real quick. Huh? What am I discussing? Well, there's nothing for me to look at. What do you want? Like, you know what I mean? Like, if I'm trading and not streaming, I'm spending maybe out of my life 30 minutes to an hour a day looking at charts. You see what I'm saying? So I'm just looking at, oh, do I not have it up? Oh, no, I do have it up on Twitter. Yeah, so like if I'm not streaming, like I don't look at these things that much. I'm looking for a 4-hour change. We've already pushed up too much. Like this could push up, and I wouldn't be surprised if we continue to push up here, but this isn't something that I'm going to want to sit in or like enter something in. So, and on the 4-hour, I would more likely expect us to come down, and if we just push up, it's just going to make it look even weaker. And what we really need to get past is this area up here. And also, the farther we push up without any legs, we also have the VIX. Oh, you can't see it. Let me see. Let me do this. 1 second. Let me get rid of this. Okay, so let's go over this pretty quickly. Right, the VIX is going to bounce pretty hard if we just come right straight down to the week. If we just straight come down to it. And what we're doing right now is we're pushing. We need to end the 4-hour here, and we're all the way up here. We're way too far up for this right now. We need to be down here. So either we turn over on the 4-hour and we come down, or we just keep FOMO buying like what we were doing starting from these days. And like I'm not really worried about this. Like there's so much up here. So right, we can see here, this is the 1 4-hour. Here's another 4-hour average. We have the fib level up here. We have the day coming up here. So really, I'm looking for something here. Or I'm looking for some stability here to push up. So if we're going to push up without stability, I want zero to do with any of this stuff. So if people wanted to FOMO, they could see in the beginning of the day, they could have taken a short position here if they really wanted to. The better one was here. And at the end of the day, it made sense that we were going to push down from the VIX because this just being too high up, or that any kind of push up and holding would cause this to come down in a sense. So the faster we get this to push down to here, while this just continually pushes up with nothing going on, the worse that this is, and the more likely this will just tumble and fall down and crash down. So I'm just looking for the 4-hour change, like I was saying. So there's nothing for me to do. Until the 4-hour change. That's just how I trade, it's how I analyze, how I do stuff, and it makes it a lot easier because it's a waste of time for me to look at stuff in between for a lot of this kind of stuff. So we'll kind of see what happens at the 4-hour, but I didn't like this stuff just getting pushed up. We'll see what kind of happens around here. I don't like this getting pushed up where it is either. Now, I would prefer this to end somewhere down here. I already don't like this just because we're all the way up here. So if we turn around all the way up here and we turn around under here, it's already going to look bad, possibly that it might want to push down. So I can see people shorting it just because it's here. I could also see people, if it doesn't end above here and then try to push up, which I still think this is horrible for it to try to push up there, especially like for tomorrow or whatever. But if we end under here under the line, I could see people wanting to short it here, but at the same time, just for confirmation, even bulls should want to see it come down. So we kind of have this area where it looks good for it to come down from both perspectives, from bulls and bears. So, and then it kind of makes me put into question, well, if we're all the way up here, which isn't horrible, but it's still like such a huge reach, and it brings us into another spot. I can see people short, not nearly as much though, as if we started under this. But like the action I want to see is down here. So, right, it's like for me, I look at it like this. It is patience, but like specifically, I look at it like positioning, right? I already kind of know what I want to see, and so the second that like Like if I don't see what I want to see, then I don't want to mess with it. And then I just hit what I want to see. But I already think about what I want to see and like a couple different things that could play out. So really, I'm just looking at the 4-hour. If I really wanted to, I could short here, but it's just kind of sketchy, and this thing also could try to push up. It's weak for what it is. It's bad buying for what it is so far. I don't like things all the way up here. So that's like kind of it. I don't like that we're all the way up here. I would prefer if we came back down and started here. I still think that's pretty decent. I would have preferred that we never came up this far. I would have preferred that we just had this as our top from before. Because if we do come down on the shorter time frames over here for the rest of the day, we will be fighting something on the trend that we created up here. So I don't really like it from that perspective. But I'm just waiting until the 130 change, and we'll kind of see what happens. So it's bad. Like, it's not bad buying. It's too much for what it is now. Or it's not too much, but it's just it's excessive buying. And I don't know what it looks like on the shorter term. We can just kind of see here. I don't really understand why it's getting. Seems fairly excessive. I don't like it. So we'll see if it even keeps going up, but I just don't like it where it is right now. I don't really necessarily like it to short either. So, what I'd like to see for a short, really, for any of this is. So technically, if we can get up into here one of these days and we start down here, I think this is a good short. The other one would be if we can start under the 4-hour here because we started in a bad position on the week. So any short here, I believe, will push us down through this week. But then the only bounce spot that we have is 146. So to me, a short here or like a put here kind of guarantees this space at least, which is nice because that's like $400 or $500 per put. And then on top of that, well, depending on where, if it's in the money or not. But even then, we come back into the situation where we have the week here. So there, like we started the week off week. We started the week in a fairly not strong place. I'll just use that because of the language. But it's like the more we push up here and the quicker, it doesn't look better to me. It just looks like people would want to short and change and turn it around. So, and they're still pushing it up, and so it's just, I'm not going to be a part of bad buying. So that's kind of like how I feel about it pretty much anyway. I mean, sooner or later I'm going to be wrong on something, so it's just a matter of time. But it's how I feel. My feelings. So, we'll see. Oh, they might be trying to sell it down now. That's surprised. That was definitely, weren't we just up here like I swear I looked at this like 3 seconds ago. That's weird. I feel like I looked at this. I thought I saw this at 15:20. Literally. Huh. I guess I'm losing track of stuff. I thought I saw this at 15:20. Like, this is what? This is about a minute ago, so that's not too long ago. Oh. Okay, so we did hit higher earlier. Okay. I was just misjudging some of these time frame things. Because like I look at the thing up top, I was like, I swear this was 15:21 a couple of seconds ago, and then I was looking at the 5-minute, and I was like, wait a second. But for some reason, I was thinking 15 when I saw it at 15:20. That was the top, and not realizing that it got to like 33 or whatever 15 minutes earlier. So I do like that it's getting sold down. Hopefully it can get sold down more. I'm not a big fan of the high wick, but I am a fan of it starting around here and anywhere in like this general area. Not a big fan of this big push up, but at least it can somewhat make itself look okay if it pushes here. Okay, back to Twitter. The important things. My sanity. I like how he puts his foot out. Oh, that's pretty tight. What the heck? That's really cool. Holy shit. What am I trying to say here? What I'm trying to say in a sense is like when I usually see like these kind of things, like I mean I don't like when people say this stuff about themselves. For me personally, it's inspirational when it's hard for people to do something. I like anything that people do. Um, Give it up. Like yeah. Like uh not often. Uh oh, whoops, I said it there. I can just do that. That's correct grammar. Give it up. There you go. I always like that kind of stuff. Like when I see people on the street, because it's inspirational kind of thing. I'm kind of bored, but I like for me personally, I like giving other people inspiration or like telling people stuff like that. And why not, right? So, you know, if I can say something small that I already feel and it can, improve someone's day, why not? I mean, other people maybe they don't want to, or maybe it's just seen as like saying something to somebody on Twitter. And obviously, it's someone doing it on Twitter. But anybody that, for me anyway, that's I'm trying to work out to build muscle now, and like I'm trying to specifically be healthy. I've always had good genetics, so I've always had like a 4-pack at least, and I've always been fairly fit with things. My calves have always been fairly decent sized, even before I started doing some of this workout and focusing on healthy eating. But for me personally, it's inspirational. Like I said, when something's inherently harder for somebody, hard work inspires me and it makes me feel good. So, and I like to pass it on and let people know, um, you know. And if maybe that one thing doesn't mean anything, maybe it encourages her to continue doing what she's doing. But I'd rather put positive energy out instead of negative. So, no one's going to argue with what I said anyway, right? I mean, it's just a positive comment. We saw this earlier on, what's it called? The heck? Fentanyl? Interesting. No, I like helping out. I mean, I'm the kind of person that when I was a kid, um, like I'm the kind of person that would go out of my way for people. I've been real. I'm a helpful guy. I like helping other people. My biggest issue in life is in the past I didn't help myself, and so that kind of weighed down on me. But I'm actually someone that enjoys helping people out, and I don't need somebody to say thank you for me to feel good about helping somebody. You know what I mean? So I'm not somebody that's looking for something. Like that person could tell me piss off, you know. It kind of is what it is, but that's not going to make me not want to help people. So, you know, because then you're not really trying to help people. Your goal is to just be praised for what you're doing, which is completely different than actually helping people or wanting to make people better, push them. At that point, it's a solely, it's not an altruistic kind of thing, but it's purely a specific thing. So. Now, am I going to get into a full-blown conversation because someone had a notification? I don't know if this is like a like or what, but I'm not going to get into a full-blown conversation with anybody in there. I try not to do that. So, but also another thing in the past, I used to type things up and never send them. So usually what I'll do now is I try to, if I feel like I want to type something out, I try to do something. I try to like, if I feel something, I'll just say it. Ugh, Jesus Christ. This is so disgusting. How they're just spray painting it. No way. This is true. Imagine being an idiot. Though technically, I'm pretty sure there's statutes or like statutes and stuff in some states, maybe more East Coast states or like Northeast states, where I believe like the status between you and your significant other after living together for I think 6 months in the same location starts tying you up in certain things. So I don't know if in certain places if you can literally just do this. Well, legally get away with it. Oh, what the heck? Like I said, if anyone has any questions on stuff, just let me know. Like, I'm just chilling right now. Like, I'm just chilling, and I'm waiting for the 4-hour change. That's why I'm looking at this stuff. So, like, if anyone just comes in and is wondering. I'm looking for a 4-hour change. Hopefully, we can see something around here. We got bought up way too much. We need to start a 4-hour somewhere around here, not all the way up here, all the way in space. The higher we start up, the worse it kind of looks like to come down. We already had a super high wick up here. I keep saying but it's like never say never, except when you're trying to say never. To say never, say never. It's one of those things. Yeah, we're too high up. Still too high up. I'd like to see it end here. The wick itself makes this whole thing look a lot uglier. Because essentially what we can infer from the wick is even if we do end down here, we're going to have something on the shorter term that's trending down on us. We could just go to the lower time frame to check. I don't really care because we have another 14 minutes, so I'm more concerned. I just want to see where it ends. So, or starts. It would be pretty hilarious. I'm getting puts if it starts down here. I'm going to make that clear. So, I'm going to get 150, 250 puts if we do start under this. But we have to see. We got 16 minutes and it's a long way down to get there, so it's kind of like a... Oh, let me get rid of this. No. There we go. Let's do that. Let's bring this back up. I'm going to bring this back up. True. That's pretty cool. like this article is disingenuous. Like he did it just to crush stocks. I just don't feel that. I don't feel like they've presented a reasonable argument that he did this just to crush stocks. I just don't, but like they say it, but I just don't see it. Just because he changed his meaning. I mean, this is the dude that was saying inflation was transitory. So if he's crazy enough to believe inflation's transitory, like, I mean, it's not too surprising that the dude, if he really did believe it, you know, I mean, I could see it from the Ukraine and a lot of the crisis going on in whatchamacallit, Eastern Europe and all that Russia stuff. But it's like if he's still willing to believe that and stuff's just going to come back or that's just going to end all that, then I'm not surprised that he pivots or he sees at one point like, okay, we really do just need to, because everything he was saying before, he said, like, I mean, honestly, this is what we have to do. Like, this isn't crazy. This isn't crazy. We're at 8% right now, and we've been at such a high, that's what they show, and we've probably been at plus 10% for I don't know, longer than what they've been saying. Everything's so much more expensive. So it's like if you go to Shadow Stats and they look at the other things, or more things in general than just like CPI, what the CPI shows, then I think they're like 12, 15% is what they say it's at. So like, yeah, like, but to say he did this just to crush stocks, I don't get that. Like, at the end of the day, it would make sense. He wouldn't want stocks to drop if he could. Like, why would anyone want to just crush stocks? Like, it just seems really, I don't know, maybe there's something I haven't seen yet, but have they done stupid stuff leading all the way up here? Of course. Should they have tightened a lot more? Yeah. Should we not have been having all this government spending going on while we have crazy inflation? Yes, which has nothing to do with him, but yeah, I don't know. Like, that's a big thing. To say this guy wants to crush stocks, I feel like that's a really big thing. And this isn't true either, because, like, unemployment's always higher than what it's actually measured. I'm not employed. Well, technically I am. But anyone that hasn't worked anywhere in the last 2 months, I believe, or looked for work in the last 2 months is considered not part of the labor force whatsoever, not looking for work. What time is it? Alright, we got 9 minutes. Yo, what's up, Siraj? My bad, I wasn't checking chat. It's going pretty well. Some weird stuff. It's pretty standard though. We had today's been normal for me. If you're talking about what's going on today, I don't know if you mean me. I can tell you what's going on with me today, and like over the weekend it was nice. I did some gardening and stuff like that, and I feel like I'm actually like getting bigger a little bit, which is pretty cool. Like, it doesn't seem like a lot. Maybe it's not. But I do feel like my hands even. It just feels like I'm a little bit bigger, which is nice. Because I've always been kind of like skinny. Or like I've been like fit or cut, but that's just because of genetics. So I've been feeling stronger also recently. Eating more meat and stuff like that. Not pork, I've been saying it. I actually haven't had any pork, interestingly enough. I was thinking about the other day, I'm almost like a religious person. I've been staying away from all like sexual things, all sugars, all drugs, all like no pork, not intentionally. I've only been eating chicken and meat, so I guess depending where you're talking about religious, technically eating beef is not a bueno thing, right? So, but still. But beside that, I'm feeling pretty good for the market. Just looking for a 4-hour change here. We started under the week, so technically here's the biggest thing. We started all the way above the day time frames. We wanted to start here, so it makes sense that we push down. It makes sense that market pushes up from there. Like, we started up here. The biggest kind of issue is getting caught under this. So we could just see this push up from a bull sense. I'd like to see something actually occur here. We have the CPI on Wednesday come out, or the Fed stuff come out, or whatever. So we'll kind of have to see what happens with that. So anything that's coming down here and confirming makes me feel pretty strong. And then depending on what we do with the VIX, maybe we have reversal. For like long-term bullishness on an easy play, I think we just need to see a week that starts under here. I think that's pretty easy to like wait or see for if someone wants to be like really, really, really bullish on stuff. That's just my opinion. So if we start too far up, we could get a bounce here, which is the only other issue. If we push up too much today without really having any strong legs, this could come all the way down here, and then we could have something that ends up pushing up because this has no legs. But so for like any like big short, I'd be looking for a 4-hour start under here. I don't really care where, just under back under any of this stuff. You know, I mean, if we look in just an initial sense of what we're looking at in the beginning to just keep this stuff simple, what are we looking for all of here? Wait, can I just do this? I'm literally doing this if I can do this. Can I get Apple on some other? Let me see if I can get the same thing. Please have the same stuff. Oh, it's not the same. God damn it. I just wanted a separate Apple chart that I could, whatever. Okay, so I'll just do it like this. That's super saddening. Which one's this? The one I just added? Yeah, let's get rid of it. That's super saddening, to be honest. Okay. So I just had to group everything up. 1 second. I just hate having to do this every time I want to. So get rid of that. This. Anyway. Wait, where's this horizontal ray? Do that group 2. There we go. Okay, so just kind of look at this straightforward in a sense. What we really came from, right? We got the 4-hour averages. We pushed through on this. Obviously, we start here. We push through. Really nice. A little bit of confirmation here. Bounce. Obviously, we have the 1-hour thing with the day or whatever, and then we push through. So what are we looking for here? We're looking for a 4-hour that starts above. We get this that starts 1 cent above. A little bit of fighting there because we had the fib level 7 cents higher than what this was. And then we push up. So we pretty much get something that starts above and pushes up. This ended above, this didn't start above, so that's not the same, right? So this starts slightly above, boom, we push up, we come back to here. What are we looking for? Same thing with 4 hours. We're looking for a start above or an end above. So we do push down, which is really weird on the excessive push down, but at the end we came back up. Obviously we bounced all the way down there, but we came back up and this was our first start under. So we pushed down, we pushed down. So really I'm just like I'd look for a start above or a start under. The closer, the better, right? We don't want to push too far up. So we'll see what happens, because if we push up here and then like we continue to push up, this is going to look really weak, in my opinion. Besides the VIX, which is the only thing that looks good about it. But I feel like for a short, it's fairly straightforward. We just want to see something start under. We start the week in a relatively bad place. So if we do come under this 4-hour, that's like the strongest thing we have here. That should push us down from a week perspective. All we have to do then is won't be strong in the week itself, and all from a week perspective they have to do is break the last low that we had last week, and then this should fall all the way down to 146.40. We may have a little bounce up because we have a day time frame average here, but there's a lot more of a chance, in my opinion, that it can just kind of crush down and we'll mess with something in this area. Or we can mess at 142, I guess. I think 142 is also pretty strong. Yeah, 142.71, so we got some, but all the high time frame averages are up here, so I think it's going to be a little tough for it, but that's pretty much what I'm looking for, and we're not near the 4-hour. We're not like super far away, but if we start here, I'm not going to buy until we start here. I want to see it near the 4-hour, so if it doesn't come, I'm going to wait for it to come back down. And if it just pushes up, I think we're going to fall down. So like in this easiest sense, that's just what I'm looking for and what I'm kind of expecting. So we'll kind of see what happens with it. Oh my god, damn it. I need to set my other thing up. Okay, it's fine. My bad, guys. I'm going to break my my remote on accident. Okay, let me go through this real quick. At least it's not that bad, because I just said it and I can say it all again. I'm sorry about that, guys. If I set my other monitor up, I lose my HD on my 4K TV. So I just had to suck that up, I guess, because I can't use 2 monitors for some reason. I can't use two displays as long as my TV's doing HD. Anyway, so like long story short, as we just heard, I'm just looking for the 4-hour, and we can just kind of go over this pretty quickly and just looking at the 4-hour, just looking at what it's done. Right, we're pushing down, we get something here, but really we get a 4-hour change, boom, we push up. Obviously this was the 1-hour thing. We had a day time frame here also as well. That was right there. We had the 1 hour that existed here. What we can see with this is, you know, we were on the 1 hour, and that's, so we can see the 1 hour is here. The day time frame was like slightly under, it was here, so we can see how we bounced on the 1 hour. We should have came back to the day for confirmation, screwed around here, and then when we came through, we just fell through the day. So in that same kind of sense, I don't want to see it screw around where it is up here. But what we were looking through all last week, and you can always just check the streams, I was barking the same thing again and again and again. We're looking for, because these are all 4-hour averages. That's why I'm also specifically saying I'm looking for the 4-hour start. And then here we start 1 cent above it, obviously because it pushes up and it closes here, this moves it. So if you actually look at this, it'll say 155.48 for both the, like here we see this, and then we look for the open, it'll say it's at. But technically, where this was in the beginning, I don't even know, we might actually be able to, I don't think we'll be able to see it. But this was 155.47. Not that it mattered too much, it kind of is what it is. So anyway, just kind of show you the concept. You know, we want the 4 hours, 4-hour averages here. We get our start, we push up, we come back in. We're looking for a 4-hour start above or under, once again. So we're looking for something here, here. This is an end, it's not a start. You know, this is also an end, not a start. Just keep that in mind. So we start here, push down, push up too high. I'm not going to get into the specifics of those. But you can see that we push down here, bounce on the 4, and then we get our first 4-hour start under. And this, so in this whole section, this was our first 4-hour start. And so we can see that we've already kind of bounced and all that. So from here, we just failed through and failed through. Right, and obviously we had the week down here, so we had to come into the week, and that was this whole thing. And then the VIX had bad buying, which kind of made sense with some of this. We overshot our load, and then we pushed down, which kind of gave a little bit of credibility to this pushing up, depending on where it is. So I wouldn't be surprised if this kind of pushes up from where it is. Because it's weird buying. I wouldn't mess with this until it comes anywhere down here. And we can even just kind of see with this and this around this whole area. It just makes sense to want to get it here as opposed to any of these other areas. And the more we push up from here, the weaker we're on, the weaker strength that we have. And we don't, like, pushing up here is fine without doing anything. We just can't turn around. But we also have the CPI stuff coming up. So maybe it does go up, but I could still see people positioning for like bad CPI news, and then anything in that direction, just turning it around or using that to their own thing. So I still think TA is like more important, but because it kind of multiplies the effect that the news can have. But I'd much rather have this like somewhere around here, pushing up, instead of having something like this here pushing up when we figure the CPI news comes out. Because at this point, this is just like a bull trap. It feels like it. And then when we come down, because we didn't do anything here, this would probably just crash through here. And then maybe we sit here. It could just crash down through it. But we would either sit through here. I would like to see a 4-hour start under, but that's kind of hopeful or copium. But then we just see something fall through. So that's pretty much what I'm looking for right now. We'll see. So like, there's nothing for me to buy here because it's just so far up. If I was messing with Apple, it's at 155.88. So we'll see what happens. And even then, I don't hate it, but I don't like it because we just pushed up so far. And so let me just put the other stuff kind of back here in a sense. So, and it's like, this is one of the things I was kind of afraid of. Is now that we're on top of this, we'll see what happens. But because I was saying it's like an hour or two ago, because we started above this, I could see a high possibility of this not falling here, going up through this, and then pushing up. Which I don't care that it pushes up here because it's bad to me, and it's not something I want to be in because it's bad buying, and to me it's not an assured profit. So we'll see what happens. But I could really see this holding here and pushing up. The best thing it can do is come down. The best thing it could have done is not gone past here, turned over here, and then push up. So, because like, you know, even from the example of like this area, once we come back to this, like people are just going to naturally want to enter these shorts. So it just makes more sense that we'd want to, even ignoring a lot of this stuff, it makes more sense we'd want to build a stronger foundation to push up to attack these areas where people are going to try to reshort and like defend their initial short positions or whatever, or where people might want to get out. Because either people want to reshort in these areas just to short or defend their positions that they initially ended, or maybe people that got in these areas, which are decent areas towards the bottoms, want to just get out for like a no loss in some of those trades. So it makes sense from that perspective just to be a little bit, to want to see something stronger pushing up. So, and then I guess I can check some of the other ones right now to see how they're doing. Overall, like I use Apple as a kind of sentiment tracker for everything else. I'm not a huge fan of what it's doing, so if anything was in a sketchy spot before, it's probably having a decent amount more pressure on it now, because the overall sentiment's not the best. Like, we wanted to have it somewhere around here, and somewhere around here, or go up here the most, and somewhere around here, and then boom. It's a similar kind of concept that we looked at with the VIX, where we started way too high today. We started way too high on Friday also, and we started way too high here. Now, normally it's not bad, but we have the week down here. We don't really want to start all the way up there. And we're pretty close to some strong stuff. Let's see. Am I on the right or the left? Let me go on the left. I mean, I think things need to come down to test for Apple, the 151.88, so like $1 down. I don't know if things are horrible. I would expect Bitcoin to probably trend down if I expect Apple to go to 151.88, which I think it could go both ways. This thing could just go up. Not anything extended or continued, but to go up to those places and most likely get knocked down. But the overall kind of sense of Bitcoin, like I'll say this also for Apple, like for me, the easiest thing to see, like if Bitcoin's going to get wrecked, and like I said, the turning point, I think, is we start a 4-hour under here, and then that pushes us down for the week, because the day time frame's all the way up here. Days are up here, the 2 hours are all the way up here, the 1 hours are all the way up here. Everything's all the way up in space. It's only the 4-hour averages that are actually near us right now, which is why I'm only really looking at the 4-hour averages for a lot of this stuff. But I would like to see this thing come down. We'll see what they do. The more they push it up, I think the worse it is. Bitcoin is with this in mind that we want to see something start under here, and we could expect this to then fall through the week, and then everything else, because we started the week in a bad place. Bitcoin's already in a bad place, and the entry was last night, but it could still mess with this range unless it can end back. Like, the market has to do something good, but this also has to essentially just start back in here to be able to get anything going. I find that less likely. Otherwise, we're pretty much just ranging here. And I think we also have some other things to worry about on a week time frame with our 200 smooth. We've never been under this. So, but besides this, there hasn't been really too much of a deviation. This is the range that we're currently in. As of yesterday, this looked like a decent start, and then things looked ugly here on this day with Bitcoin, as we can see here with the 4 hours. So if we just kind of box this place off, we can see, or can I get a box? What does it look like if I do a box? Nice. I like the other way better, to be honest. Well, let's see. I actually don't mind this too much, to be honest. It's easier, much easier to draw it. But anyway, what we can see, yeah, I mean, this is like whatever. It's so much, yeah, I'm not doing this. It's so much easier to just draw. So we'll just do this brush. But anyway, we can see pretty much right around here. This looked really nice on these 2 hours. It looked like it had a decent chance. On the 4, it was failing, which was weird. But this actually looks pretty decent. Even when it comes here and fails, this looked really strong to me. And once this failed in the morning, when I took another look in this 8 to 12 time frame, just looked really ugly. And this is when I put my last update video out about it, because we can also see here, right, this is the 4 hour right here is 20,015, and the 2 hour here should be 20,008. So 20,004, 20,008. You see, so on the same 4 hour, I mean, they're already close, but on the same 4 hour, the two averages were maybe like $7 away, which is pretty close for those. And that's when I was like, okay, this is already getting sold down, but it's also getting sold now. It's getting sold when it didn't look bad on a shorter term averages, but now it's getting sold down when it when it looks bad. So it just made sense that, it would get pushed down from that thing. And then that really brought us kind of where we are right now, which is where we started here. So I still think ultimately, unless anything changes here, we'll be moving down here. There's some support at 18, but I don't think it's that strong because this is kind of what we used to bounce off at 17.8 all the way back here. So it just makes a lot less sense to me that we would actually hold bouncing here. Now this is higher, so it would be like a higher low than it, but with some of this stuff, it just seems really sketchy and how the market moves this stuff. I just don't have a lot of faith in it. And it looks like they're pushing Apple up right now, which makes me even more bearish on a lot of this stuff because they're pushing it up with no support. So we'll see what happens. Maybe it doesn't continue to get pushed up. I can see it over here in the corner of my eye at 1503. Just touched 15 something else. But like at the same time, we can already kind of like, why would he? This isn't as bad because we're not necessarily buying it like up, but we're also, no matter regardless of the direction, we're also wasting now a lot of time here buying. Why are people buying here? Like they're buying for this instead of just letting it come down to reasonable support. So we're just seeing bad buying right now. This is why I said I still have a pretty decent feeling that this could go up. Not because things look amazing, just because a lot of this stuff has felt like bad buying. I don't know why it's bad buying or like what's causing the bad buying specifically, and I kind of don't care because I don't think it changes anything. So we'll see what happens with this, but like I said, like this is why I don't want to get into a position here. It's in the middle of nowhere, and I don't want to mess with it. So I think it looks better if it goes down, but there's a reason to push it up too as well. And that's pretty much that. I'm gonna be honest. Boy. Oops. Apple VIX, I think. Apple VIX. VIX Apple. I need to rebind one of these things. I need to download software. I keep using the middle mouse button. I don't know if you guys knew probably, but the middle mouse button, well, first, I don't know if anyone knew, but they have, what is it, keybinds? I didn't even know they had this until recently. It was kind of cool. What is it, hotkey? Is that what people call them? Hotkeys. No. Bro, are you serious? There's supposed to be something that like shows you a whole bunch of hotkeys. It was really cool. Is it in charts? Hotkeys and tips? Maybe they adjusted it. I swear there was something that was like told you all the hotkeys you could look at. It was really cool. But anyway, like middle mouse button deletes stuff, which is really nice, but it's kind of a lot on my finger. Huh. It's gotta be chart. I feel like they changed this again. I feel like they've been doing a lot of stuff in here recently with like the UI. Oh, that's cool. I've never checked this stuff. I really don't care, but this is actually kind of cool. Indicators, strategies, and menus, and then so indicators, strategies, and menus, candlestick patterns. Am I missing a candlestick patterns tab? Oh, true. Okay. So this is already kind of wrong because we go to indicators, metrics, and strategies, what it's called. Then we go to technicals, then candlestick patterns. I don't really care about this stuff. I'm just kind of like bored and like interested to see what this is. Let me do that. Will this tell me what stuff looks like? I wonder. Or what stuff is? What does that mean? Doji? I thought what this might have done is like brought up and said like, oh, what each of these are. Okay, that seems weird. Or maybe what I need to do is, let's see. Okay, so cool. Okay. I wish I could add that. Well, there's probably a lot that goes into this. Let's see. So there's a dragonfly in here. Star. I have no idea what half of these are. Okay, let's go to invert hammer. Long lower shadow. I have no idea what these. Like I probably know what they are. I just don't know the name of it. Okay, morning star. Morning doji star. Shooting star. Black white. I don't know what the tweezers are. Gravestone. I just want to mess with it. I'm just kind of bored. I just thought it would be kind of interesting. Personally. Let me see. Let me do here. That's pretty cool. That's why I love this. Like, this is actually really cool. Like, just the fact that it kind of points you to some of these places, even if you don't really care. I think that's really cool that it'll explain everything to you. I think that's really cool. Now, is this useful to me? Not really whatsoever at all. But that does not mean I don't think this is awesome. I think this is really, really cool. Huh. Like I said, over time, like I just kind of know what good price action is, and I know where it matters and where it doesn't, which is kind of the biggest thing to me. Like candlestick patterns only matters so much as to where the important levels are, because you can just if you're in the middle of a big trend, anything can happen. Because then you're looking at something that's small and insignificant. That's really cool, though. Okay, I think that's pretty awesome. I'll look at this more, because if it's something I can recommend to other people, I personally, like I said, I don't need it, but I've looked at charts too much maybe to understand, like, decent price action or movement, and anything that can accelerate other people's understanding is really good. So God knows I've wasted too much time looking at some of this stupid crap, and it looks like they're still trying to push this thing up. My eyes. Like, I feel nothing here, and I'm not even surprised at this point whatsoever at all. We may, in fact, have one of the most bearish weeks we've seen in a while if this keeps up. That's how I feel anyway. I might be wrong on it, but that... Whoops. That's how I feel about it anyway. This is like, I mean, because this is an important line here to like put this out. Like, this is a very important trend line we can look at in a second. And this don't mean crap to me. At the totality of a good foundation, this doesn't mean SHIT. And we can already see around here it doesn't mean anything. But on the longer term, there are some really nice things about it. Just kind of looking in. So it goes through some of these averages right here. Like, really beautiful. I really like it. It's just kind of an auxiliary thing to give us an idea. But like when I put things that go, like trend lines that go through, there's usually kind of two ways to do it. You could either use a trend line as a trend, or you can use a trend line as an extreme. And I consider like these more like extremes usually than trends per se, or I guess they're all the same kind of thing. But I prefer not to take it to extremes kind of if I see something better. And then I don't mind thinking like, okay, this whatchamacallit, this is an extension. Where do we want to, like, I like the idea that this could be an extension, just overextending over something instead of having something that's like right on the line. Like, because then we're exposed to more data in that sense, right? If we only take the, I don't know, like the extremes here, or the extremes here, we're only exposed to so much data. And we can see some things over here also as well, but I like things that go through this. It just makes it a lot easier. I mean, we can see this, which does look pretty nice also here, but we're getting into the realm of a lot of lines. And we could already see some sketchiness up here. We could also look at we could see this with what the VIX around the 10th or the 11th, or no, I think the 11th is where we hit it on the VIX. We could see Apple here. We could see the SPY at this time frame, or if I just show the SPY, we can see the SPY at this time frame also as well, right? And then we could also get a decent idea about the Dow Jones anyway, especially this candle right under these. You know, a little sketchy, little sketchy. And then we can see like August 26th also on Dow Jones, but we can more easily see this here. And then we got this SPY here, right? Same thing. So adjust this, get rid of that. Day 4. Okay. Alright, and it looks like Apple still wants to push up. So it does what it wants to do, if that's what it wants to do. Doesn't literally makes everything worse, in my opinion. Like, we'll see. Like I said, I'm bound to be wrong one of these times, but it definitely makes it look a lot worse the more we push up. I'm interested to kind of see what Tesla's doing in a sense. Because that looked okay. I think it was waiting for the 4-hour change, but we didn't get a good 4-hour change. So I'm wondering how some of these other ones are acting now. Because I don't think this is bullish whatsoever at all. Regardless of this pushing up, unless someone's specifically trying, I mean, this could do whatever. But regardless of what it does, we already have more than enough buying up here for me to not like this up here. And the farther we go up, I think the worse it looks. So it's better, even though we bought up here, to just come back around. I'd still prefer it, but it's still ugly. So with that kind of in mind, I think the sentiment for me personally translated to a lot of other things on the market is not good for me. So I'm interested to see how the market's reacting in that kind of sense. So I guess we can just kind of see checking off of this 4. So Amazon's down a little bit, AMC up a little smidge, nothing crazy, yeah. I think it's reasonable for most things to not look good, personally. That's, like I said, based off the way I look at things. And the overall sentiment of Apple looks like it wants to come down to test. So if I think Apple's going to come down to test and it's ended in a high place, then one, you get skepticism of that place even after it comes down. But you don't want to touch anything in between because, right, if we're up here and we need to test down here, if I buy here and we fail here, I'm not going to know we fail here until somewhere like here. So it's a lot of risk with no reward, pretty much. It's hopium. Copium and opium is how I've lost money in the past, and it's not worth it. Hope. Yeah, even this, which is like a pretty decent area, all things considered. This started in a pretty decent area. Now, I don't care, like I said. Just because we're Apple is, but this started in a nice area. Metal looks like it might be up in the 4-hour though. No. Lucid needs to be careful. Yeah, it definitely is really sketchy. Man, if Lucid holds under here on the 4-hour, it has almost a convergence with the 4 in the day. Oops, excuse me. They're just about in the same spot. Whoops. Like if this pushes down from here because we started under and we start the next day low, could push on this pretty hard. I think these are at the right spots, I'm going to be honest, I don't know. 1557, 1556, close enough. I mean, I don't think it matters. Like on the day time frame, the fight would be to try to keep it to start the next day above here. And the bearish kind of playbook for this would be let's come back up here. Technically, I guess technically the most basic thing, the bearish goal would be let's just end under both on the day. So most likely we can start under here, but we don't want to push down too far because then we have to come back and test up on the day, and that could wreck through the day, and then the 4 hour gives another chance to pop up. So I think from Lucid's perspective, the best thing to do here is to push up and then just short. Either that or just stop selling. Either buy up if a bear to buy up, or to just stop selling. I think preferably is what I think the best goal here is as a bear on Lucid. Have it push up to here, and then just push it right back down. Hard pressure. Just maintain it somewhere down there. And I don't know. At that point, you gotta hope that it doesn't push back up in pre-market and all the other stuff. But that would be the most standard thing, following its own stuff. If we were to ignore everything else, like with Apple and the other stuff, Apple and VIX and all other kind of crap, because we can already see we're almost on the underside here. So, all right, we push up here, we end here, we start under. Push up, we end here. Finally, we start above. Push. Right. So, first start above, we could get our first start under, and then that really could push us down on Lucid, which would be pretty sketchy. Lee and Lee. No, not Lee and Lee, is it? Oh, well, Lee and Lee's the frickin' tower people, the computer tower people. What am I talking about? Lee Auto. Okay, Lee, and what's the other one? Neo, I think, is the other one. Elon Musk. Hello, everybody. I am Elon Musk. Yo, what's up? Zaddy, come on, man. I don't know, dude, I have hair on my head, okay? I have hair on my head. I don't know if you, I don't know if you're, whatchamacallit, referring to, I don't know if that's just a thing people are saying. I know, like, when I played Valorant for a little bit, there's this guy called Zelsis, and people would call him Zaddy. But, like, I still have some hair left here, okay? I have some hair left. Here, let me see. I wonder what comes up. Maybe Zaddy actually is. What's Zaddy? Let me see. Oh, it's a sexually attractive man. Oh, okay. I thought that was because this guy's name was Zelsis. That's the only time I've heard it. There's this guy's stream I watched for a little bit. Like honestly, actually, I've never really watched his streams, but I've watched like his YouTube videos. And I was trying to get better at whatchamacallit, at Valorant when I hate to say when I used to play it. It's kind of crazy. I was playing Valorant a bunch, and then kind of like when I went sober and drug free and everything, and I've been focusing on this, I just haven't touched it. And like I want to spend money on it, and I wanted to buy these cool guns and stuff, but it's so hard to get myself to play it. I even got a new mouse, even though I needed a mouse just because my other one's so heavy. It's just weird. I played that game so much for over, even though it was over a short period of time. Like I probably played it for at least, I don't know if I can see how many hours, but I probably played it for at least 100 hours in like 2 weeks or something like that. I feel like maybe not 100. Something, I don't know, it was a lot. It was a lot. Maybe over 3 weeks or something. I just haven't touched it since, and it's kind of weird. Weird. Pi dollar sign. Zaddy, I'll listen to that later. I thought it was interesting to see what it was. Like I figured because my initial thought was it was Daddy with the Z because of that streamer called Zelsis, and so that's what I was like. Oh, have you seen Valorant? Or you play Valorant? I don't play it anymore. Like I said, I don't even know if I'll ever go back and play it. That's the weird thing I'm at right now. Like I really love the game, and I love that it feels like I don't have to spend a lot of time on it. But it's just so weird that I just can't play it right now for no other reason than it's just really hard to get myself to just play it. It's really weird. Like I've never kind of felt like that before. Well, I guess a long time ago I did, to be honest. I used to play World of Warcraft, but World of Warcraft's a different game. Valorant, I can hop on 30 minutes a day, or like 40 minutes, just practice for like 5-10 minutes, go into a game and be done. It could be my addictive personality in reverse, though, where if I don't have time to get involved with something, I don't want to get involved with something. I think that might be what it is, to be honest. So, we'll see what happens. I'd be interested to see, Tesla's doing okay. It's not doing that amazing, though, but I like the fact it's not going anywhere yet, considering Apple looks, not too crazy, not too poor. And it's been a while since I've looked at uranium. I feel like a school kid when I say that. Man, this stuff really moved a lot. Holy crap. Yeah, I mean, we haven't gotten any signs, so like I said before, I really think if we just started, like, all this is FOMO buying until we get the support, right? Like, at the end of the day, nothing is a bottom. Like, the only way you can confirm something is a bottom is after or is like a potential bottom, is after you start seeing some trends or, some different things form. Foundations, structures, things like that. Like, it's hard to say this is a bottom when we haven't had anything form here. So, this is why, like I said, this is why I just look at Apple and I think it's a pretty decent representation. This doesn't look good to me. Even though it's pushed up, like, it doesn't mean anything. This doesn't look good to me. We want to see this 4 hour. Like, it is good that it pushed up because it gives the opportunity for us to see something that's going to happen. But, where's my clock? Like, this isn't good at anything else. It definitely could be that. I think Japan was on a holiday also. Is that British Bank holiday like today, or is that like an all week for the Queen thing or something? What the heck? I'm not gonna show this because I don't want to make fun of people. I don't mind making fun of people. I just don't like making fun of. I don't want to make fun of people. I don't like making fun of people. Unless it's like in my head or something, or I'm thinking about something. Usually I don't put people down. I don't know how to explain it. I'm looking at a tweet right now that's just really lame. Like, really lame. Like, actually really lame. And I feel like if I say how I feel, like, obviously I say it's lame, so if I show you, it's just, man, this is probably one of the most, like, I don't know. I'm judgmental when it comes to some things. I'm not going to show this, but it's such a lame tweet. Oh my god. And it's like a reference to, it's like a reference. So I'm just like, ugh. I don't even want to say what it's about because I feel like it'll get out there, and once you get out there, it's get out there sketchy. Or it's like a tweet about a Pokemon thing, and it's just so lame. I used to play Pokemon back in the day. I don't think people that play Pokemon are lame, but it's just like, I don't know. Like, it's a little cringe to me, to be honest. There is a little bit about it that's like pretty cringe. Like, there's so many new Pokemon in this thing that he has. I have no idea what they are. I played it when I was really, really young. I got blue, my brother got red, and then I got gold, and he got silver. And I think that was like 2002 or something. But it's like, it's just, oh man. It's like, when I look at it, it's cringe. It's like incredibly cringe. So Rockstar, someone hacked Rockstar Games and got some footage for GTA 6. I'm definitely interested in GTA 6 coming out. I definitely feel pretty excited. I think, oh, today only for the British Banks, okay. I'll pull up the thing if there's anything interesting. I have a hard time finding that there's going to be anything interesting on YouTube. Or not YouTube, Twitch. I'm never a big fan of these when people have this stuff out. I don't disagree with this guy, but I don't like when people like... So first of all, I don't think this guy could actually put this in an actual tweet. But he says life is too short to worry about stupid things. Well, what I find stupid and what someone else finds stupid or what different people hold important are like subjective. So he says something in an objective way. Have fun. I mean... that's kind of subjective to what is fun. Like, if the biggest thing I would say to have fun is here, I'll say what I would say in a second for this. Why I think this doesn't make sense. Have fun, fall in love, regret nothing. Like, you don't just regret nothing, and don't let people bring you down. Study, think, create, and grow. So all of these I like. Study, think, create, and grow. Personally, I would have said this and this first, because these lead up to these other things, kind of. I wouldn't even say think. I would say try to think in different ways. Don't just create, but also innovate and improvise, right? Like, essentially for me, I think the most important thing for people is that they think about things in different ways, and they're always trying to introduce new ideas and see how that shapes with what they already currently think. And it doesn't necessarily have to be something that someone told them, but just something that they see from reading an article or a story or anything like that. And then more or less, once you kind of are exposed to more things and different ways of thinking and you've found yourself, then you can really determine personally what has value. Only then can you say these are stupid things, or in this context, we're probably assuming these are things that don't have value, right? Or in the grand scheme of things aren't valuable. Otherwise, they wouldn't be stupid things, in this sense. Having fun is also based on figuring out who you are and what you really enjoy. Falling in love is one of the worst things you can do if you don't know who you are, right? So regretting nothing is only something that you can do by knowing who you are and doing your best to move towards something. Because as long as you know you've done your best, there's nothing to regret, because there's nothing else you could have done. But like it requires this development of the self, an understanding of the self, to be able to really conceptualize and think of any of these other things. Otherwise, saying life is too short, blah, 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 this is all empty words that doesn't really mean anything. It doesn't really translate to anything. It doesn't stick. It's all just pretty words put together, in a sense. So, it kind of is like what it is. I like thinking about stuff, so, I mean, when I see stuff like this, it goes, I have to think about it. But whatchamacallit? But yeah, that's just something I was thinking about that when I saw that. People say that all the time, and people always try to have, like, sweet words and things. And I'm not trying to, like, super get on this guy or anything. I mean, I think this guy's smart, and most likely whatever I said you couldn't even put in a tweet because you have freaking 200 characters. It's, and it kind of gets wild after a while. But still, he could have done a little bit better with it than how he has it here. So, because he's old. This dude looks like he's old. This dude already knows what he wants. This dude probably already knows where he is and how he ticks and what makes him happy. So for him, when to have fun to him, he already knows what fun is. He's already classified what fun is. He's already classified what love is or what he wants from a relationship. Because he knows what he wants, he doesn't regret things. right? Based on whenever he had this first point of view. Don't let other people bring you down is a difficult thing. If you care about other people, or if you put improper value on other people that don't treat you right, you've already let people bring you down even before the fact someone lets you down, right? Like you're upset that your girlfriend or your wife cheats on you because you've already put that trust on them. If you don't care if they cheat on you or whatever, then you can still like trust them in a sense, but you're only putting so much weight on that relationship, right? So based on what you've done previously with your actions, you cannot change how you're going to feel about something, because a lot of things are predicated on what you've already done to lead up to that point and not what you do after the fact. Oh dang, it's the what's to do. What is this? It's the dude from what's that one show? What's that one dude? Stranger Things. There we go. I've seen like 3 episodes of it. Dang, they are old. I don't get what this is. Honestly, she's like, wait, this woman, I think it's the lighting. Yeah, because you look at the bottom of her hands. I don't think she's this light skinned. I've never seen a black sitcom with a sister that is that light skinned. Let me see, is anything going on? Are we dropping? Are we sitting here? So we're literally just still sitting here. I can reduce the Twitter thing. Let me make this smaller if anyone actually cares. I mean, I feel like if anyone has a question, like I said before you just came in, just let me know. But I mean, I feel like we've gone over most of what we're looking for, and we just haven't seen anything. So, and what we're seeing now is more or less weakness across the markets, in my opinion. So, a lot of this to me brings into question whether we'll actually really hold through here. I would like to see, personally, what I'm hoping the most is that if we do push down and we don't like pop up here, we end the day, I would like to see tomorrow start under, and I think that's a pretty straightforward short here also as well. Preferably, I'd like to see a 4-hour start around here if we're going to drop, but we'll see what happens. So we're already getting enough of kind of like a trend to see when we change in this trend. You know, we see the week is here. That's important, so we can get increased selling as we drop through here with the intention of breaking it through this area right here on the trend, pretty much right here and here. And then we have like a big drop, and then the day saves us. Maybe, I doubt it, but at least it's a chill day. There's not really much to do whatsoever at all. Still wake up morning, feel the joy of being sober, not having done something dastardly the day before. It's never good to get sober, stay sober. Nice for this guy. That's cool. Nice job, man. I definitely was never the person that would frickin' drink and do something dastardly. I was the guy that would drink and help people, but I've seen plenty of people like that. So it's always, the world needs more sober people. When you feel bad and hurt about yourself, people generally hurt other people, so less sober people, or the more sober people, the better the world's going to be. And the less people that'll hurt me, or my family, or people I care about. Wait, what? What do they mean? People have always been looking to see what the Federal Reserve was going to do. This is probably like one of the dumbest tweets. I guess I see what they're trying to say, though, because we're at such a big inflection point. But even then, if we were to look at, like, let's see, if we're to look at, like, what they tried to raise rates in 2014, 2016, I think. I don't know if we'll see it on Apple, I'm going to be honest, but it was like 2014, 2016, I think. 2018 was the pension repositioning, I believe. So, what was it? Not 2012. Was it 14? Oh, 15 and then in 16. Yeah, 15 and 16, I'm pretty sure they tried to increase rates. I thought they tried to in 14 also, but maybe not. But 15 and 16, they tried to like substantially increase rates, and it like shot everything down. Though, I mean, we were here. What's this percentage-wise? It's not bad. I still think it's way more here. I mean, where we are now isn't that far down. It really isn't. So I don't know. I don't get what they're saying. I feel like people have been looking at Fed policy for a long time to try to get an idea of what's going to happen. Huh? I minimized the Twitter page. What I was talking about previously was just like stuff over here. So. Oops. Hey, there's nothing going on, so I'm bringing it back up. I don't know who either of these people are.
Smooth. No, right? Okay. Now, Isa, take out your finger. Do you see any virus on your finger? Any pepper on your finger? Yes. Okay. Now, we don't want the virus on a finger, right, you guys? So, Isa, can I ask you to dip your finger in soap, clean your finger? Okay? This is the importance of how we wash our hands. Now, Isa, does your finger have soap in it? Okay. Now, can you dip your finger back in the virus?
True. That's pretty cool.
See that? You guys saw that?
That's pretty tight.
You see how important it is to wash our hands? Okay, Isa, dip your finger.
That's pretty cool. I don't know why I even follow Market Watch. I think I had to follow people when I first came in. I think I didn't stop following them the other day because it seemed like something they would do was decent. I think I just assumed that they'd put something out. I haven't seen a single decent article from them. Wait, Argentina? The fuck? 75%? God damn it. Surely it has a ticker. Unless it's Argentina 7, like I didn't see it. Let me see. Okay, AR, here we go. Jesus Christ, finally. Oh my God, there we go. my god, dude. Why is it so hard to find this? Huh. Maybe I can't find it? Or maybe I was looking at it. No. This is ARYT. This is AR7YT. Why is it not copy pasting it correctly? Oh, I guess the only thing that comes up is there is no AR7Y. Huh. So this means there's no bonds for Argentina I can look at, I guess, is what I'm thinking. Inflation rate 10-year. What's their currency at? What are they? Are they the Bolivar for Argentina? Argentina Bolivar? Who's the Bolivar? Oh, well, let me do this before frickin' dumbass Google has something saying, hey, this is where this is, and this is how far you are. Here's your exact address. Argentina currency. Argentine peso? What? I've never had more trouble in my life finding things than ARG. And finding tickers for things always seem to be so difficult. Revenues, GDP. Okay, honestly, let's see what this is. How do I even rationalize this? What does this even mean? What does it mean when we have 168 debt to GDP? Is this percentage-wise? Is something going on in this place? Argentina just crumbling? I'm missing something? Yo, what's up, Cloak? It's good to see you in here. Nah, there's not really too much going on today. Oh, did I? Oh, no, this is just the one up top. The other one's still here. He's still there. He still did that. It's good to see you back, Cloak. But nah, there's not really much going on, to be honest. It looks like whatever we're doing right now seems pretty bearish. We'll have to see what happens. I don't want to go too much into it. It's pretty wild. It's not like that wild. Like, I was just like explain. Right, we saw before, VIX started up here, too high. We wanted to see the week start here. With how high everything's pushing up, there's a strong chance we start here, we start somewhere here and push down tomorrow, and then we push up. Most likely we'll push up through everything. That's what I'm assuming, because we're pushing up on a lot of weakness here. And we haven't even come back down to bounce here. So hopefully, whatchamacallit, I'm just looking for a 4-hour start here. I was looking for a 4-hour start somewhere up here, but not all the way up here. We might just have top buying all day. This might push up tomorrow also as well. So, new interests? I don't think so. I don't think there's anything recent. I think this looked nice. The only other thing I could think of possibly is, no. Well, I was thinking natural gas, but the issue I had with natural gas today was that we just started too low. So we either don't, like, this is where the short spot would be. So it's either we're probably going to have too much of a trend by the time it does push back up for this to be like an easy short. I was hoping for it to start somewhere right here So it doesn't have a lot of support above it, which we didn't do, which is a little saddening. So I think besides that, not really too much of a change in anything. Just DJQI still trying to do something. We'll see what the Bank of Japan does on that. But besides that, I don't think there's been... I'd have to go by the ticker. I don't think there's been anything specific. Like, you've been here a couple times enough to know. I just, I look at the main stuff, see where the market moves, and then I decide on anything else. But everything looks pretty bad where it is, so it almost doesn't matter. And for me, when it comes to like shorting and longing stuff during these times, I find it easier just to stick with Apple. So, I mean, we could do another thing. There's a couple things I was interested in. So we started the VIX in a bad place that made it look likely that we could push up. The issue is that we're not doing what we need to do, and we're getting pushed up too much. So like, crypto interest went down. I mean, Bitcoin's like right here, so there's only like so much to do with Bitcoin. Bitcoin's fell back into here. So there's only like so much we can really do when we're back into this range here for Bitcoin. Our best shot was here on Friday when we had this day time frame switch over right around here, and then it came down to 19,755, I think. And then it looked bad here. We had the mixture of the two. Right, looked decent on the 2 here to push up, kept fighting, then we fell down 6 o'clock, 8 o'clock, and then we had a convergence between that and also the 4-hour looking bad on this 8 o'clock, or 8 Eastern time period, and then this is my video. If you're interested in some of this other stuff, just so you know, I have this. So every update I do now, obviously I only update it so much because I stream. I'll still update it every day. You'll see what I'm saying in a sense, but this has like all of my, like from the 7th on, the daily updates that I've been doing recently. So I have them all in one place. Everything looks pretty ugly. I can check Solana, but it should be getting wrecked down. But just to kind of show you this also, if you're ever interested, then we and each one's a specific day, and then I'll update that. So any further updates within that day, that'll happen. Huge comeback like 2 days ago. Better not be what I was talking about. Let me see. I haven't seen Solana in a while. 2 days ago was literally like the buy point where things look nice to possibly push up. So that wouldn't really be surprising here to me whatsoever at all. But let me check Solana. I haven't checked it in a day or two. Let me see. I don't know why I'm doing this. Oh, I know why. Alright, here we go. I was like, why don't I just type it in instead of looking for it? Okay, so September 17th, this is the day, looks good. Okay, goes up. Okay, things look sketchy on Bitcoin, we push down. I mean, it just seems to be the same thing with Bitcoin. I can check the Solana to Bitcoin, see if we have any real difference here. This does look like it's getting some strength to it. I don't have a lot of faith in this stuff, though. I'll pretty much say that right now. These previous weeks make me have even less faith. The fact that we've managed to, we're day 1 pretty much? Yeah, we're still day 1, or day 0, I guess, out of 6, or whichever one, day 1 out of 7, whichever way you want to put it. We're in the first 24 hours, so, I mean, these have a habit in the last 2 weeks anyway of just coming all the way back down and ending really ugly. So September 17th, I don't see any real difference. I really still don't like it. Most of this stuff, for me, we can go back to, where was it? Let's get out of here. What's this? Why can't I go back? Oh, here we go. For some reason, the back button on this key mouse doesn't work, so I should be able to do it on this one. 1 second. Let me turn my mouse on. Oops. There we go. Can I go back? Huh. Thought I could go back. Oh, I don't have to do that. Okay, let me do this. Yeah, so we go here, right? Because this started, this was the 16th where we left off. You can skip a minute. right? Bullish weekend possibly, you know, and this was talking about the same thing with that possible start, right? And then we get our start in, blah, 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 and this is just talking about some other stuff. So it just seems like everything's standard. It can all be explained throughout the ideas. So if you want like a little bit more kind of in depth than that, you can always go back and just watch the ideas because I kind of explain it all that way and pretty straightforward. Solana doesn't look like it's doing anything different. Bitcoin doesn't look like it's about to get out of anything anytime soon. Bitcoin's actually just set up to where it could easily fall, and kind of the extra buying and this top buying that we see on Apple, especially in this last like couple hours so far, we'll see what happens. It'll probably push down. I'm doing fine. I'm actually doing really well. I'm doing really well. So trades have been going well. In life, I'm just kind of tying up loose ends with other things that I wasn't always doing. So like I closed the old business bank account, got that money out from like a long time ago. They probably took like $200 out because I just left money in there. And then I did like a couple other things too. I finished my creatine loading phase, so I'm feeling pretty good about that. Exercising and conditioning has been getting a little bit easier. My joints have felt a lot better, which is a big thing for me. Overall, I'm just feeling stronger. I've lost a little bit of weight. I'm now about 158 to 160 is where I range. I've been cooking a lot more meals at home. 27 days. I'll be 30 days sober. And not even just 30 days sober, but no fruit. I'm no fruit juice, nothing with added sugars, no THC, no alcohol, no tobacco, no high fructose corn syrup, very low salt. I've just been really, really healthy, and honestly, I feel like a god. Not like that, but like not like I'm better than other people or whatever, but just like compared to my past self, I feel like a god. Like I feel good just being alive. I don't feel like I need to consume anything to feel. Well, obviously, I need to stay healthy and stuff. My sleeping's been getting pretty good. I have one of these air filters, which has been helping me sleep a lot more too. My breathing's been getting a lot better. My blood pressure's down. I took it so I'm not sure what happened because before I did my creatine loading, I went into like the doctor's office real quick to what do you call it? Oh, that's actually pretty interesting what it looks like right here on the 12-hour. But I went into the doctor's office anyway, and they like I had this like CVS at home blood pressure monitor, and it kept saying I was like 140 or like 150. And I didn't feel the best, and I was also intaking a decent amount of salt because I would get these Chipotle burritos, which I thought were good for me, which they kind of are, but they would have like 3.5 grams of sodium, and I would eat almost all of them within 5 to 15 minutes, so that wasn't good for me. But yeah, so like long story short, my blood pressure wasn't that high there, and now the at-home monitor for some reason now also says I'm good on blood pressure, and it says I'm about, last reading I did the other day was 129/86. So I was really happy about that. So, I mean, everything's going fine for me in my life right now. Everything's going really well. And I'm just improving every day and just, you know, doing what I do. It's been really good, actually. So, it's definitely been really good. Looking at the market, it's pretty simple, too. And I think that also makes things a lot easier. Like when I come on and I stream or I'm putting in trades, like I don't feel worried really about anything, so I think that also makes a lot of stuff in my life a little bit easier right now also as well. You know, just not being worried about some of these things. I like when you know what I mean? Like, it's just like when you write more and it doesn't have anything to do with trading. With any job that you do or any hobby or any art that you excel at, the better you get at it, usually the more comfortable that you feel. And the less pressure you'll feel, you know? So... You know, it's like I remember you saying you're doing the NFT things, and it's like it's got to be a lot of work, but it's got to be more enjoyable and more fun as you progress through it and all that kind of stuff. So that's kind of how I feel about things right now. So feels good. I spent a lot of time in my life either helping other people or not working on myself, so it's nice to be like on here, doing the streams, putting content out, helping myself, helping other people, and just kind of doing it all. And like talking to people is also really cool. So, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the gist. Beyond that, I'm not really doing much. I haven't really played any video games recently. I don't think so. Yeah, I haven't. I've been watching some YouTube stuff. I've been watching a lot of like exercise YouTube things or like YouTube fitness channels here and there. Just getting ready to, as I was working out, things like that, just to see like what's the proper form and all that kind of stuff. So it's pretty nice. And then so that's like a decent amount of stuff. YouTube Shorts. I've actually been watching a lot more YouTube Shorts. Sometimes more than I should, or just kind of going through those. I'll watch some Destiny on Twitch or Destiny GG, and that's kind of fun too. So, and that's kind of like what I do with my in time. Oh, I have been watching some Netflix recently. They've gotten $200 out of me because I had the 4K subscription over this year, and I've watched maybe 20 to 30 hours of Netflix this year. So, that was a good thing to finally close that account too. But I still have until October 17th. So long story short, I've been watching some Netflix shows. And so that's been kind of fun in a sense, just chilling and watching Netflix. Gives me a little bit chance to rest, but also kind of enjoy stuff. Like I said, besides that, that's pretty much it. I feel like my life right now is pretty straightforward and pretty boring. They're too good. I get on people about TikTok, but if assuming the format's similar, I see how people are get into it, And I've always known these things were kind of like addicting, and to me, it's not like it's super addicting. It's just short. It's good content. I don't like it. I just switch to a new one. It's a really nice additive. So sometimes I'll be looking at it for too much, like maybe like 30 minutes, or like 40. I don't know if ever 40. But like I'll be listening to some music and kind of going through some of that. I've been looking at a lot of the fitness ones though and stuff. So, and that's been kind of fun. Just kind of doing that kind of stuff. It's definitely fun. It's like I said, it's too addicting. God forbid I had to grow up with kids nowadays that are like 10 to 13. I'd probably be a straight. Only so much would change, but I was playing Brick Breaker when I was a kid. I wonder if they have Brick Breaker for free. Brick Breaker online. I wonder if they have this for free. Let me see. Like when I was a kid, I remember being at my grandpa's house. When I was a kid, I remember being at my grandpa's house because I would stay there sometimes when I was with my dad, and he had a computer over there, and what we would play, or what I would play, I don't know if my brother liked it, was Brick Breaker. And Brick Breaker is like, let me move this over so we still have this up here. Literally nothing's going on. Like I literally don't give two shits about the market right now. Like at the end of the day, we're just top buying here, and if we continue to go up, this is probably a bull trap that's going to wreck us back down either tomorrow or Wednesday. And anything we're doing here is the longer that we sit here, it's just 100 million% making me completely effing question if we're even going to do anything down here whatsoever at all. We either push up for a bull trap or we start a 4-hour down here and I just short it, and it just gets completely destroyed. Honestly, it seems like the only two outcomes that are likely now for the most of the market. So that's one of the reasons why I literally don't give a crap about the market right now. I used to do tech stuff. I did a little bit of retail, and then I did a little tech MSP work. So besides that, right now I'm just trading. So when there's big movements, it's not that big of a deal. So I was able to get like 1,200 the other day. I would like to see something a little bit better, and I've made probably like maybe 250, 300 over some of these other days. I'm not as big of a fan though of what we've done, so I'm just waiting for this to break. But technically, right now, this is what I'm doing. I have money already saved up from that previously, and then other things previously, and then I'm just investing and waiting for things to drop to make money this way. So my initial thing is what I still want to do is continue to do this, build a community, and like help other people and possibly make money in that manner while doing this also as well. But I didn't think I'd be getting this good at it. So like looking at the VIX and some of these other things has just so widely increased my ability to mess around with this stuff. So it's really nice. So that's kind of like what I'm doing right now. But before this, it was tech stuff, like IT things. I've always kind of been in IT anyway. So kind of loud, Jesus. So that's what I was doing. If I had to go back to get a job, I'd just go work at an MSP. You'll always watch ad to play big screen. There we go. Can I use this? There we go. This was the thing back in the day when I was a kid. This was the thing, I'm telling you. Shit. Okay, I suck at this. Let me make sure it's not too loud either, because it's probably a little loud. I'm telling you, Brick Breaker was the thing back in the day when I was a kid. And so this seems to be a lot more difficult, maybe. The bar with the space bar seems to... Okay, so if I do it like this, probably easy. They want you to do it with your mouse and not with your arrow keys, which is why this was so much harder for me. But this is what I used to play back in the day, and this was addicting. I loved Brick Breaker, and this is like about as basic as it gets. Now, obviously, by today's standards, this is boring as hell, right? But I was just trying to show as an example. I'm not going to get really any farther than this. But yeah, I remember like there were websites like this as a kid, and people made these. Like this is what I was doing in high school. We had any computer class. People would just be playing this. I remember there was like when I was a kid, it would be like Bobo Violent, I think, was another game. Yeah, so let's see. Like this was like another popular thing. Like at 2006. So I mean, it's so crazy. Like this is something you do in an entry level class, right? For like computer games. I mean, not entry, but like one of the more entry level classes. Especially, I mean, I guess with Unity and everything they have nowadays. I mean, this actually like really is. Well, maybe not on this to this extent where you have multiplayer and guns and all this other kind of stuff, and lobbies and servers. But like this was like everyone in tech class was all playing together, and it was so cool. Or like the computer class. But this was a high school. But it's just kind of a throwback. Anyway, it makes me happy a little bit. It makes me smile a little bit just to look back at that, and just remember some of those things. It's been a long time. Some things to invest in? I don't think there's anything to invest in. I think that's the issue right now. That's the issue. Everything looks pretty bad, and it looks like things are going to go down. But I have to see something here. So we're really close to something big happening, whichever way it goes. We did start under here, so you can even just kind of see from this perspective, in a sense, with this coming down. You can kind of see how this would be a pretty big inflection point if we do fall down from here, especially why we've been buying up here. It doesn't make sense. But we have the 4 hour right here. So this started in a really bad place. So if we really fall through here, the whole market could drop that like 10, 15, 20% over the next couple of weeks. So if anything, I think it just kind of depends. I don't think there's anything to invest in right now. From if I want to just put money in and leave it, assuming that we're not talking about like a short or a put or anything, because always that's I've never thought about investing. It always seems inherently dangerous. Because you don't want to just like short something, leave it. But for me, it would just be farther down targets. That's all I could say right now is what I could give targets of where I think some things could go. But I just don't think we're at an investing spot yet, or even close to it. Or maybe, but not with the buying that we've been having here. So I mean, if anything, I think it's deleveraging. It's like more of a time to deleverage. So, because we don't want to start a 4-hour under here. We've already pushed up. This could be something that holds us back. A 4-hour that starts under here could then push us down because we don't have any other averages with here. If everything follows Apple, usually as it kind of does, we fall through the week and now we have a day average under us. And then really from there, there's not a lot of other stuff going on, or like under us. So we have this day 200. Whoops. There we go. So we have this day 200 right here, but we have the week. So it's possible we bounce on this day. I could definitely see that. And what people on the bulls on the week would want to do is they want to try to push this back up. So this definitely is possible. This seems to be the next kind of range. If we do start a 4-hour under here, this would be the next range. The only issue is that stuff falls off so much. There are places for NASDAQ and the SPY to bounce, and I could see something happening around the same area on Apple being a decent representation of that. But really, once we fall under that, like this would be the like this would be kind of the top of it, and this would kind of be like the second to the top of it. If we really fall down, there's a lot they have to do for the rest of this week. So another way to look at this too is depending when we do hit down here, the longer we take to come down. If we come down here through Wednesday when we have bad CPI report or whatever, something pushes us down, we'll have a bounce here, I think, and then we'll have 2 days, Thursday and Friday, to push back up and beat here. And if they can't push back up and beat here, it's going to look fairly ugly for what it is. So, I mean, it's not like at the end of the world. It also depends how high it ends up. We'll have to see on a couple things. But the big point is that on the major indices, for me anyway, I don't have any averages under a lot of this stuff. And the only thing under us here, for me, is the day 200. And we can kind of just see with the day 200 is really what cut across through a lot of this. So it was a fairly important thing and one of like our bounce points from here. So from this perspective, we haven't come down and touched this. We didn't just drop here. Technically, I think if we actually, when I think about it from this perspective, no, I still think it was best for us to push up in the morning. I was thinking, what if we drop down here and then try to pop back up? But I think this is just inherently more dangerous. So many things are off a cliff. Even though I use Apple as like kind of a determinant sentiment for all the other things, the other things do affect Apple also as well. And SPY, NASDAQ, Dow, they're almost all off a cliff. I think NASDAQ's the only one that's not, I believe, with its 4 hours. So if we go like the 4-hour time frames, we got the SPY pretty much under its 4 hours. NASDAQ should be slightly above. Yeah, NASDAQ's above. Started way high up, though. So if we wanted like confirmation, we'd want to bounce all the way down here, which is another $80 down. It's kind of far. And then there's nothing under this. Like when I say there's nothing, like the 1 hour is above us, the 2 hours is above us, maybe the 5s are under us or something. Yeah, right now even the 30s are above us, the 15s are above us. Only 5-minute averages are under us on the NASDAQ. Literally every other time frame is above us, or I guess the 4-hour. Besides this one 4-hour average and those 2 5-minute time frame averages, everything's under. So this is also on a cliff, and it's like maybe they try to buy it here. Like this is what I was saying. I could see Apple at that 148.60 or 146.60. I could see that lining up with a bounce on some of these other ones here and that trying to push back up. But on these, I don't have any averages down here to say that these are good to buy, and I would only see these getting bought because people have like a fib level. I mean, there has to be, what is it, here to here or something? We can just take it from here to here. I think this is, I don't like tips. And I could see there's two wicks that touch. So here, I'll just like show so it's a little more clarity. Oh wait, do I still have that thing up? I do. God damn it, man. Whatever. Not important. Everything that you heard, just like keep in tension. There's no point in investing in anything right now. It's not a time to invest in anything. But we can see here this on this. What I was saying with where Apple was, I could see like this being down here. Yeah, I realize the browser's blocking the view. I realize now. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So we can come down here and bounce here, but everything's off the cliff. So let me just show you real quick. 5 minute, you see how the 5 minutes are under us on NASDAQ? 15's above us, 31 above, under for 1, above, under all the way down there. Dow Jones, same thing. Everything's just above us. And then you see on the SPY, everything's just above us. Technically, as long as you heard what I said, it literally doesn't matter. Unless you use double holes, nothing, looking at anything I said probably won't matter, to be honest. I don't think it matters to anyone unless they use my averages. Because otherwise, you have to remember, even if you see it, you have to remember the exact same number that I'm talking about, and it moves depending on the time frame. So, you know, today isn't going to be what the day is tomorrow. But yeah, like we can just see everything here is under. So Apple's the only one, and this has the day right here. So this I could see, I could see that correlating with something on the Nasdaq, like right here. The same thing with the SPY in the same area. Probably the same thing with the Dow, the same area. But besides that, like it's not a time to invest, in my opinion, whatsoever at all. It just really isn't. If anything, in the investing sense, it's a time to deleverage. So, and we'll see, because like things could push up, it just doesn't look like it. That's never fun, man. Oh, true. Well, as long as it's nothing like crazy. Yeah, depending on what you're doing, you gotta. Where are you going into? I thought you were going into something with her. Weren't you doing the NFT thing with her or something, or was that just something you were doing on your own? I feel like if you say she's boring, then you weren't actually doing it with her, and I probably just misremembered or something. But yeah, I mean, if someone's boring, you know what I mean. I don't know for what reason, but I mean, I can definitely get that. I've felt that way before, kind of, but I just don't want to be mean about it. Not like to you, but just to the one person. I like to think a lot, obviously. And there's other things I like to do, and I can have fun, and I don't always have to talk about stuff. But if people can't think, usually I'm just like, wow. I get the same feeling. Oh, your business partner. Okay, so not your partner, your business partner. Okay. That's a smart thing right there. But like I said, I would have been surprised when I thought about it, because going into NFT and doing that stuff is whatchamacallit, is fairly interesting. So to have something that you both have in common, but then to say she was boring, it didn't make a lot of sense. So it makes sense he said the business partner. Yeah, for me, like if I'm into something, I need the girl to be into it too. Otherwise, it's like we're cool if you want to be like friends with benefits, but you can't be messing with anybody else. That's how I am. That's how I've been for a long time. It's like if she's trying to do something with other dudes, it's fine. Go do something with other dudes. But don't like try to stick around and then do that, right? Don't mess with me. But a lot of times, you know, there was someone a long time ago. I don't like giving names because I don't want to throw shade. But like when I was going getting my associates, I would take classes and I would sometimes show. I shouldn't really say this. I mean, it's in the past, it's whatever. But I would show up to class and I'd have alcohol in my breath from the night before. And I'd still get 95%. I wreck science classes. I was really good. I'm really good at memory when it comes to certain things. And it's like this other girl I was with for a little bit, she was awesome. It wasn't a long time, really. I probably would have pursued it more if I liked her more, but she's just very basic level, didn't seem interested in education, or like a knowledge kind of education. She was a masseuse, great massage. Whatchamacallit. Well, it's not like that. It's just for me, I think it's in bad taste to like say anything about somebody that can like, not that it would ever come back to them. I just think it's like in bad taste for me personally. You know, it's more like a personal thing. Like just because someone's not in my life anymore, I don't really want to say bad things about them. But like I was going to class and I would have alcohol in my breath and still be tipsy from the night before. And this was like a class in the morning, and I'd still get a 95. And then she was struggling with like 30% or 35% on tests, and that's fine. But I wanted to help her, and she didn't seem interested in getting help or trying to, you know what I mean? So from that perspective is what was like a big turn off for me, you know? So, but I mean, from an adventure perspective and other perspectives, she was a really cool person. She was a good person. But I need to be with somebody, you know what I mean? Like mentally also. So, kind of is what it is. But that was just my own experience of being with someone that was like boring and like, or to me, that I just didn't find interesting for several reasons. And like how I like when you say like she's boring, oh my god, like that's how I felt. Like I couldn't really do anything that I wanted. Like I wasn't with this person for that long, so really whatsoever at all. It was like really short, but still. I've never really been in like super long relationship, and I think about it. Bruh, you can't be skipping school. Like education's important. Not all education is important, but education is still important. You know what I mean? Like that's such a big turn off from me. Like I can't be with somebody that's not going to be intelligent, and it just doesn't work out in the end, right? Because then you end up like supporting them in one way or another. But hey, maybe she can get OnlyFans. She gets an OnlyFans quick enough, she'll make more money than you. Looking at the trends of all this stuff, she'll make more money than everybody. Maybe she'll be like a bad baby. I saw some article the other day that said bad baby, whatchamacallit, made 200 million or something. That one girl, the girl that was on the Dr. Phil show, 200 million off OnlyFans apparently. Crazy. It's a crazy world we're in. It's a wild world we're in. I imagine a lot of girls probably say they want to be OnlyFans. I know people are saying they want to be YouTubers. Some of the most popular jobs when they did a survey, let me see if I can find it. 2020 survey, popular jobs among, what are they called? High schoolers, YouTuber. Let me see if I can find it. So this is from November 2nd last year. So apparently YouTuber is now the most popular job, or in some of these studies for children, and this one after that, a doctor and a footballer, was second and third place respectively. Which is really sad too, because most of these YouTubers' lives are pretty sad. Not all of them, and I don't mean like that they are pathetic people, but they realize, I mean, they're people in the industry. They realize that they have to do things in a certain way. Their thumbnails have to be in a certain way. They have to act a certain way. Then they feel the pressure to maintain that because having a super up in voice and moving like that gets views, right? So they're kind of slaves to it. And even though they are making money, it's, you know, it's never as easy as what it seems for a lot of these people. So I'm not saying it's easy to be like they have it hard, but I definitely think it's not easy for a lot of these YouTubers, as much as it would be, as much as it's perceived. That's my opinion anyway on it. Yes, let's push up. Let's go. Let's push up. Thank you. I hope we keep pushing up. I'm so happy right now. I mean, like, yeah, I don't know the whole situation, so it's like, take this with a grain of salt, but for me personally, like, there's the emotional level, and then there's the realist level, and they both kind of mix. So for me, it's like, if you're not trying to do what you're trying to do, I'm not going to let you pull me down. But if you're trying to do what you want to do, I'll still be your friend. Like, that's how I feel with people like that. But it's not like, if that was my ex and she was like that, that's how I would feel, you know, because obviously you're still going to have some feelings. You don't just separate someone not having feelings. So I think it is easier to just do that. But it just depends. Like, if she, like, I don't know, you could always give her like to me, I'm like, hey, if you ever want to come back, if you show you're doing what you want to do, we can still be friends, right? Like, not coming back together, but friends. And then maybe over time, if something happens, but you're already doing your thing. You know, you're already doing your thing in your life, it sounds like, and you're already moving fast. So there's a high chance she'll just get left behind, even if you leave the door open for her, right? from that sense. I think as a man, the best thing is just to be with a woman that you know that cares about you and that puts in effort. And when you see women that, even if they have less than you, and you see a woman that doesn't put in effort, I mean, that's a complete turn off, you know? So, well, I don't know if there's anything about showing or having feelings. Like, I mean, I feel like everyone has a feeling. It's just kind of on, like, I hate to say this word, but like on a spectrum. I mean, I don't think you can, like, cold's still a temperature, right? So, you know, but I mean, if that's how you feel about it, then just block her and be done with it. But I don't think that's the best way to go about things. But it kind of is what it is. I like closure. I like moving on. I don't like other people taking over my life, and in any sense or having any kind of control that I give them. So for me, I just prefer the avenue of like, hey, like at the end of the day, you're doing your stuff and you're busy anyway. And that's the real deal with friends when you're not girlfriends and boyfriends anymore. You're just friends with people. I mean, you really are someone that, like that song that they used to know, but you still know the person, but you're doing your thing. So, I don't really, I mean, it's not like a huge thing, but I'm not like a big friend person. I don't hang out with a lot of people. Now, I have people that still want to hang out with people, but it's like I'm not the dude to go and hang out with people, and I'm not the dude to ask people to want to hang out. And a lot of people like me because I respect them and I respect things around people, and I treat people's stuff better than they treat their own stuff. But I'm not like a friendly person, so if someone's not my girlfriend, I'm not spending almost any time on them, but we're still friends. You see what I'm saying? But I'm not going to shut the door on somebody. I'm going to let them do that. I'm going to tell them this is where I stand. I'm going to leave it that way because that's just for me. And then, and I feel like that's normal, right? Because as long as you respect yourself, you demand respect from other people also, right? So, I mean, then kill somebody, dude. Go kill somebody then, man. I don't believe you at all. Go kill a kid. Go kill a kid. Go kill a kid. I could kill somebody without feeling anything about it if it's justified. But otherwise, you're just talking out your ass. There's no way that you can go kill somebody without feeling anything about it. Otherwise, you already feel a certain way about it. People that like killing feel a certain way about it. That doesn't mean you're like cold-hearted. So, but you have feelings. There's a difference between saying you feelings that might not be normal and other types of feelings. So, and no, you're not well suited for the military unless you're a dumbass. So only people that are willing to just listen to commands nowadays, or don't have a father figure in their life, are suited for the military. So, dude, you said I can kill without me giving a shit about it. I'm just saying, what you're starting to say is like really out there. I used to say the same kind of things, but like what you're saying isn't what you actually mean at that point. Then, if there's a justification and you have to take somebody's life for it, no, it's not a big deal. I'm just saying, like, it's an important thing to understand because I'll come with my concerns. My kind of concerns is that what you might do or what you're doing is, instead of just closing things on good terms and moving forward with your life, you're shutting a part of yourself off. And I don't think that's a good thing. Now, maybe that's not what you're doing. At the end of the day, every person can be the only one that makes that decision for them. And a lot of the times, we only see these things in reflection and introspection. But I'm just saying, like, you don't have to, like, with cold heart and all that kind of stuff, like, I just don't like those words in a sense, because it's fine to have feelings, but you're reasonable feelings, right? People got to put up or people got to get out. And I don't think that's like cold heart or a bad thing. I think that's reasonable, I think once people have self-respect for themselves, you have to demand self-respect from other people, and people around themselves have to respect themselves if they're going to be around you. You're not a logical killing machine. Maybe if you're not in the American military. But when you're in the military, you have to listen to people. So, and you're not supposed to go against your commands. So, just from that, like, we could say pretty much all militaries back in the day have engaged in this. all militaries. We can, even in the American military, we can look at the things that were going on in Afghanistan, Iraq, the Abu Ghraib stuff. Like, I can bring up plenty of stuff where people literally just listen to commands. You don't have a choice. The thing is, as a soldier, you're never, and it's not a bad thing, but as a soldier, it's not your job to know things. It's your job to know what you need to know. And outside of that, it's not your job to know it. It's your job to listen to commands. It's not your, and this is normal. This is the way it should be. You don't want grunt level people making their own decisions. The military and any sort of structure requires and demands on any sort of like mass operating scale that all the parts move together. And it's just the way it works. And you don't have the choice of what's logical or what's not a lot of the times. You don't even know what's logical or not. Is the person you're shooting an enemy? Are they really your enemies? Why do they not like you? You know, so maybe for other countries it's not as clear cut, but for America, a country that generally goes into a lot of other places and causes a lot of shit, it's fairly clear cut over here. Very clear cut. I mean, we've gotten into a lot of conflicts over lies. Yeah, I'll check oil. What's up, Mohammed? That's actually a good oh, we popped up on oil again? What's going on? But anyway, like I was saying, it's not your job as in the military to determine what's logical and what's not logical, because you don't know the full picture. That's what your superior officers and your commanding officers know. You see what I'm saying? And that's the thing. You want people that just listen to orders. And you only want the best people to be promoted to these places that either just listen to orders but also can think of some things themselves. But you don't want to break in command. That's just the way things are. Yeah, I think a lot of this stuff. That's where I feel right now, D-Trader, about Apple too as well. I'll check that in a second. Where the heck is? Oh, here it is. No, where's oil? I was just looking at it. Why are we getting bought here on oil? Why did we get... Oh, well, we started the day up here. We just got pushed under. I mean, for some of this, I would be somewhat... For me, I'm somewhat cautious. I would like to see us come down here. I think there's great support here, especially like 1, 2, 3... This will be almost 4 months of just straight selling. I mean, as long as we don't come over 89 at the end of this month, it is. But my thing is, just in this area, we have a lot of buying, right in here. Well, this isn't really the best, but yeah, I think the same thing right now, D-Trader. That's what it looks like. I didn't necessarily know what to expect earlier, but it looks like we have a lot. The buying and the overbuying right now seems very similar to September 12th into that September 13th drop with the last CPI release. But if we look right here, we can see the month here. We have the fib level. We have the week time frame right here also as well. So like, we have a lot of stuff right here. So we'll just kind of see what happens for it. For me, like the biggest thing on oil is we did bounce up. I would like to see a day actually start under. And then I would be more convinced that we would be pushing down. So it's possible if we end the day here, or if, I'm sorry, not end, but if we start tomorrow under. So this is the price of oil to the dollar, right? I don't know why it's always confusing. When I think about this, when I look at this, I always think this is actually, like when I look at this, it's like this isn't really USD WTI when I think of crypto. This is WTI oil to the US dollar. So like when I always look at this, it always kind of confuses me because it's backwards from like what crypto would be. Because $1 doesn't get you 85.28 barrels of oil, right? So, but yeah, for me, for this, I mean, I think it looks pretty bad for what it is so far, but with something down here, we could place something up here. I don't like the fact that we haven't hit any of this, so just inherently, I think a lot of this is weak. But for me, I'd like to see at least a day start down here. And instead of having these days that just keep starting above. So, for me, that's a little bit better confirmation. Maybe we have something on the shorter term around this level. But I do like the 4 hour being there. We'll see if it gets past. The first thing I kind of say about it is if we end the next 4 hour above, what is this, 85.81 right here, just looking up at this right here, 8581, I really wouldn't like this. I think it could go up a little bit more. Overall, I think it looks like trash. I'd still like to see it start the hopefully next day under the day, and then I'd feel a lot better about a short on this. I mean, we're right above the strongest buy places, like the 1, 2, well, the one's not here anymore. Let me adjust this. What did we move up? What did we move up? So we have the month here. Yeah, we can kind of just like see it in this manner. So we can see we have all this stuff down here. So we are close to it. I mean, we haven't hit it, so I really don't like it. I would like it to come down and hit it. Now, if this thing came all the way down here, I'd be like, okay, I would be concerned about this because this looks really strong. But I'd like to see it end under 84. What is this? Yeah, 84.98. I'd like to see a day start under 84.98. And I'd be worried a little bit about a short, maybe if we start above, what is this? 85.81 on the next 4 hour, which would be, what, 18? Was that 6 o'clock my time? So that's that's another 2 hours and 51 minutes. So, but if this does start, I mean, this looks really ugly. And we can kind of just even see here around this day what it's been doing with a lot of these candle bases and some of the wicks, but mainly the candle base. So it just makes sense if we continue this trend down and we do start the next day under, which I think is anyway at, no, it should be right here, I think. I don't remember when the new day starts for this. Let's see, is it 6 or something? 22, what's 22, 10? Yeah, so 10. Wait, it says it closes in 2 hours and 91 minutes. Oh, it's because it's on a UTC time zone. Okay, yeah. So it is in 2 hours and 50 minutes. So if we get some that starts under here in 3 hours and 50 minutes when this opens, I think this looks really good for a continuation. I think it's most likely that this kind of gets wrecked back down. We can just kind of see from here anyway. We have these lower highs, so that looks pretty good to kind of keep the trend up. So if you're already in a short, I think it's still fine for what it is. And then possibly we'd look for this and then maybe even adding on a little bit to it then. So, and the other thing we're looking for possibly is if we are this could be a result of the market also as well, possibly. So if we are pushing up for a bull trap, we are going to see the dollar just rise in general, and that would make sense to see the dollar rise in that rec oil there also as well, which does make me concerned about the 80 area. I'm going to be straight up, I'm really concerned about that, but maybe we see high oil. It's kind of hard, but to see the dollar just shoot up and still see high oil. But maybe it's possible because it's such a strong spot. Because it's either such a strong spot to bounce or it's going to be a whole lot of resistance. But we'll see in those kind of areas what's going on. Regardless, for USD WTI, I would still expect at most this to be the range. Somewhere around here, and I'd be very careful about being any short around $80 or $80 and like around $80.50 to $80 because this is just a really strong spot. Yeah, I mean they're just buying it up, so it's. I'm just like, whatever. Like, if this is how people work, man, I don't get it. If this is how people work, this is how people work. It's, I think it has a great chance to hit 83, based on what I said, or what I was saying. I'd like to see the day start under, and I think that looks really good. The farther we push up here on Apple, like, for Apple, for me to really like this for anything and believe it, I need to see a day start above here. The issue is, like, we have a 4 hour here and a 4 hour here, so we could see a nice 4 hour start. But the issue here is this is our range. So, like, we're not fighting for anything here. The only real fight really comes in here. So if we get some nice start here, we're good. But what's the chances of it doing that? Probably like 2% at this point. So they're making this thing look so bull trappy. So it's just I mean, it's not really that surprising. Like, they needed to end it here. They needed to end it somewhere in this range. So, and now the VIX, it's interesting because the VIX is starting to get some push on it now also. Okay, so they almost pushed it all the way down. They pushed it to 25.68. The level was 25, what, 25.60? Yeah, 25.60 is where it is. So they almost pushed it all the way down. So I'm not surprised that the VIX is pushing up a little bit here as well. I would have liked to see the VIX touch it. So it kind of is what it is. I don't really care. But still. The reason why I think it's more likely to be a bull trap than not so far kind of stems from this. So we'll see what happens, but there's a lot more that we have to fight going up than we have to fight going down. So the day is right here right now at 157.40. And like I said before, this is the biggest area all the way up here between like 164 and 157.40. And so currently right now, we haven't come back down here. So we bounced here once, we bounced here twice, right? We bounced on these lines. We've been using these fours aggressively. But we're just pushing up with no foundation. And my kind of concern here is it might not be a bull trap, but the concern here is that we're not finding any support on anything. We're just doing the similar stuff to what we were doing here. We're just pushing up and up and up and up and up and up. And I don't look at it so much as like, oh, the CPI is going to come out. I see it more, I do see it as an event. I see it as like, I see it as just weak buying. And it just makes sense as we come back into here that people wouldn't want it to get above here. So we have the day all the way up here, 157.40. So if we start above here, we'll be able to fight this. Yeah, I mean, I can go a lower time frame. There's all this, the 2 hours, like the close at 156. What time frame do you want me to check? I mean, we have this here, I guess, but it doesn't really change anything for me on a 30. So, like, we can see all this stuff up here. Like, this is slightly above where the daytime frame is. This is around where the daytime frame is also, and it'll be coming down quicker and quicker as we keep going through. This is under where the daytime frame is, and then we have the 4 hours all right here. Volume? I didn't even look at volume. I never do. Let me check. To me, there's not much of a reason to buy it here because we didn't come down. So it's not too surprising me if we do have low volume. I never look at volume, so I'm not really sure what's like high and what's low, to be honest. Oh, no, that's my thing. My bad. I should have cleared it up. Now, so the issue with Apple already, and this is why I always go from the largest time frames. I already know where almost everything is on Apple, and it's the same thing that I've been talking about with like NASDAQ. When we look at the NASDAQ here, we have a 4 hour around us, but when we really look at this, we go to week. These are above, that's under. So right where we are right now, the day's all the way up there, right above us. We have 1 4 hour here. We have no 2 hours. 2 hours are above us. The 1 hours are above us. 30 might be right here. So out of anything that's like a reasonable time frame, like we see the 30 on the other one too, that's fine. There's nothing really here. Yeah, I mean, I'm not too, yeah, I mean, like, I look at it this way. Anyone that, like, we just got sold the heck down. So, oh gosh, my eyes. What am I looking at? What is this? Oh, the NASDAQ. Let me do this real quick. Jesus, my eyes. Okay, I look at it this way. Like, we just got sold down here violently. If there's going to be anything to push us up, no one wants to sell it here. This person doesn't want to sell it. Why would this person want to sell it? To me, I expect selling to pick up in this area around 155.70 and right around here at 154.66. And it could even extend up into here. I think it's very unlikely that it does, but we still have to see something around 154.40. So for me, I'm not really surprised that there's not a lot of selling going on because there's not really a reason to sell. From my perspective, anyway. Now, if we started under here, there's a reason to sell. But until we get to these other averages that are the only reasonable averages, because, like I said, the 2's all the way up there, right? The one's all the way up there. That 30's under us. I don't really care that the 30's under us. But these are all like all the significant ones are way up above. So to me, it's not too surprising that it is just that it has the ability to just get pushed up because who wants to sell it here? The guy that got 80 million SPY calls for 430 all the way up at the top for December 30th this year, he doesn't want to sell. So they're not going to start selling maybe ever until it gets to a reasonable spot. But we aren't back to the bulk of things. So it's not too surprising that it's allowed to get pushed up. But to me, it's not a smart thing to do because it doesn't create a good foundation. So if we do have to get tested back down, like to me, that's the easiest way I can just look at it. I don't know if we're going to go back down. But if we get tested back down, we're going to smack the F back down probably very, very, very hard because people don't want to respect places that were respected before. I mean, this was respected, this was all respected, this was respected. Why aren't we just starting somewhere in this range? So that's kind of how I see it anyway. And like we're around the 4 hours. Those are the highest relevant time frames, and that's why I'm looking at it in this example. So I'm not trying to like just cherry pick the 4 hours. It's just that everything else is pretty much farther away. And the 30 minutes under us, but I don't really care about the 30 minute. I mean, I even said here earlier that it looked like it was going to push up anyway. I think I said it like even at like a 30 minutes or an hour before we had the changeover. I could see a possibility where we start above this and then push up to here anyway. But so like I could have made a play off of this, but why? Because what I want to see is this come down, or I'm just going to get puts up here. And if it goes through, it goes through, and I'll just get out of it. It's not a huge deal. So, but the foundation of it looks bad. And I guess if we want to look at low liquidity, I guess in a sense, maybe, I don't know. Yeah, my bad. You guys have the same color, so sometimes I think you're the same people talking. But and I get kind of confused. But yeah, that's just why I feel like how I do right now. We'll see what happens with it. Like, there's still a chance. It's just really, to me, I want it to go up. Like, I don't know if there's few people that can see these things that want it to go up as bad as me. I feel like most people that can, I'm not saying it's going to be a bull trap, but people that can, like, see movements and stuff like that, I feel like most people probably just don't care to an extent. So I feel like I'm one of the people that more so would just be like, I want us to go up. Like, almost just as much as the dude with frickin' all of his money in the market, you know, like $1 million sitting in IBM so he gets his dividends every year, right? That's actually crazy to think. If you have $1 million of IBM, it's $50,000 a year. It's messed up. Let me check that real quick. That's probably, if there's anything messed up with it, it's on TradingView's side, which is kind of upsetting. Let me see. Unless it's my internet. Why is my internet so weak? Let me try fast.com. Okay, my download speed's fine. Let me see what my upload speed is. Yeah, my upload speed's so high right now. It's not insane, but 180 megabits isn't that bad. I got like 20 megabytes. You only need like 25 megabits a second to do like 4K downloading, but still. What am I doing? Oh yeah, Trendline Boys. Can I hear anything? Yeah, I see what you're saying. I don't hear anything. What the heck is that? Why is it coming out like this? Huh. That's weird. That's what you're saying. Whoa. That's really bad. Excuse me. That's really bad. I don't hear anything. It doesn't sound like this on TradingView, right? Let me just make sure. I mean, I imagine everyone would have said something if it did. Let me see. Whoa, that's really bad. Yeah, no, what the heck? Yeah, wow. I'll just have to put in a ticket so it's really annoying. It's not a huge deal. So I don't mirror my streams to YouTube. As far as I'm concerned, the only way I know to do it so I haven't tried this way in like 2-3 months, but unless they changed it, I can't actually upload to YouTube and Twitch. I have to send it through TradingView, and then they send it to YouTube and Twitch. So like generally when you go into your OBS and you go to your Streamlabs, you go to like your stream your stream servers, and with OBS Streamlabs you can choose multiples to do the multi-streaming. And when I do it, I can't do it. I wasn't able to do it that way with TradingView and then mirror it to the other ones. The only way I've ever been able to be successfully streaming to TradingView is to do it with regular one, stream it directly to here. Like I'll show you. Let me see real quick. They have a thing. Like you can see in here. I don't know if they have it. Oh, you can't see it in here. Like you see how it's restreamed to YouTube and restreamed to Twitch? So I actually can't mirror it. I'm restreaming, I guess. Maybe that's a technical term, right? So it's kind of like it's weird. So I think it's probably something through their end, and it could be bandwidth on their end maybe, because I have more than enough bandwidth. Yeah, that's why I'm thinking I have two. That's why I'm thinking that's why I think it's something with TradingView recently. That's the only thing I can think of. It could be my internet. I mean, my bars are pretty low on my connection, but I have like an AX. I have one of the AX routers, and I have an AX thing. I mean, it's good that you mentioned it because if it is TradingView, I need to put a ticket in, and I think it is. If it's me, I can fix it. But I mean, if it's me, that's a good thing because I can fix it. But it seems like it's a TradingView thing, which kind of sucks. And also the other thing is, if it's messing up it's not a huge deal, but it's like if it's messing up my broadcast sound, all of my streams get saved to my YouTube channel, so it's always a nice backup there. And if the audio is bad over there, then that probably means all the audio is going to be bad as well. So yeah, I guess that actually would probably make sense when you mention that. I didn't look at the quality of the stream itself over there, so it would be kind of weird for the audio for the audio to be bad, but for the quality of the stream to be fine. I don't know. It's probably I'll have to put in a ticket later with them. I don't know. Maybe they'll be able to deal with it. Well, I'll have to put in a ticket, then it'll have to get escalated. So I did the MSP thing. I know how it is. Someone puts in a ticket. Well, I guess they don't have MSP people, but I know the drill. You put it in. You gotta wait. Level 1 finds it, escalates it. It's not going to be a level 2 thing either. They're probably, I don't know if they need to ask information from me since I didn't change anything. They'll question me about my internet connection. I wonder if if the same thing's happening on Twitch too. That'll be interesting. Because then that might be a little bit, that's interesting. Okay, let's see. What am I doing? Trendline boys. Alright, let's see. Alright, let's see. Nope. Okay, let me check YouTube again. It's perfectly fine on Twitch. The heck? Suspect charges Air Force Base after killing cop. What am I doing? Trendline boys. Let me listen one more time and see. Yeah, I mean, what I'll do after, I think, is what I'll probably do is I don't want to like stop and start because it is what it is. I think because they're going to ask me to do stuff on my own, and I think what I'm going to do before I even open a ticket is I'm going to end the stream before tomorrow's stream, or like obviously I'm going to end the stream, but like before I start tomorrow's stream, I'm probably going to try it to stream again without saving anything and just try to have it restreamed here and see if I still have the same issue. Could be something on TradingView's end. I find it a lot harder because now it's working on Twitch's end, so I wonder if it's something on I wonder if it's something on YouTube's end. That's the thing. Oh well, I'm a little bit closer. I'm glad you brought it up, and I was glad I was able to do a little bit of troubleshooting before, before anything. So, and now we go here. So I'm thinking a couple of questions to myself. It's like, I'm thinking about positioning and what possibly. To me, this looks incredibly bull trappy. We're moving up to stuff. Preferably, I think the safest place, or personally, I still think the safest place is a start under this 4 hour. It's so close to the week, and it should signal that we're just going to blow through a lot of this crap and then go all the way down. I do like the idea, though. I'm thinking of Apple. I do like the idea as this comes up a little bit more. So, like, I could get in, I could adjust, I could get into some positions that are going to be pretty far down. So, I think if we blow through here, it's at least reasonable to expect that we bounce here at least a little bit. We could blow through it, but I think, like, if we're looking at Apple, we're thinking, what, 147.50s, we got 11500s. These are a little bit close, even though this is a couple percentage away. So, by the end of the week, these 147.50s have to be incredibly cheap right now. So I'm wondering if thinking that maybe I should, as we go up a little bit more, I don't have any confirmation. Like, there's no confirmation that we're going to go down. It's all just a hunch. That's why I kind of don't like this. But I'm thinking that it might even be worth it to get some of these for the end of the week or possibly next week, depending on how much they cost. Probably this week because it's so far away and because we've shot up so much. It should look pretty sketchy. So, looking at Apple. $146.50s. Those puts. Yeah. Okay. Jeez. I forgot. I forgot already what I was looking at. I'm like looking at the. It's crazy. Okay. Let's just had a brain fart really quick. So 145s, way too low. 146, huh? So I guess they go 148, 147. So I guess it's only the ones. That's weird. Everything above 150 is in intervals of 150 is like $2.50, and I guess for some reason the 149s and below are now in intervals of $1. That's kind of strange to see. So there's like a 149. Okay. Because this could go through, right? You never really know. And we're not all the way at the top, so I'm just like seeing what these are going to cost right now. So, because like my issue is, we haven't hit this. So it's like, for me to say like we're going to get sold down here, it just doesn't make any sense. And if the CPI Fed stuff is on Wednesday, it just doesn't make any sense. I would like to see us come into here actually, preferably these 2 days. Maybe even end something here and then start. But just anything that can like start in here possibly would be nice. So it does add like maybe it's still possible it pushes up. I just think for me personally, I would rather like it in here. Not just because it makes stuff a little bit safer, but then we could at least look for a reversal. 31.2, we could possibly, I think it's getting a little bit high. For me, for Apple, I think we could expect it to push to 154.74. I think anything past this is a little bit extended now that we have, just more data here back to where we are. But I would expect it to somewhat top out when we see Apple around 154.74. So it just kind of depends where the Dow is right there. Like the Dow's under everything, so like I was saying before, I don't look at the Dow to kind of get direction. Or I wouldn't look at the Dow to kind of look at it. I would just look at Apple. So for me, if we do hit 154.74, I would expect that for today to be kind of the top area on like the Dow, the Nasdaq, on whatever those are also as well. I don't expect this to get sold down from there today. It's not like I don't expect this to go up here and then like get sold back down. But I would expect more than not that if we do come up and hit this target, we would probably ease off and maybe we could end the day somewhere around where it is right now. Maybe somewhere around like here would look pretty safe also, or if we just do it like this. So we could see ourselves ending maybe somewhere around here, or maybe even like kind of currently like here. So this looks like a pretty decent place for it to try to hold under this if we do hit up here. But I would expect some selling back down once we do come to this. It could push through. I would be just careful about it, more or less. I wouldn't really believe that it's just going to push through. So, but I mean, it's possible. It's possible that it does. It's not something that I would make a decision I would mess with. So even over here, as we pushed up, we had a little bit of pushing down, and it was only really when we started up here that it really had the ability to push up, which I still think all this is really bull trappy. But yeah, just what I believe is like if we get close to 154.74, we'll probably trend back down to either where it is now or 153.91, and I think some other things will pull back for the day anyway. What will happen tomorrow, I don't really know. I'd have to see where it starts because we're so close to some of these things. So, I mean, this does set it up in a decent place. If they wanted to keep it a little bit bullish tomorrow, they could try to start it up here in this area. And I would expect a heavy amount of resistance. And if we could start a 4-hour up here, I think that's pretty decent. A 4-hour here and a 4-hour here, I think it's pretty decent. The one thing that's a little dangerous, though, at the end is we do have our daytime frame at 157.40. So we do only have this range really to contend on that day. So I will say this though, doing this here and then turning around possibly on Wednesday or starting under is a lot worse than it being up here. Though the worst thing for it, like the nice thing for it is like I feel like a lot of it has to cascade down. Because the more we did push up, if we did start a day here, and then let's say our next 4 hour was here up to here, for me to like want to get into a short on this, I would treat this as the entry place, and then this would be like another stack up place for it. So, and I would, with the intention that we're going to push down through the week. So, it's possible, no, but I think more than not. Because if we assume that we hit this by Wednesday, we'll still have like Wednesday, half of Wednesday or a little bit of Wednesday, and then we'll have Thursday, Friday, and stuff does look a little bit weak. So we'll just kind of have to see what happens with it. There is always a chance that it could push down and find support, but then I'd want it to, like even in that same sense, let's say we did have something like up here in the week and it turned around, I'd still, depending what it did, I would want this all the way down here at the base of what I still consider like the channel that we're fighting to be in, which is this up here, right? So I'd still like to see this on the bottom here, doing something down here, to really expect us to push up through all this stuff. So we come up here and come back down, we could end here, but even if we start above here, I'd like to see it come back down the week, because this would be a start on the week, and then I'd like to see it come down and confirm for it. And I think it looks pretty good with the trend to try to be able to do that. But I'd still like, for me, the base point to really like this is still low. So I think just even having kind of a low base point, or this is the goal for the week at the end of the day. Like I think for me, the goal for this week to look good is not to go up high and just to sit in this area and start in this area. So that's why I think the higher we go up, the worse it looks. The higher we go up, the earlier in the week, the worse it looks. You know? So, because if we start collapsing down with 2.5 days left, like it really could go past 140. We could go to 142, possibly. We could end the week there. I could definitely see, depending on how bad it was, and the bad buying that I believe is going on, I could see this once it collapses through here, like Thursday, and then, well, this is like a week time frame. Just assume it's a different day. or I guess don't assume it's a different day, we'll just do it like this, but assuming it does crash back down, I could see this, and then 142, which would be, like where we really bounced off before, and like we had the fib level there, but we really bounced off. We had a lot of stuff. This is also where it was last time, right? When we boom, you can also see on the week time frame, but we can see right here, 142 is just, even without this stuff, it's just a strong area in general, in my opinion. So I don't think there's anything else over here. Yeah. But it's just been a pretty strong area in my opinion. So. And then we'll see, because then we're under everything in that sense. So if we do like have a day, maybe this is the end of the week, we start next week or whatever. I don't know, say this is like next week, and then I would expect us to push up here and go back up and try to test. This would probably look like a rejection on the week, so maybe we come down from the day and then we push under here, and then if we find ourselves under here, I do believe then we push down and move towards the 122 target. And I think it's possible by the time Apple hits this 122 target, if we did do something like that, I think it's more reasonable that we're at our targets on the SPY and NASDAQ and stuff. So like if we look where we are currently, we're all the way up here. So this is about a 20% drop. The next place that looks somewhat reasonable is maybe somewhere down here, but we're talking like big drops. And what I'm looking for in the NASDAQ, or what I think is, let me get rid of this. What I think is more so reasonable is still, I think, only like a 20%. Maybe it's more now. Yeah, it's like a 23%. So for me, it's hard for me to expect that Apple's going to drop 20% and the NASDAQ, like by the time Apple drops 20%, NASDAQ should be down 30. I mean, not actually, but, more or less, usually the NASDAQ is going to drop a lot more than everything else. Now, it's entirely possible that it doesn't, because things have dropped so much, and this could be like, because Apple is one of the bigger ones and usually a little bit slower to fall as much as some of the other ones, maybe Apple does fall more. But we'll see that. It's not, it's so far away. It's not something that's going to, that needs to be identified where we currently are right now. So, like, there's a long, like, if we go down, there's a long way down if we were to go down in Apple. There's a big area. There's a lot of reason for this stuff to get bought. Like, if this thing comes up, like, if we're pushing down from here, I really feel like we're probably at least going to sit in this area under this 122 level and then push down, more so than just kind of slapping through it. So there's just so much good stuff to try to bounce here and really fight. Like, even just ignoring the fib, like, there's just so much here and so much here underneath that just make this look like a really attractive spot, even if it was going to drop. So I think personally it would be more likely even if we did drop, we'd have something like this as opposed to just, coming straight down. So, and that's if we even play to the bottom side. I mean, this is a 20% drop, and SPY, Dow, NASDAQ are about 20% drops too. But that's to the respective time frame, the respective holes on the long terms, like the week holes, and the month or the week of the month averages that I use. So, Dow did fall through some, so Dow could always fall through some of those also as well. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of like where I'm at right now for a lot of this stuff and kind of how I feel about these things. So far about what's come about so far. I'm kind of interested to check the VIX. I haven't looked at it in a while. So we're at 2565. So we're actually, yeah, and so this is the interesting. I'm glad the VIX pushed back down. I don't know why it pushed up so much, to be honest. But we are pushing up, and we are getting this VIX to push into this area, while this is also pushing up pretty high. So whoops. So we can just keep this on the 4. Zoom out. Let's just do. I can't hide them both. Let me do this. Delete, and then that, right? So we can just kind of leave this here. So this is like the other thing in the back of my mind is that we did start all the way up here, but we are here right now. And if we look at it from a week perspective, we're all the way back here. So we're just like really high without a lot of stuff here. And if we do start, like, I mean, this is a fairly reasonable place to start the day. I didn't want to see this. I wanted to see this here. And I really think if we did just start here, we would have done this a while ago, and this probably wouldn't have been so high, or this would have already been like dropped. So this is kind of something to keep in mind too, that we have pushed down back to where the VIX level is, and we're not under it. And we did push down farther over here on this, if we want to interpret this maybe as, like I was saying earlier, like a left shoulder. So this does give us a decent amount of support here on this line, because we did have something lower, because it's just, we get the lower high also as well. It just kind of empowers this area. So these are the two big things that concern me. This is pushing up pretty high to this stuff. Hopefully we start up here and maybe we'll end. Like, I think that would also be great if we could start here tomorrow, and then we have another 4 hour that falls under it. I would really like that, and I think that would be the best kind of positioning to get for Wednesday, possibly, in my opinion. So, and the next place would be like a start under here, I believe anyway. So, because like we saw on the week time frame for Apple, there's no real reason to buy it at the week time frame. You want to leave it around here or try to keep it around here, but from a week time frame itself, this doesn't look like, to me, there's no confirmation, so there's no reason to buy into this. I need to see this end somewhere, start somewhere around, end somewhere around here, start somewhere here, and like find support, and then push up. Pretty much from that. So the VIX where it is, we're at a strong spot, even though we started the week at a fairly weak spot, like really high up. We did start above, like this started under, this pushed up to, well, we can't see, this started under, pushed up to support, right? So this was the start of the week, pushed up, and then it started the day here. So like it started at 310, pushed up here in pre-market, and then it started here, and then had all of its issues. So we did start above. It's not the best for what it is, but we do have a lot of buying over in Apple. We can probably see in a lot of other things also as well. So everything's not the cleanest it could be, but at least a day that starts down here looks good to push up, even from like a head and shoulder kind of perspective. I would expect this to at least want to try back up, and with this bad buying, we could maybe see a correlation kind of between the two, in a sense there. So, and if we did push under here, I would be a lot more concerned. So, like, even if we did start a week here, I would be somewhat concerned if we do push under this and we broke this trend. I would be quite a bit more concerned, and at that point, I would be more likely to think that we are going to continue upwards. So that's kind of what I'm looking at, if we go down, or in case that we might go up. So far, I think what it's been doing is pretty cool. Just going to keep letting it do what it does, and it's around the 4s, and I'd like to see it come under. So the best, I'd like to see a reversal. We could see a reversal here if we get a start under. If we start up here and then we start under, we could see a reversal here, or it could be like anywhere in this area. But we got to get in there to be able to reverse back. Like if we just get sold back here, to me that's not a reversal. A reversal requires us to come above on some sort of time frame, and then like start up there and then push back down. So, I mean, it might do 165. It's possible. It's definitely possible. So, but I don't make guesses like that. And the last time I got puts was at Apple 164.10. I got 165. I got 165 Apple puts at 164.10. So, like, it's possible it comes back up here, but it kind of is what it is. Like, anything can happen. I just look at the possibilities and go based off what it does, and I think it's a lot less likely to do that, but I could definitely see it doing that. I think 165 is kind of weird, though, because I think if we do really fall through a lot of this, 165 is pretty low, and it really should push up through 165. We should see all-time highs for Apple, or at least something all the way back up to 180 if we do fail through on the VIX. So, we'll have to see. I mean, I guess technically we could maybe see something like that from this perspective, shoulder, maybe a head, and then we'd expect like a shoulder there, and this would be something like 165 all the way down here possibly, and then we'd see a turnaround. So I actually could see it something like that. Yeah, I mean, we could see. So it literally doesn't matter to me. So if I had like if I had $1 for every time someone came in saying something was going to do something, and I said I think it might do this or that, and I ended up being right, I probably wouldn't need to trade anymore. It kind of just is what it is. But I mean, I could definitely see that. I'm just never going to look at anything that way. To me, everything's in steps in the way that we form these things. So And so far, we've been having bad buying. Oh, if you're going to say after it does a 44, okay, well, that's 100% different. Okay, I definitely could see something like that happening. Now, if you're talking down, yeah, down to 142, 144, that makes things way different. Okay, yeah, okay. I'd be a lot more likely to be inclined to thinking something like that could happen. I wouldn't trade off of it ever. Like, it's not anything actionable for me to trade off of, right? But, yeah, I could definitely see that. Yeah, if you're saying a 144 and then that, I could see that, depending on what it does with a drop. So I'd have to think about it though. I could at the base level, I could see it. I have to think about it though. My one big issue with that, can it do that? I'm trying to think at this point, could it do that? Like my biggest concern with it going from 144 to 165 is it's just been getting bought up too much today. That's what I really don't like. I feel like if we sold down really hard today, like if we sold down today without coming up, we probably still would have bounced at around 146.60, somewhere around there. But maybe if we had enough selling and we hit 144, I would definitely think that. With the extra buying today and where we are now, I feel like it makes that really difficult because 144 puts us in a really bad place considering what we've done today. That's how I kind of feel about it in a sense. Like, so it's like let me see. I'm just thinking in my head. That's what that's why I like my hand over my head and stuff like that. I'm just thinking. So it's like I could see a 144. It looks like a really strong spot. My biggest concern with that, and why I'm more bearish right now than I was before. I was actually pretty bullish in the morning because the VIX started in a really bad spot for everything to be bearish. But I mean, there's buying. I don't know if it's like big bull buying though. That's my thing. Like for me, I always look at like big bull buying as like something strong. I just don't see anything strong to really necessitate why we're buying. And I think we're like going up, but I just don't feel like it's big bull buying. I feel like it's either like low. I don't know about the volume. I haven't really checked or looked. We looked at it earlier. I didn't really pay attention, and I don't know what the average volume is. But I feel like a lot of this is just people want it to get pushed up. Most people don't want it to get pushed down. Like we're already pretty far down from that. But let me just kind of go to the week because this is like the thing about it. So like my thing is if we go to 144. So essentially, like if we go to 144 depending, if we do it drop back under this week, I feel like it's really hard to see that we push all the way back up, and then we have to get past right here. So essentially, like right here, this is where we are, right? This is where we were last month or last week. This was our range, pretty clear, I think. And we could see in pre-market, it actually came up and it touched all the way up to here, exactly, and then before it shot down, right before the market opened when it opened. So we can see we range here, and we can see that we pushed under. So this gives us a little bit of a chance because now obviously we have a trend, Adam and Eve, whatever people want to call it. You know, we have a low, and then we have an easy chance for a higher low. And then with the VIX, it made sense that we'd push up because the VIX started too high up, and we needed it to start lower. So I kind of get some of this, but this is still for me like the point of contention, which is currently at 150.57. And my issue is if we come down here. Like, if there's a big incentive to keep it out of this and then to keep us pushing down. It also depends how much longer. Like, if we drop here and then we have maybe 1 day, I feel like there's a very large incentive to not let it come up because then it just looks pretty decent still and it stays within this range and it can continue. And that's the one kind of big issue I have with 144. I do think that area is kind of strong, but I don't think we should have bought up. Like, if we just sold down here, and this is kind of like the way I look at it, but if we just sold it down here first, we wouldn't have any sort of rejection. So I think that, like, we wouldn't have come up and touched the line. So I think from that perspective, if we do come up, that idea that we didn't really hit it is pretty decent. So that there would be a little bit extra of a reason to kind of buy just to see and test back up. So I could see like maybe a 144 to me, what would have made it difficult is just the 146.60 or the 146.40 where we had that 1 day average. The same thing like this right here. Same kind of thing that we had issues with over here. Nothing pretty. Boom. Then we pushed up off of. So if we did come down here today, I still think we would have bounced off of this, which is why I feel like the 144 is also really tough, because then we're under this also and we have to contend with it. And there's like implications of, did we just fall through this? So like if we fell through, hit 144 and then came back above here and like started a day above, I'd be like, yeah, we go up. That's the way I'd kind of look at it right now anyway. But that would still put us under this, keep us under this that we started under. And depending where we are in the week, like I said, there's a great advantage for bears just to keep it in this range. They don't need to drop it; they just need to keep it here. And then it just looks like it's fading out, a little bit of top heavy here, and then so we'd have something here, right? This would come down to like 144, bounce back up. Well, let me do this, and then my issue kind of is. So kind of like here, then they'd keep it here, and so the next candle would be here. We'd probably start somewhere here. So even here, I think we'd want to come back down just to test a little bit. And I think that initial wanting to come back down to test would make it a little bit more dangerous. Even though it would look nice having something that low here. So I think a lot of it would kind of depend where it also started. But if it started a little bit too high, I think it would want to come back down to test, and that would cascade it. So this is assuming that they're able to keep it under. I mean, if they could somehow get it all the way back down here and then have this start up here, I mean, yeah, I think easily we go all the way back up. I think it'd be pretty wild and super shoot up. But that's kind of how I look at it with my averages and my ranges and stuff, and with all this other kind of stuff. Also, I think, has Bitcoin changed anything? Where are we at now? Let's see. So we're all the way back up here, which I think is pretty decent. So it's at the short entry spot. So we'll see what kind of does with this. So in a sense, so we have to see. So like my kind of thoughts on this is that Bitcoin set itself up in a really nice place to get pushed down. Obviously we see it get pushed down. I think there should be like a 12, and then there's also like, yeah, and then we have like a week, but we didn't hit that. But most of this was really just the morning anyway. Mara? Yeah, I can check Mara in a second. Let me see. Ooh, shooting. My thinking on this is it'll be interesting to see. I'll just say this one thing real quick. My thinking on Bitcoin will be interesting to see what happens. I think a lot of the times that this sets itself up in a pretty good place or pretty bad place based on if the market can take a shot down or shot up. So I think it being all the way back up here could just be reflective of a possible bull trap, or like kind of just the pushing up without a foundation or really good structure that we have in Apple. But I'd be interested to see where this ends. At the end of the day, this doesn't make really much of a difference to me. It's just something that pops in my head that's kind of interest. But it would be interesting to see where we end, because if we do start under, this would also make me just as sketchy. If we continue to start under, if we maintain ourselves under in this channel. Otherwise, I think it looks like okay, but I'd have to see what happens with the market, because the market comes down. It doesn't matter with Bitcoin anyway. It just crashes it down. Let me check with Mara real quick. Oh, whoops. $10.82. I mean, I haven't seen anything. We haven't really seen anything too different. It looks like it's just where it was in the day. I guess it's been sitting here all day. We started. Okay, so we started and came all the way back down, then pushed up. Okay. Yeah, mine's like around 21,630. So 21,500 definitely makes a lot of sense. I'd have to see it start back up in the day, and I'd have to see something nice on the market. I mean, the only issue with it is just moves on the market, and that's kind of like, that's why I always try to make video ideas and put these things out, because at the end of the day, this is like a short spot, and it dropped all the way down. It wasn't hard to see. Or, I mean, it was easier to see that there was a position to take here, because right, the market's closed. We have a day end under, and we have a 4-hour end under, so it makes sense that we push down. But once we really get like the market open and where the VIX started, right? Because we have to remember the VIX should have started the week down here. The VIX should not have started the week all the way up here. This is just ugly. right? And so we push down here, so we can still do something. It's just going to be a lot harder for it now, but we are still here, which makes me uncertain. Now, if we have a day start under here, or like under here tomorrow, the day after, which would be a little bit weird. I mean, I definitely would expect a lot of like continued bullishness for some of these things. Though I do feel like it's a little bit harder. It's going to be a little bit harder for this to start under, considering how toppy and how much everything's gotten pushed up. So it'll be interesting to see kind of what happens or what wins out. I mean, the weeks are here, so the more we push down, if we do, it'll be more apparent. So, but yeah, Mara. I mean, there's not really a lot for Mara. I mean, it's really just like a buy possibly off of a VIX maybe at the start, still in a sketchy spot, all things considered. But it's not really where I'd want to short it. So I do like that for it coming up. We still have the day and the week right up here. So from a week time frame, we still have a target all the way up here possibly. If the market can push it up, I mean, if the market doesn't keep pushing up, then this just drops to nothing, right? So it's definitely been holding back a little bit longer than what I would have thought. A little bit, maybe not. Like nothing's really fundamentally changed right now, and we didn't get the 4-hour start to make things look decent that we really wanted. And so now stuff's pushing up again. It just feels a lot. It feels pretty September 12th-y. The only thing being different being that the CPI was the next day and not 2 days later. I'll be really concerned about some of these things if we have the VIX start like right around here tomorrow. Because then I would expect us to be pushing up, and then I would expect something around these areas, and then I would expect it to start back up here and push up. We'll see what happens, but that's what I would expect. Yeah, Mars is just sketchy as heck. I mean, the targets are all so high up, and it's really just moving off of the market. I don't think anything's really changed where it is, right? And I mean, we still know at the end of the day, I mean, Bitcoin, what I'd like for Bitcoin is something. I mean, for me, it's just that it's under the hull. I don't really, honestly, I don't value 20K, to be honest. I've heard my brother bring it up like 20K, 20K, 20K. I don't put any value on 20K specifically. Not that it doesn't matter, I just don't really value it too much, to be honest. My averages are always moving, so at the end of the day, if we want to get support, we need to do it on these day time frames. And maybe we have a target of here. Oh, is this the right side? Here, one sec. This is the right side. Where's the left side? Let me bring this up. And I'd also still really, for me, I still think it's safest for Bitcoin all the way up here. Which makes this both good and bad. Because for me, Bitcoin just looks amazing up here if it can get into this area. And it would have to do it like this, pretty much this week, I believe. I think September 21st. It said 26th there, but I don't think that's true. Yeah, because we're looking at like right here, more or less. So it's like, is it this week, September? I don't even remember. What's today, the 19th? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Yeah, somewhere around this week when the market's still open. I'd like to see it all the way back up here. And then for me, for this, like, this is pretty decent, right? Because then I see us having the potential of, you know, anything here and this range. So, like, this looks really good. Anything here, you know, just kind of depends. All this stuff looks pretty good. And then if we get up to here, I think Bitcoin goes up to 100K, easy. I could. I mean, hey, just throw it in chat. I'll put your chart up on the stream and take a look at it, or your idea. I analyze what I analyze. So if you have different indicators, I probably don't know how to use them. So that's the thing. So, but I'll look at yours. The thing is like I just stick to specific stuff for mine, and it's usually like especially for Bitcoin. Like for this, it's just been right. Bling, bling, bling. This was a week time frame. Or like, where is it? Let me see. I don't even remember anymore. All right, let me bring it up. Is this it? Is this it? RSI MACD, all signals. Yeah, so I don't even know what this is, so I can't even make a judgment on this. But you probably, okay, you didn't write anything. So, yeah, because I literally have no idea what this is. And it's not like this is some crazy thing. I just don't know what this is. Like, you know what I mean? I keep it to like 3 averages, and I will say like one thing before I look at yours like a little bit more in depth. It is a little, it's a little unfair for some things. So like, if we look here, because for most of Bitcoin, nothing's changed for me since I came back to trading. Ah, the play button, so it's older. Oh, okay, so this is from a while ago. Oh, yeah, dude, great call. Oh, bearish here? Let me see. Still a really good call, I think. I think this is the same exact time. Where is it? Let me see. I'm so glad I have everything all updated to one place. It makes it so much easier. I think, yeah, September 8th, right? This was a great call. This was, if I remember correctly, the same exact thing. This was right here, I think. I think you're talking about the same spot. This was September 8th. We did see what I wanted to see for it, which was like a little, this is what I wanted to see on it. I think this is the same thing, though. I think. Right? Let me zoom in. It's kind of dumb on TradingView. They really need to make these buttons not hidden until you hover over them. Because if anyone normal, or anyone that doesn't use these normally looks at this, they're not going to know you can even zoom in on it. Oops. Let's do this. Yeah, right? September 8th, I think. Oh, September 9th. Still a good call. Still definitely a good call. So, yeah, September 8th. Yeah. It's like right around September 8th. Yeah, that was a really good call. I like this, and this probably cut through. So this probably cut through, so we weren't getting through this, and then it looks like we got support on the 200, I imagine, I think this is. So it looks like we got support on the 200, then pushed up through this. Quite a bit of a fight. Well, still 21.5. I think this was I think this was a really great, I like it so far. I don't know how to analyze it based off of anything besides what I see. That's the thing of like what's in my mind in a sense. And like for me, like I think those targets are great because my targets, like these all come from the start. This is like the 4 of the day and the week. So when we first came down, I had these 3 levels before we had anything down here. So I think it's like a great set of targets. So first we have I have 21.63, 21,630. So I think the 21.5 is a great spot right there. And then, you know, let me see what the other stuff is. And then it kind of went up a little bit more. But I like that. I mean, it makes sense. You said 21.5. Even what you had here is 21,645. So I guess maybe you saying bullish until 21,500 is under the assumption that this is where it is and we might not hit there. Which I think that's what your reasoning is. That's even better. You know, I think that's always good, right? If our line is at 21,650, we should probably be saying 21,500 instead of 21,650 because that is the spot. But you're right, if you think it's going to get sold down there, you probably don't want to sell it there. You probably want to sell it slightly before. So if that's like the thinking on this, I think that's pretty good. So, like I don't know where these lines come from, and also from over here. I mean, I like it. Like I said, I just use OP lines that usually show a decent amount of this stuff. And I look at like some other things at the same time, and it makes sense. And like I said, if you ever want, like I'll go through. If you're ever interested, where is it? Like this is my main update, but each one of these is like a video. So this takes you. This is a 20-minute video update. You know, you see like this is a 20-minute, 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 19, 19, 12. So like I explain what I kind of do and kind of go through all these things for that, and like I'll look at everything. It doesn't really matter what it is, and kind of look at everything together. Personally, I find it easier when I look at everything together, and finding that direction based off of the market makes it look a lot easier for some of this stuff. For like crypto also as well, but cryptos can give signals to the market too as well. Looking at the VIX for me has been kind of the biggest game changer. But we'll see what happens with that. We have like 3 minutes left on the VIX, so it doesn't really matter where it ends. It's more important where it starts, which is like a perfect example here. This was Friday, right? I don't know how the hell this happened, but futures, I guess, but they pushed it to a perfect spot and they pushed it up here. So if you're ever interested, you can kind of just go through that. It keeps it more concise, and I like show everything that I look at. And so what you might want to do, even if you don't want to take the way I look at stuff, you might, the way I trade, you might want to just take the way that I look at stuff. like looking at the VIX and kind of seeing what Apple might do a little bit, and using the sentiment of what Apple looks like overall to kind of get an idea of the other stuff, and what kind of trend the overall crypto or the stock market has and how that affects crypto. Because crypto looked horrible, but once we see the 4-hour change, or once we see around 310 on the VIX, we can tell or have a pretty decent idea at least something's off. And then that's when it looked like we had an increase in buying and stuff. But by looking at multiple things and not looking just at Bitcoin, it actually like makes it easier when we do look at Bitcoin, because if Bitcoin goes off of something and then Bitcoin goes into a sketchy place, maybe that means something. So, like, what we can kind of see in a sense is, I mean, like I said, these are from my averages, so I don't know if this works for everything else. If you want to use the double hole indicator, if you ever want to try it, it's this one right here. I'm keep this because this thing's kind of cool. I don't use it, but this, and I use it on the 500, 375 if you ever like it. But for me, like, we can kind of see and expect here that we're probably going to have a down day on the market tomorrow before anything happens. Like, when we start here yesterday, we could expect today we're going to have a down day. But what happens, obviously, is this drops way before. So depending when the market opens, which I think was like right around when this was here, we've already dropped a decent amount. And so our range is here, but we're kind of halfway in the range. So we could push back up. We could kind of continue down. There's other things here. But if this was here when the market did open, I would think even more likely that the market would have to drop. This isn't how I would trade, but it would make me kind of look for maybe a couple more things to get an idea about it. Now, this was the entry point, so once we're already halfway down through the whole thing, there's a lot less of a reason to keep going down, right? Like, as the farther away we get away from a good short entry spot or like a lot of resistance, the less likely it is for that to be maintained. Because like anyone that enters here, they don't want to be in here. They expect a hard bounce possibly or something to happen. So it makes sense that like people would take profits or look for other certain places. So kind of using the fact that this was maybe so far down already in what it was, which you'd only really be able to see using these two double holes on the day time frame. But using that, you can. That's what I do, and I kind of look at it in different ways like that. Like today, none of this really mattered for me. Like I was saying before, the big thing was the VIX. We can see from the week time frame, the VIX should have started here. If we want to find confirmation of it, we started all the way down here. We ended, but we didn't want to see a start above. Started way too high up. We pushed up, then down. Started in the middle. Started way too high up. Now we pushed down. Now it's the beginning of the week, and where everything is, this looks like it could be okay. But this is where they're really going to have to perform here on the week. So we're going to really probably need to see some selling tomorrow or today. I don't know how much more buying we can really have come in tomorrow. So it'll be an interesting kind of fight. But just from that general concept, and we can see from here, we started up. When we come under this, we should expect some things to happen. We can even see on the 4 hours what happened today for this 310, 710, 1110. So we can even see here on this 4 hour 1110, we come back up, we hit the top of where these day time frames are, or these day hold time frame averages are, and then boom, so we're all the way down here. So it looks more likely that we're going to want to try to fight back up, and I would expect some selling to possibly come back in, but we'll see what happens. I mean, I'm not getting into a short on this if it just pushes down. I'm going to wait for it to fail or start under one of the 4 hours. That's why I'd like to see us come above this. It's not too far away from where we are. Things still kind of look bad, so maybe we see that divergence on the VIX with the market too, just like we saw September 12th. And that's not asking too much for us to just play in this area and get stuck here, and then on the next 4 hour tomorrow, or we stay here for the whole day tomorrow, and then when the market opens, which is also obviously a new 4 hour, we start under, and then I would consider that, because I would be looking for that kind of reversal. A start in or like above one of these important levels, specifically the 4 hour, because we're looking at a 4 hour, and then I'd like to see, respectively, a 4 hour reverse out and start outwards. Similar to like kind of how we're here. We came in here, ended here, started here. See how we're in? We did push down pretty far, but then we started out, we pushed down. Similar kind of thing here. If we just kind of, I don't want to hide it. Can I? Is it this? Yeah. So we just kind of look for here. We can also see we're looking for something that starts above or something that ends under. And well, I technically didn't think this was really going to fall through per se, but so most likely we're going to not see something that ends under here. Maybe I did at the time. I feel like maybe for these days, I feel like when we were here, I didn't really feel like we were going to start under. It was only really here where I thought that. But regardless, it's the same kind of concept here. We start one set above, and then we push up. So, but it's the idea that we've come back into it, and then once we're into it, we're looking kind of for something there. Apple, my issue with Apple in a sense is it pushed up, and to me it's bullish in the sense that it pushed up. It's just pushed up too much for me, and that's my kind of issue. I would have much preferred, so it's not the same exact thing. We'll see this on different time frames. I would have preferred for this to start somewhere around the 4 hour, because like we're around the 4 hours of the same kind of general concept. So I'd like to see this around here. I would have liked to see us come down and touch here. So it's not the exact same as what we did on the day time frame, is where we started above the day, and then it really puts into question, like if we start here and you're a bear, are you really going to push it down for confirmation just so it pushes back up? So it makes more sense that we would push up here. So this isn't the exact same, because the gap on the day is pretty much always going to be bigger than any gap, even if it's a small gap. Let's say someone buys it at the last second, that you can kind of perceive on a 4 hour. But I kind of look at this as the same as what we just did, in the sense that we really needed to come back down for support if we want to continue upwards. And it's just increasingly gets harder the more we get up. So right here we have this, as we can see, we bounce here and here, all that. And we can probably see stuff we go later and in the previous data. I don't really care for now. But not coming back down here for me, and then pushing into the stronger stuff is just really sketchy, because then it makes me put into question, if we do fail up here where a lot of the resistance is, and then 157.40, which is where we have the current day time frame, if we do fail back down on this current week candle on Wednesday, or maybe early Thursday, I feel like more like Wednesday, because we'll have 2 more days in the market, which I'll explain kind of in a second. But if we fail here, it makes me question this area. And if this area is inherently weak, we've already respected it. So if we don't respect this going down, it'll be respected once it's under it for sure. So it could just fall through it. It could start under and then push down, but we don't really have any support here. And from the week time frame, we started under the week, and this is just the way I look at these things with these holes and my averages, is that because we started under, we want to see something in this relatively low area of the range, and we really want to see it start back in here to get some nice confirmation of a movement upwards. So it's also pretty nice, and when we look at these things, a lot of times you'll see with stuff on larger time frames how we'll have, it'll like go up or come down or whatever, and then, right, we'll have this, and then it'll go up. But like we can also look at this as, if this is a day or a week, we had a significant consolidation or accumulation in this area. And so that's just the other kind of general concept I look at this as, is when I like to see areas in between, or like wicks in between that don't go too high, is we generally, it has to be accumulation, right? The only way it's not accumulation is if no one just traded for the whole week for something, which would never happen. So it kind of infers that to look at this. So it's not just to say, oh, I want to see it start back up here without this doing too much. It's just saying, I don't want to build up a huge trend. I want as much accumulation on the bottom, and then I want it to look nice from the long-term average, and then be willing to push up from there. Because I think that's the best place, because then it looks decent on the week, it looks decent on whatever shorter time frames, because it's been accumulating there with a push up. There's a reason for people on the week to push it up, and the smaller time frame people will benefit from that. Larger time frame people buying in. That's the kind of general. That's how I kind of look at it in a sense. For a lot of this stuff. In a sense. So that's why I'm kind of concerned, more or less. Like, a long story short, that's why I'm concerned about the Apple buying that we've had right now. And why I don't like it. Because we didn't bounce here. Like, long story short. And we have a lot more resistance above. And bad buying here could come back to bite us in the butt, Yeah, I'll just send you one thing first. So, one thing you can do, let me do this first. So what you can do is this. So right now, this won't do anything for you, but I usually, every once in a while when I remember, this is my chart, and I'll send you the other one. So like, I'll see if I can switch it and save it for a second for you, and then this would be the easiest way for you to look at it. There is like a slight adjustment, I will have to tell you. So let me show you the original one, and I'll just send you the original idea. And let's see. So let me do this real quick. Let me save this. So this will give you the opportunity, because this on the day time frame anyway. Let me save this. So if it does upload, you take that. You should be able to go through all of this on your own instead of having to look at the idea. But let me kind of get rid of these for now. And let's save it. And then let me send the link for the idea itself. Where is it? Honestly, I don't know. Here we go. So here's the 4 hour for it. Okay, so there's the 4. Oh my God, dude. Oh, my bad. I'm like, why is it telling me I'm posting the same thing twice? Okay, it's telling me I'm posting the same thing twice. Let me do this also. Display caption, let me bring that up. It was telling me I was sending the same thing twice when I had and I thought it was just a bug. Okay, so there's that if you want to check that one. And then these are the actual BTC charts. The ones I have, if you're able to, like I'll show you right here, I actually had to slightly adjust these because something happened. I don't know why, TradingView and Shift Pitchforks. So I will show this just to add some clarity to it if you actually do care. Let me see, like about looking at it. I just wanted to show you because if you do look at it, wait, they're lined up now. It's not perfect, but it's lined. Okay, no. Yeah, so you'll see in places like this. You see how it's not lined up? I had to adjust this. This is why I wanted to let you know in case. Like, because I like looking back at stuff. I like knowing what it's based off of. And then let me show you the original one. The original one was this one. Because this is, like, to me, it's important. If anyone sends me something, I always have to see back at the beginning to, like, say, is this actually based off of anything? Because I don't want BS that just lines up. But this was the initial setup of it, as you can see. So I don't know why it adjusted, but I had the idea, so at least it was able to save this. And if I didn't have this idea, and especially on the 4 hour one, I don't think I would have been able to line it up, which would have really sucked. But yeah. So, but on these, it's like, you know, I mean, it's just all, so it's kind of cool because when we look at like the 4 and the week, or the 4 hour with the week, we actually see this is like a 4 hour bounce, week bounce. This was the 4 hour, week, and then we can see it topped off here at the week. So there's some cool things that you can see on both of them in a sense. That's why I look at them I look at everything on different time frames, but that's why I enjoy looking at these on different time frames. So I was like, if you're actually like curious about it and like it, I always feel like it's a prerequisite to mention it. So, because I mean it's pretty much just been followed the whole time. Like this is like there's no thinking really that has to be involved with this. And then this was the week time frame we saw, right? So not a lot of thinking that has to be. And this is just using the Shift Pitchfork if we weren't looking at anything else. So, I mean, honestly, it's like a cheat code. And then for the rest of down here, oh, am I on the right side again? Let me see. Oh, I don't know why this messes up. That's so annoying. It looks like it's prioritizing the right one. Anyway, if we go over to the left and we do it this way, did it adjust? Let me see. Something's different. It's locked, so how did it get adjusted? Bro, what is going on? They messed with my thing again? Now the left one looks exactly like the right one. This is what I'm saying is so annoying. Bro, what happened? Trading View gets me sometimes, I swear to God. Might be I have to go from a time frame. Here we go. Like, I don't know what happened there, but something was messed up. Okay. Like, to me, it's very important. Like, it is very important that these things don't deviate from where it's supposed to be. Like, it's incredibly important because then everything's different. Like, this is supposed to be exactly on this line. This was never supposed to have ended a month or like a day time frame above it. And, like, we can see how much clearer this is when we look at these specific spots on it. That's why, like, I'm very, like, big on the specifics of it and a lot of this stuff. So, you know, like, when we see these, it's literally like a touch and go for some of them. So it's just a pet peeve of mine. I don't like when it adjusts, and I notice immediately when I don't know how it adjusted because it's locked, but somehow it somehow it got adjusted. So okay, I mean that's pretty much it. I don't know if anyone has any questions. I think that's pretty much it for the day. I'll probably put out a video. I will put out a video a little bit later. You know, we'll see what happens. I guess the biggest thing on Bitcoin for a possible turnaround is the market. But if we want to have some hope in the meantime, I don't think it'll happen. The only thing it has with it is the 4 hour to hold it up. So maybe that does as we come back into it. It's definitely possible. Does it matter before the market opens? No. But so if this 4 hour holds, we'll see on the next one what happens. We need to maintain. It's usually like 120. Is it 120? No, this is like 116. So 19,400, or no, 19,394 is what we need to be slightly above. And then maybe we get something on the market that looks nice. But this would be like maybe the base of a start. 30x plus? What's 30x plus? I'm going to be honest, I don't know. Is that a thing on here? I'm not sure what 30x plus is. Is that another website? Is it this trader seed thing or something? Let me see. Are you saying, do I have a chart? Oh, like it runs 300% plus? I don't, I'm not really sure, to be honest. I mean, I look at so many things, I honestly don't remember. Like anything specific? Where the hell's my thing? Here we go. 300% plus. I mean, I have this. This isn't 300%. I mean, it's a lot down. Where is it? I mean, there's this one from last year. I could think of, let me see. Like, I don't make charts of everything. That's the thing. That I gain over that? I don't know. I don't ever really like make charts with that idea. I've just never really thought about it that way. That's like a 3x move on it. I don't know. It's done to 3x. Let me see if I can think about it. I just literally I've never thought about it that way. Like a chart that where something makes 100x. It just seems kind of weird to think. For me, it's just kind of weird to think about it that way. because it's like, well, you could leverage trade and it could go up 10% and you make 100%. And then like you could get puts. Like it's just like kind of like a weird concept. So like I'm just right on so many things. I just never really thought about it. I mean, I could think of it FLM maybe. Like I kind of get what you're saying. I just never really like I make video ideas. So the issue is like if I'm going over like what I see for something, it's going to be in a video idea. So I'm not really, you know, not really sure. I don't know how much it actually matters, to be honest, but maybe that's why I don't know, because I've never put value on it. Let me see. 300x that I've made a chart on. I don't know. I don't think I could find anything. I just never thought about it like that, to be honest. And I update stuff so often. Like, I mean, I have a video update from almost like most of these movements on Bitcoin in like the last 2-3 months. So it's, I don't know. It's a weird way to think about it, but I don't think I do, to be honest. But it's just, I don't know, it's just a weird way to think about it. Like, I can play, like when I was playing with puts the other day, I did 100x on the puts that I had. And then like the other day on like smaller ones, like most puts I have go up like 20% to 100% or like calls. So I don't know, it's just a weird concept. Doge and Shiba, I don't know if I've ever made anything about those. So the big thing for me is, I guess in this sense, is that kind of the way well, one thing is I took a break. And one thing I've done in the past, which wasn't always good, is taking a break. Well, I wasn't usually as good as I am now. I wasn't anywhere near as good as I was even a year ago, as I am now. But the thing is like you're pretty much catching coins at the bottom, right? So like if we're just looking at that, we're looking at where does Bitcoin bounce more so than where does an alt go up. Because well, not exactly, but if we're looking for like the insane ones, we're looking for the crypto winner. And then we're just looking for where we're going to have a trend change. And then you just stack up into alts, and they usually just go up. I mean, I don't know. But I don't have a chart for any of that stuff specifically. So, nothing I can think of. But like I said, I took a break last year. So, I didn't always do the smartest things. Like when I showed this one over here, I mean, this was like pretty standard. But like I don't know, it just depends. Like I said, I'm trying to answer it, but in between like almost kind of like it's not. It seems like a flex that I don't really give a shit about, to be honest. But it seems kind of like a weird thing. But it makes sense. Like I get what you're saying. It just seems kind of like a flex, which kind of makes me inherently like not like it or feel weird about it. You know, so. But yeah, I mean, from this year, I don't think I've seen anything like that. Or I don't think I've had an update idea on anything like that. I mean, there's what I think, like the closest thing I could think of, and I'm just like racking my brain, and I like thinking about these things sometimes because it gives me something to do. I think the closest one I could think of, because this is like 30-50, we haven't even moved that yet. This is EOS. I mean, this like most of my videos go the way that I say they do. It's just not like this is what I think is going to happen 300%. What am I thinking? Where's FLM? I don't remember, to be honest. Where was it? Somewhere back here. I think I fit for FLM. There's like this one. But this was like a 30-40% on top and just seeing kind of the stuff on bottom. But this was only because someone in crypto chat made this, and I made this for somebody. I think. Yeah, I don't think I have anything that does that. I don't know if I've even had an idea that kind of does that. So. Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree. It definitely makes the most kind of sense for a lot of this stuff. You know, it definitely makes a lot of sense. I mean, I think a lot of people really kind of do that. So, I mean, I don't know if there's, I don't know. I don't really mess with crypto too much right now, and that's probably kind of the big thing for me. Is I really don't, and I probably should just like I was saying recently. I think I'll just do it in the next couple of days, or I'll do it like in a week or something. I need to get a KuCoin exchange because it's been a while. So, like, I mean, I might as well have money on an exchange and just mess with this stuff. I like the idea that I never really cared before because I couldn't do like super high leverage, but if I can just like 50, 100x on KuCoin, it sounds kind of fun just to throw money around. So, but I need water in a second. But yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. So that's usually how I look for things. Like obviously anything for me, it's anything with longer time frames on it. Then I just go from the longest time frame out, and that's usually what I determine that looks pretty decent. So, what the hell is going on? Okay, just got a phone call. But yeah, I mean it's pretty fun for some of it. Honestly, it feels a little boring after a while, but it's pretty cool. I don't think there's really much. I don't know. It feels like there's not really a lot to it at the end of the day. Like it feels like at the end of the day, it's like as long as like the ranges are played, a lot of it seems pretty, I don't know, standard. It's always cool seeing dollar signs go up though. I think that's cool. So, but it doesn't feel too. A lot of trading doesn't feel interactive for me, in a sense. And like those 300x ones, maybe I'm wrong. I mean, I've seen some like on Doge on the way up. I remember helping my brother on some of that because he was messing with it. I think that was like last year though. So there is some cool stuff when it like shoots up, but overall, it usually feels like you kind of get in and just sit in it. And once it really launches off from where you get in, you're not really doing anything, right? You're just kind of letting it go and maybe taking profit at spots, but I feel like that's generally about most that you're really doing. Otherwise, you know, you just, whatchamacallit, you just end up getting into something and getting out. I mean, you know, if you're in stuff that goes up 300-400%, you know, you're not really selling out anytime soon from the base. I mean, I think it'll be fun, main source. It's just figuring out a decent strategy or what works. So, you know, like once you know it works or what works for you, then I think it's kind of like the easiest way to look at it. So, I mean, I think the way I look at things is fairly straightforward. I don't think it could get any simpler. It's not easy, but it's not complicated in a sense. Let's see, November 14th, 2021. That's right. It's pretty cool. I gotta open up in the thing so it opens up here. Open the new tab. Where is this? That's pretty tight. When was this? I don't think I was looking at stuff November 21st. I don't remember this time period. That's pretty interesting though. Rec. Does it just come out or something? Well, I mean, you never know if you're going to be able to replicate a trade. I mean, to me, you can only find the things that make the most sense, right? Just try to find things that look the most familiar to like good trades from the past. I personally think that's like the easiest way to do it and go about these things. Interesting, shot up. Man, I hate this time of day because there's always glare on my TV. And I always have to get up and close the blinds, and it's always annoying. Man, they really shot this through. That's actually wild. I wonder what happened here. My mouth is dry. I need to eat food too. So hungry. Yeah, I mean, they just shot this thing through. That's pretty wild. Okay, so it's not that bad when you look at it like the shorter terms. Sketchy on the long, but it just went super quick for some of these. I think it might even look better here on the 1 hour. So that's not that bad. And I'm interested to see what it looked like when it first shot up. These are pretty cool. I think my biggest thing for these is like, this is something I really need to do in case Bitcoin falls, is really just like get an eye for a lot of these that come out. Yeah, I mean, we could even see, it's still weird that this kind of came, like I get the kind of overall idea of like, we hold the trend here and then it just pushes it through. Well, whatever, I'll just do this. I mean, I get like from here to here in this sense that it looks decent. I mean, we can see this more or less respected here. This was like the 12-hour average we saw. So this makes sense on it. Okay. As long as stuff has like a reason to get bought up, it's always a lot better to see. I wonder, let me see. I mean, it could be either. It just depends. Bitcoin always drops. You always find the same stuff as well. A lot of times when coins come out in a bear market, they just get wrecked. I think SLP is a decent example of that. Where is it? I don't want to switch this. We'll go here. Where is it? But to me, SLP is a decent example. Let's start to see what happens. Stuff like this that came out, pretty much just come out into a bear market, get wrecked all the way down. I mean, if this recovers to here, it's a 2x. Anywhere here, it's a 4x, right? So, and it has long enough data to actually show something nice. So I like these as well. I mean, hidden coins also as well, too. To me, it doesn't matter. This already has data on it, at least on the 4 hours. So I'm not really too worried about a lot of this stuff. Or like things like this, as long as it has some data on it. What is here? It's a 2. Thank God I have the data to pay for the data to come back and look at this crap. Jesus Christ, it's actually so incredibly difficult to see right now with the glare. Like on my screen, because I'm like on a TV right now. There's glare all the way through here. And there's so much glare, I can actually see my reflection. I'm like right here. And this is like, it's just really bright. They just push this up. Yeah, it's definitely something. Definitely do this. Nice. Be straight up. I don't know if I actually, even if I saw this one, I don't know if I would have messed with it. Like with a significant amount of money anyway. I'm actually not sure. I don't think I would have. Yeah, I don't know if I would have messed with this one. I'm not, obviously it went up. Like it doesn't mean it's good or bad. It's just one of those things. It's interesting to see because it's like, I mean, maybe it's like a hit and it's just manipulated or something. It's just interesting to see because I mean, we see these lines play out and they're clear resistance. And so it's just kind of interesting to see this just push through a lot of this stuff. Now, it doesn't surprise me once we get to something like here because we've just spent like, what, a month or something? Or is this like a week? Well, we spent a significant amount of time under this. But a lot of this looks like it just got... Is this like a low volume, like manipulated coin or something? It looks like it just got pushed up through everything. Or it's just like from the one perspective, it's just interesting to see a lot of this. Like there's certain patterns that usually form with the holes, and this is respecting it really well. And so it's just interesting to see it. Like this is the, out of everything here, the only thing that's surprising about it is this. Like this is the only thing that's surprising, which makes this pretty obvious, but it's still pretty crazy that this was able to go from here, or like from this here, into this here. None of this is surprising at all. Like, zero about this is surprising. But the fact they were able to squeeze it there. It reminds me of like Poet and some of those other older coins back in the day. Let's see, what's this one? ACH. And remember, my eyes are like this because I'm too lazy to close the blind, so. You know what I could probably do, actually? There we go. Now it's not an issue. Actually, it's still kind of hard to see, to be honest, but it's easier to see than before, so whatever. What we do, break down, push up, and some weird ass stuff. What did this do? ACH? Alchemy Pay? But at least you look at like random coins. This is kind of like I've always thought this is really good. I've never really had the patience to do it. You look at it way different to me though. You know how to find them, which is really cool. If you ever see one of these, like, let me know. I'm not gonna buy just because you say it's good, but I'll definitely like look at it, and I would appreciate that. I only like, I always have to check stuff on my own. Obviously, you do the same thing. Everybody does, I'm pretty sure. Or everybody after a certain point. But what was this? What year? October. Very interesting too that these. When did this one go up? Because I'm not surprised that it's kind of got wrecked here, but it's interesting. And I wasn't paying attention to a lot of stuff around this time. I came back around like here or whatever, January 14th, 15th. But I thought a lot of stuff was pretty bearish. Remember Apple, I think, wasn't, but a lot of stuff was bearish September, October. So it's interesting with this one, the other one that you showed. They're both around the same time, or the other one was November 24th, I think, is when you made it. But it was interesting to see. It's interesting to see some of these go up in spite of what I assume at the time was a lot of bullish conditions. Let's see, what is this though? October 1st, you said. Wait, what are you looking at? What is this? Coinbase. Okay. 1 second. I gotta close chat every single time that I want to type, sadly. And it's not just type to you to talk. It's like literally type on here. I can't use Control Z. If yeah, see, Control Z. Everything I do goes. It's crazy. It's wild. They need to fix it. I wish they would fix it. Anyway, okay, let's go to week. How old is this thing? What the heck? Oh man, this thing just came out. Oh wow, so this thing was up here. Okay, let's get like a recap so I can go back to this quick. Let's do. What are we talking about? October. Let's do October 7th. Okay, awesome. So we shouldn't have had a day by then. Nope. We shouldn't have even had a 12-hour, but maybe. Right. 4, 2. Let's do this. Awesome. I don't know if you guys knew this too. I just found out about it. Alt-G is a hotkey, and you can go to a custom range. I literally never knew about this until like the other day. There's a lot of features I didn't know about, which makes this not as nearly as surprising. But still. Where was yours? That's really cool if it lines up also. Here's like 10th, 11th. Because it looks like when you thought it looked good, there's still afterwards too. I like it. Like for me, all this stuff looks pretty good. I like this too. I think, I mean, just overall, I like the spot that was went. Obviously, it went up, but I really like this spot. I really do. This is the 10th. It looked really nice. Like this is definitely like really nice. Like obviously you can't really see much here, but looking on the 4 hour here, I mean this is a really beautiful cup. And you were like what, October 10th on this? So, I mean that it really turned out really beautiful. I like seeing stuff like this. Is really nice. Who cares that this happened, right? It already went up, so of course it makes sense that it fails down once we pass under something like here. Or, well, technically the line's not there if we want to be fair. If I can draw correctly, the line's like there. But yeah, I mean, this is a really beautiful one too. Even in this, I wonder what the other averages look like. Because I mean, this is really nice. Really, really nice. And we get our first start down here, and then we pretty much just plummet. And it's really nice. And then we get, like, this is really nice. Even though I question this quite a bit, this one's a little bit better. I do have to say, though, if we look at it kind of like this, 'cause I don't want to hit the replay button, this does scare me as a buy spot. Obviously, this has nothing to do with what you're talking about. I'm just looking at ACH and what it did back here, just for my own stuff. Like, I do like this in the sense that this was so far down and maintained, but gosh, before seeing other candles, this would sketch me out so much. It reminds me of the COVID crash a little bit. Do I still have this up? It reminds me of the COVID crash with Bitcoin, where like it reminds me of this a little bit. Obviously, it's a lot longer time, but it reminds me of where it is not as pretty as the COVID crash on Bitcoin, but it reminds me of where it's like down, and then just a little bit later, it's like up. So it's like, okay. And it's not the exact same, because these are so close. I mean, technically, the place to be sketched about this would have been here when we first started under. But it's always nice to see these things kind of line up here. But this looks insane also, just to push up. I will say this is ugly as hell. I don't know what the hell this did. This probably tried to push up before this pushed back down. But even as a reversal standpoint, this is really beautiful. I wonder what this looks like right now. I mean, this is an amazing alt. This is really nice. And then we come in, boom, take our time at the top, push down. This is really, really nice. Really nice. I don't know what the other averages are, so there's probably other stuff going on at this point. So I don't want to get too far back into the day. Actually, what am I talking about? We can just do this, can't we? We can just do the replay button. I forgot about the replay button. And then when we do this, we can go to different time frames, I think. Yeah. I don't know if I want to look at all this kind of stuff, though. It's always so much because like, I'm not going to put lines here, and then I'm just looking at it for interest. But it does, I really do like a lot of it. I really do. Like, even on the 2 hour here, we can see a reason to get out right here. We start under. We can see, this is a really high wick with this being sketch here, but this looks okay. This is okay for what it is. I would be honest, this isn't amazing. This candle here makes this look really sketchy. Besides the fact that this kind of reversed over, I like this. This candle's not bad. This makes me sketched. I actually don't know if, from a 2 hour perspective, I don't know what the 4 hour looked like. From a 2 hour perspective, I don't know if I would have been in this for this. But I do like this over here also as well. This is really nice, and we don't get a single start above. I like this too. This is a really, really, really nice one. I might just go look at some of your other ideas. Whatchamacallit. I don't have any specific broker recommendations. I'm in the U.S. I use Robinhood TD Ameritrade for crypto. I don't know. I used to use Binance, but I think Bitcoin has leverage trading in the U.S. But Virus is in the EU, so he could probably help you out. Maybe, or he might know, possibly, but I'm not sure. Let's see. Which one's this? Oh, gosh. It's so annoying. And when you post it in chat and I click it, instead of, like, I have to right click and then go to open link and tab for it to open up here. Otherwise, it opens in my browser. It's kind of annoying. I have to do that every time. So what is this? OXT? I feel like I remember OXT. Oh, Orchid? No, I don't think I've ever looked at this. The Rumble looks nice. Looks nice. What time is this? August 21st. Nice. No problem, man. I'm sorry I can't really help, but I only use those two, so it's just that's the only kind of thing based on it. It's like I'm not super helpful when it comes to brokers. I'm really not a super helpful guy. But take care, man. I appreciate you coming on in. It's good to see you. Super sketchy. I'd be interested to see what happened here. With some of these, I'm like so not surprised. Like, right, we can't be surprised. Like, this is how I felt about one of the other ones. I'm interested to see what this looks like, but this is how I felt about the other ones. It's like, we respect this area, and then we just push through. It's like, of course it just blows through, because someone's just shooting this up, but like, what the hell? It's pretty wild. Wednesday's FOMC. Yeah, I'll look at that in a second. I'll do that right now. Actually, I'm looking in a second. I mean, like, actually, like, in a second. Because everything I'm just doing right now is just for interest. None of this stuff is, like, important too much for the current time. Because, I mean, I'm not looking at alchemy right now. I'm looking at alchemy in the past. Oh, geez, what's going on? Yeah, pretty much on the FOMC. I don't think there's anything too crazy. I think it's probably going to be bearish, essentially. We're just back to where we were. Let me take these off because it's just a lot harder now. Okay, this is the last thing and then I'm done because check where I bought in before you click the play button. I mean, to me, it doesn't really, like what is it? Is there supposed to be like a buy thing here or something? Check out where I bought in before you click the play button. I mean, you bought in here, right? And then it went up to here, right? Does it say that there's a buy somewhere? Is it here? XT, same thing, expanded. Okay. Is there like a check where I bought before you click the play button? I have to refresh the page. Okay. Does it say where you like back here or something? Oh, you're talking about here. I see what you're saying. So this is December 20th. What was December 20th? I don't remember that far back. Okay, so you're just literally you could have just told me the date. That would have been a little bit easier. I imagine you're talking about these. Did those disappear when I hit the play button? No, they're still there. Are you talking about somewhere here? Or? I mean, I imagine. I don't see anything that... Huh? Is there somewhere that says where you bought in or something? I mean, I literally don't care at the end of the day, like, to be honest, but it's like, I mean, to me, it's a good chart. Like, what you do is kind of what you do, and it doesn't really change anything for me in my life. I don't mean to say it like that. Like, I'm just, like, trying to be honest. Like, you just told me where you bought. Like, any of these places are good, and it looks decent for what it is. Oh, August 7th. Thank you. Okay, August 7th. Oh, so you want me to zoom in, I guess? Let me see. I mean, no matter where it is on this chart, it all looks really good. Like, I mean, you could have bought in back here and had a separate chart, which it looks like you did have a separate chart from back here. I mean, it's all impressive, right? So, nothing for me particularly changes. Alright, so you got like the last second, I think. Obviously, it looks like you saw this. I guess there's something on a shorter term to say that it looked good to pop up from here. And that's what encouraged it. It looks decent on this time frame. Yeah, I see it. Double bottom bull, double bottom bull, double bottom bull. It seems to be a common theme from what you're looking at. Makes sense. Like specifically what looks like to be with a lower high. So, yeah. I mean, it's nice stuff. One second, let me get to this though, because I forgot about this. Oh, I should just do this for a video, but let's see. I'll have to do this again later. Let's do this. Okay, what am I trying to say? So it looks like a bull trap, pretty much. So a couple issues that I have with it. We'll see what happens. It feels like more so than the event itself or what's going to happen. It just seems like there's a lot of bad buying. We could pop up. I still need to see something start above the day to get us into this range. So I'm not like a super bull on anything that has any amount of value. On any position that has any sort of amount of like actual value. Until we start above the day. My issue here is it's the same as before. We have our 4 hour here. We didn't. We just kind of pushed up. We didn't come back down for support. Obviously, it respects this area. It even fought right around here. Let me see. Do this. I'm a little tired. I'm almost done though. But like we can see it respect this area, so it's not like this area doesn't exist. So on a shorter time frame, no, that didn't look horrible, but I'm not a huge fan that it didn't come down. So if it does come back down again, it's probably going to get wrecked down. The biggest issue we also have, and I guess I'll just say this, so I'll come back to it. So we have the day here, and of course we have both our fours here. So what I'd like to see is us to start in here tomorrow, and I would expect the VIX is going to hold where it is for tomorrow, and maybe even push up a little bit. Essentially, and I'll show with the VIX in a second. And then what I'd be looking for is we could start up here. That if we do start up here on the next 4 hour on that day, I think it is pretty safe to say that we will continue. if we can start relatively close in this area. I think there's a lot of stuff here and a lot of a reason for them to not let it get past here. We could come back to the day 375, which also brings like the other issue is we're just coming back to the day 375, which is kind of already the big area. And if this just shoots up, I actually don't have as much of a problem with the day. Like the thing is, when we make these on the 4 hours, we don't have the same gaps here, so it's hard for me to say. Like for here, it was easy to say this is like horrible buying because we needed to come down on the daytime frame. It's pretty obvious. But if we have something start up here and then go to here, 4 hour push up, we're just going to see another day that just starts right in this area and then pushes up. So it's not going to really look that bad. So I don't think from this standpoint, if we were to reach this area, it necessitates that we're going to get sold down like we did the other day here. Because this was just really ugly also. I think this was a lot more. And then we also saw in the, remember the pre-market with the 5-minute stuff at the week time frame. So for me, my main focus is still on these 4 hours right now. And if we do see a day star here, I mean, great, right? I mean, it's just literally all volatility in these areas. But it just looks really sketchy up here. More likely, it looks like we'll enter this area. And yeah, I mean, it definitely could make it to 165. So it's definitely a possibility. It doesn't look likely yet, and that would kind of come to the VIX. But I'd like to see something in here tomorrow, and then really we'll see what kind of happens. There's a lot more that bears can do to push this back down. And if it pushes up, it pushes up. Honestly, like I said before, I hope we push up. Kind of. Yeah. Trying to think about possibilities. Because, like, if we pushed up to 165 in this manner, that would be, like, so incredibly aggressive. But, and it also seems kind of weird. But, maybe. Preferably, like I was saying at the end of the day, I'd prefer to not go up here and then shoot up here. It just seems kind of weird. I guess it could do that and then push up through. From a week time frame perspective, it feels weird and feels unlikely. But why not, I suppose. Like next week we could do it, which is why I'd want to see here. I don't know what dragon means, so. If you want to put the definition in. Chat. I'm just a little tired, my bad. But yeah, I mean, when we go to the VIX, like I think the easiest thing to kind of see all of this will be for the VIX. The likelihood that we get a lot of buying that makes us start the day under here, I think is pretty unlikely. We might be able to get an idea though based off of Bitcoin. Not like it matters when the market opens. It is what it is. You know, and then but this is at like a really good spot, and we have this and this, so I don't see why we wouldn't just want to maintain it. And the biggest concern would be if we do maintain here on the VIX anywhere in this area for tomorrow while the market slightly goes up, because then it's going to feel pretty similar. And any of the cracking back down on the 4 hours wrap will just translate to the market, and we should just drop off a cliff. So we'll see. I mean, nothing's really changed from any of the other ones where, like I said, we're all like we're still just looking at, I mean, I guess stuff has changed, so I guess I explain it, but, you know, it's just like nothing's really changed. So, bullishness, we need something all the way down here on the days. So if we start somewhere down here, I could definitely see Apple looking pretty crazy. I could see the whole market looking pretty crazy. I know price action, but I don't. I read the Candlestick Bible once, and honestly, I kind of took what I needed, and I forgot a lot of the names and everything else. So I'm gonna be straight up about that. So Candlestick Bible was fun to read, but I remember like 2 or 3 pattern names, maybe 4. Whatchamacallit. I just haven't really been too concerned. One of these days, maybe. But, whatchamacallit. So we'll kind of see what happens with this. But the VIX seems to be the most determining thing. The likelihood that we try to go up from here, from a head and shoulder standpoint, anything like that, seems incredibly high. The likelihood that people want us to want it to be under here with this already here, seems incredibly unlikely. So if we're going to go up, we'll go up. But we'll see signs of it before. Everything so far is just standard stuff. But not standard stuff. A lot of this, in my opinion, is still because the VIX was up here. Like, I still believe 100% if the VIX just started somewhere down here, we wouldn't, like, there would be no 165 at all. We would already be under. We'd be under the week already. At most, we'd come up, and then we would just get smacked back down to the day. And then maybe we'd be somewhere in this range. I firmly believe that. Because everything else has been going pretty straightforward. It's not that bad with options, but I get what you're saying. Like with crypto, it's definitely a lot more volatile. But like with options, it's kind of all the same kind of thing. So especially when it's going in one direction. I know what you mean. I don't know if I'd agree with that necessarily now, though. But for the most part, yeah, I definitely agree. Because it's just one of those things, like, depending on what you're looking at. Because I remember when I was helping my friend trade Mar back in the day. And that's when I helped him. This is what I said before, like, with a 600 to, like, 6K or 600 to 7K or whatever. We were trading Mar back then. So, like, it just kind of depends what your thing of volatility is. Because there are things that mine Bitcoin in our cryptos, you know. And these are things that go up, like, we're looking at 10,000% here. Even if we look at a relatively reasonable area here, we're looking at 16x here. And there's like reasonable gains to be made even from this. We can see it falling out here, right? And this is all the way up at 47. It's all the way down at 12 right now. So this is like 6,000 per option, depending. I mean, now to buy something here that's going to last at least a year is probably like at least 6, 7, 8. No, up here is probably at least like $1,000. Maybe? Maybe not. I don't remember. It's been so long since I've messed with something that's like $42 and looked at it specifically for a year out. But I know these huge generally are a lot. But it just kind of depends, I think, what you look at. So. Oh yeah. No, I understand what you're saying. Well, it's like 4, but yeah, I know what you mean. It might as well. I guess options. Well, options Friday. Yeah. I think it's interesting though, in a sense. The one thing I do like about stocks a little bit more sometimes than crypto, and maybe it's a bad thing. I actually feel like there's a lot more manipulation with stocks than there are with crypto nowadays. Now, maybe if it's like a super low liquidity one, but just the reason that you have, so like if you're just trying to trade stocks yourself, you can trade pretty much almost whenever, especially if you have enough money. Like pre and post is not an issue, you know. But like you're not limited to that. You know, you can trade in the morning, you can trade in after hours. You just really have that like 8 to 4 kind of restriction. But depending on how much money is in the account, but the idea that we like in crypto, you'll never see this. I'll put it this way. And yeah, but it's a little bit more interesting for me for this because like in crypto, you'll almost never have a day. You'll almost never have gaps. Essentially, you almost never have a day start here, then something start here, something start like every once in a while you will have it. Some dude wants at the last second before like a 4-hour day or week change. They want to just spike something at the literally last split second, and it just shows up that way. But so besides an exchange like freezing or having maintenance issues and shutting down, you don't really see a lot of gaps. And I really like the gaps. I like that kind of idea that stuff can turn around pretty quickly. I like crypto also as well. Like it doesn't matter to me, like whatever it is. So, like, I might have money on an exchange, but it doesn't mean I don't analyze a whole bunch of them, right? So, yeah. I mean, I think in a sense it is easier, yeah. Like, for two things, it's easier to predict and you don't get screwed out of your crap. But it's like, and it's so from that is, but it's like you can also play into the gaps in a sense. Like, it's depending where it is. Like, so, like this is what I'm talking about. This is why like it's so crazy. So when we look at like when would this ever happen? in crypto. Like, look at the VIX. Like, when does ever happen where here I get this, but we literally end here and we start here. Like, anyone that's like sees this, well, technically the nice thing is that this was like Monday, so things kept going up because there was divergence. But this is like huge. They literally managed to, from this, in my opinion anyway, from this going from here and starting here, we were able to create a base, have a great start the next day too, and just push the heck up. Like, it's wild that there is a gap of this much right here. Like, that's actually crazy. Like a 3% gap, and nothing to my knowledge happened here over the weekend. So, like I said, it depends what you're doing. If you're messing with options, it's definitely so much faster than crypto. It's insane, but it's not. It all depends really. So it all depends. So, but. With options, it's actually like options is like honestly it's like crypto. I feel like is volatility with a decent amount of stability. That's the one thing I really like about crypto. As long as it's not like a low liquidity or low volume traded thing, is that it always feels like for the most part you can reasonably get out, and things don't really, to me anyway, it feels like in crypto things don't really happen. I really feel, I don't know, like I like when I think about it, like crypto just seems better than stocks. Like for every reason that I can think of for stocks, I think stocks are more volatile than crypto, depending on what's going on. But you can't react to it, which is the thing. Like if we look at, now certain things happen at certain places, but if we go to like, here, let me show you. This is why I don't like staying in stuff overnight, depending on what it looks like on a longer term. But if we look at some of these things, I think, was it PayPal in the week, or was it might have been whatchamacallit, it might have been Meta, might have been like Facebook. So like on Facebook, we can see that this looks sketchy as hell, right? Just under the standard thing we've been looking at, we can see it falls under. I think it has something here. I remember looking at it at one point. I must have had this here. But we can see this is sketchy. We can see this is sketchy. And then we can already expect, hey, we want to see a week that can start up here. But this is like one of those things where, you know what I mean? There's no way to react to it, which is kind of crazy, which is wild. But I guess it's just because everything's dropping so much, and we could probably also point out things that are doing similar stuff in crypto around these similar times. So maybe it's not a great representation per se of that. Like my main argument though is like for anything that I could say that might be better for stocks, I think there's a big drawback to it. Options, in my opinion, are really hard to get in and out of if you're just trying to, depending on what you're messing with. Now, if you're messing with something like Tesla, Apple, or whatever that has like a high liquidity for it, it's not a big deal really whatsoever at all. Depending on how many options you're getting and what you're messing with, like the fact, unless I'm crazy, I have to check TD Ameritrade, but from everything I've seen so far, it's incredibly hard to see like the order books for them. And they always seem to move around a lot, which is really annoying. Like for stocks, it's like whatever, stop losses, things like that, or trailing stop loss and all that. It's usually pretty straightforward. But for options, it always feels like it's not a huge issue for me, but it always feels like it just feels inherently like just dangerous as hell. So just really dangerous when I think about it. So I'm not saying stocks are better. I really don't think they're better, but. I mean, at the end of the day, the easiest answer is just have capital on, or have money on both a stock and whatever. Because I don't know, it's not really a big deal. I'm just like thinking to myself back and forth, going back and forth. Like it's really not that important at the end of the day. But because once you enter leverage trading on an exchange, there's not a lot different. And arguably for crypto, then you just look at the market, and the market, nowadays anyway, for the last year, and that just drives a lot of them. So really, once you see that, there's not a lot of unexpectedness. And once you, as long as you know Bitcoin's not going to like super drop on you, then you're fine. Whatever altcoin you're looking at. Yeah, I never really thought about it. Yeah, I do think I think, I don't know. I don't even know if that's what you guys were saying, but I do think, I don't know. I feel like crypto might just actually, I never really put a lot of thought into it recently. I think crypto might actually be easier. Not like easier, but just, I mean, yeah, easier to be honest. Like 24 hours a day, never closes. You're not going to be in something that might open up. Obviously, it's not going to open here, but you're not going to be in something that opens up here. I don't do a lot of math calculations. I just think in my head for stuff. I'll try to do basic math. I don't do any kind of complex math. I taught myself up to Calc 2 the other year, and then I forgot a lot of it because I just never use it. But I don't see how it honestly. Well, if I was like messing with functions and stuff, possibly like PineScript, maybe I'd still need to use some of that stuff. But like a lot of like standard basic math things like that, I'll usually try to do it. There's a lot of things I try to do without looking. Like one thing I'll do is I'll try to tell what time it is based on how much time my thoughts passed, and then I'll look what time it is instead of just looking at what time it is. Just kind of things like that. I'll always try to make predictions and try to guess things, and then try to figure out from there. Well, simple math to do stuff, but like for the functions themselves. Well, I guess you're not doing calculus in that. You're not doing. There's no integrals or frickin' derivatives or anything. I feel like it requires some of that. Maybe not. It's been a while since I've seen one of the more complex ones, but even then, you really just have to know what it does, and then you just have to put, yeah, you just have to put whatever variable or function in, and it just does it for you. I thought I wanted to get into computer science a long time ago, then I realized for tech jobs you don't need computer science. Well, like you do, but like for IT, MSP stuff, you don't need it. It's kind of crazy. I forgot all that stuff. I watched so much of like the Cherno and like C++ and all that crap. And it's crazy how I just forgot so much of it. Literally used none of it. It's actually wild. Is it? Don't you mean 1 cent plus 1x plus 100% is 2 cents, right? Because, right? Because well, it depends what the 100% is. But if we're assuming the 100% is 1, if we're multiplying that, that's just going to equal 1, right? Wouldn't 1 times 200% give us 2? If we assume that this is based off of this. But I see what you're saying. But that's the other thing I don't like thinking about. I hate the fact like the idea of like I x this much, like to go up 20 to go up to 20x is what you're like I made 1900% to get to 20x. Like it's I always hate seeing the different ways of it. I wish there was always like I wish everyone just used 1. I always hate it when I look at this because it's like this will be like 6 up to here or something. I don't know. My brain power is going away, but well, like, but what is 100%? I mean, it's not a big thing. It's just the semantics in it. But what does 100% equate to? If we're saying 100% equals what the initial thing is, if it derives its value based off of this, then we're essentially saying 1 times 1 equals 2. But what we'd say here is 1 times 200%, assuming it derives itself off of this, is 2, and then that would give us 2. Otherwise, we'd say like 1 plus 100%, right? would give us to do. But it doesn't matter. I mean, like the meaning's the same exact thing, so it doesn't matter, right? Because I think to here, because if we go what 150 to, or even if we just do it from here, I'm lazy. Why are these numbers so big? Why are numbers so big? There we go. Right? Because if we go, like, right, 30 to 60 is like 100% up, but that's like plus, not multiple. But like I said, it really doesn't matter. That's why that's why these things annoy me sometimes, though, because like it's not all one thing. I don't know. It's not like it's a big thing. My brain hurts. Not because of that, because I've been streaming all day. It's just semantics. It's literally just semantics. That's all. Like, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, I mean, I know what you mean. I mean, we're on the same page, so. Well, I don't know how, oh, the 2x, yeah, I mean. So for Apple to 2x, I imagine you're saying for Apple to, so for something to double and for it to reach 300, how much would you need for the initial principal for it to be 300? And so if something's going to 2x, it's 150. But you wouldn't represent that 2x as 100% and then say multiples. That's what I'm saying. It's literally just it's a semantic thing. I understand what you're saying. It's just a semantic thing because you said 1x times right here. You see what I'm saying? And technically, it could be because this is 1. You know what? You know what the issue is here? It's because you use 1 cent, I think is what it is. Because technically, if we use anything besides 1 cent, now I think about it, 2 times what? Now if we say 2 times 100%, so now if we say 2 times 100%, this is going to be 2, which is obviously is going to be 4. So that's probably what it was. It was probably just an issue with with using 1 as an example for it. I think, right? Yeah, because then if we use 4 and we do that, so it's just an issue of doing it by having 1 as the initial. I think that was the small thing. So it wasn't a semantic. I think that's what it was. Because what you said actually applies to any other number besides 1. I think that's what it is. That's what it is. No, you're right with what you said. It's just you don't, and I don't care about me in the future. But if you use it with someone, you just have to use something besides 1, which is weird. I think I'm right? I think because like right, if we do 4 times 100%, we derive it from here. We're gonna get but then we get 16. That's not a 2x. So it works for 2, but it doesn't work for anything else. So okay, no. So I do think it is a semantic thing. Whatever. It's not a big deal. Like I said, I like thinking about things even if they don't like are just kind of like extraneous things or whatever. But whatchamacallit. I'm going to take a break. It was fun talking to you. I really did enjoy it. It was cool looking at some of those things. I'm actually going to, I don't really care. I'll just go through your profile. I'm going to add those cryptos that you put on there because that, like ACH, for example, was just so beautiful back in the day anyway. I don't know what it looks like now, but this was actually just really beautiful. Some crazy, really beautiful stuff. A lot of stuff doesn't go that perfectly with the Hull averages, so it's always really pretty to see stuff line up really nice. And I need to get money on KuCoin anyway, so because I didn't know they had 50. First of all, back when I used to mess with Binance, I thought it was illegal to mess with well, I got kicked off Binance when they started leverage trading because I'm in the U.S. But then I remember hearing about KuCoin, but I always thought leverage trading was illegal in the U.S. So I'm not sure if I'm supposed to use a VPN, because if I am, I'm just not going to mess with it. But I think it's legal. I'm not really sure how. I think not legal. I think what it was, if I remember, is I think leverage trading, like that much. I feel like it was. I think it was feel like it's leverage trading that much. I feel like the issue was you had to pay something, and in the United States they made it so expensive for like a company to get a license or something for it. It's been a couple years since I've looked into it, but I just stopped caring because I thought it wasn't possible. I would never use a VPN. Those people are stupid because the government's going to come for their money sooner or later. Now, if those maybe I'm wrong, but I'm not whatchamacallit. I'm not whatchamacallit. I'm not going on some exchange with a VPN. I'm just not doing that. And then when I need to take my money out and I need to explain where my money went, and the IRS is they're set to hire like 8,700 people. Even before that, I wouldn't do it because the government wants their money. I don't mess with the government and their money. But the fact that they're hiring like 8,700 people, and then they're going to be, on average, they'll be cycling people in and out, but they're supposed to be like 87,000 or something over the next 10 years. Like you use a VPN in the United States and you get your money, but you try to pull that out, you got to explain it to them. And I don't want to be in a position where I have to explain that I was using a website to circumvent laws and regulations. Now, I'm pretty sure from what I've seen other people say recently, KuCoin's fine. But for the people that do that, like, no, I wouldn't mess with it. I wouldn't mess with it at all. Even some of the money that I still had on BitMEX, I never took it out. I didn't mess with it. It's BitMEX's now, and they can have it. It's not. This was like a long time ago, like it was like 4 years ago at this point, 2018. But yeah, no, I don't want to mess with the government. That's like 100. That's like one thing I'm 100%. I'm never gonna mess with. No. Like they'll. No, that it actually like kind of scares me, to be honest. Just thinking about having to explain to the government making money, having to explain to the government where I got it, and then them just taking it and then fining me or something. It's kind of just scary to me. So, but anyway, we'll kind of see what happens. I think it's a little bit interesting that Bitcoin's trending up. I like this. We did get the 4-hour start, so this does make a little bit of sense for the 4-hour anyway. I'm interested to see where it'll end. I don't know if this will be indicative of anything. We had the FOMC on Wednesday, so we'll see where we turn out there. Overall, I think if we want to see like a breakdown past the 4 hours, we'll have to get into it. I feel like there's a lot of strength that we could have on this push-up possibly. But we'll see it with the VIX. So, man, I really need to get water. I feel like I said it 20 times. But I think we'll see a lot of it with the VIX. So I don't really want to get into this too much. I think depending where we start tomorrow is going to have a big determination on what happens. And the big thing we had before with the drop is the VIX looked good to shoot up. Like it came from the clutches of hell and turned good. So if it looks good to go up and the VIX looks good to go down, I don't expect us to go down, right? So I think this is really the big place. And for me, I'm not too worried either, just because, and this is why I say depending on the 165, like it's kind of like, because, I mean, we'll see what happens really, because we could see maybe a shoulder here or something. I just have a really strong feeling that if we do fail back under here, I have a really strong feeling that we'll try to go back to the long-term trend on the VIX. And then it's like 165's here, and I think we'll hit, like, I don't remember what it was. Like, there's really high targets. Like, 165 is the start. I don't remember if I still have it on the other one. But it just seems like 189, I think we could even possibly see coming up all the way to here. There's definitely a lot of crazy stuff. If we can retake 165, I think it looks pretty decent for a lot of it. Now we'll see. There's other things up here, but I think there's a lot of hope. Like to just wreck up, and the big part of it is the VIX looking bad. So I think if we do have an issue there, we could really. I mean, that's a lot of people wrecked out of shorts. It's going to be pretty funny. We'll see what happens though. But like I said, with the VIX, I think we'll see a lot of this stuff ahead of time. Whoops, gosh dang it. But anyway, right? So we shoot up. So if we were to fail here on the weeks after we bounce down here on the month and the week, I think we're more likely to try to trail back down to all the way to here. And this is a pretty, from where, like if we have something here, it's pretty big. Like that's 27%, maybe 27 to 20% down on the VIX. I mean, this is like next year or so, right? I doubt that. But And God forbid that for some reason we start a month down here. I don't know if have we had a week start under? So we haven't had a week start. I'm not saying this means anything, but we haven't had a week or a month start under this every single time it hits. So if there is a big reversal here, I mean, that's pretty wild. You might as well get a put on one of these bearish ETFs, because the bearish ETFs are almost going to go to like zero. Now, I don't know if that'll necessarily happen, and that's a long way away. And each of these we're looking at is on the month, or we're on the week right now. But each of these is on the month, so it's a long ways to go, and it's kind of a hard trend to expect a break. We're pushing into it. We do arguably have more kind of consolidation or squeezing up in this area. So we'll really kind of have to see what happens. And I don't necessarily think this is going to happen right now. And I don't have any reason to think it's going to happen until based on where we start. I'm just trying to explain this. Otherwise, if I wasn't streaming, I probably would have said maybe I would have been looking at stuff for maybe 30 minutes today, maybe 45 minutes, and I'd just be chilling. So most of the stuff isn't something crazy is going to hit us out of right field. We'll see what happens. We'll see where Bitcoin ends. There's no real reason. We have the 4 hour on it that looks nice, but for the day time frame, we still have a reason to just push it back down. That's not super indicative of anything, so I don't think that matters. We'll see what we have when we get our next day start somewhere around here. It already looks pretty strong. And so I don't really see the trend breaking. And at the end of the day, I don't even know why I tell after you guys this, because when you come in the morning, we just get refreshed on it anyway, and nothing's really changed. So, but I don't know who's in here and who's not. I know I know a lot of you guys are still in here, but the crazy thing is, so look at this. I don't get I can't see who's in my chat. So it's if there is someone, from the perspective of knowing if there's someone new, I can't even tell. So everyone's probably heard this at the same time. Anyone that's watched the videos has probably heard this 20 million times also as well. And like I said, if you guys want, if you ever missed it, you can always just go here and check this. And then, I'll have the update later. So there's really no big issue for it. But I appreciate you all coming in. I appreciate you coming to crypto, and I appreciate the talk and all that. It's always cool to find out some cool new things and whatchamacallit, some good altcoins, and just to talk and things. It gives me something to do, so I like it. But I gotta go because I'm tired, and I do have an addictive personality, so I could stay on here probably for a lot longer. So I need to leave. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll be on at 9:30 Eastern in the morning. Same thing, 15 minutes before the market opens, and I'll be here at least 15 minutes before the market, 15 minutes after the market closes. And if I'm crazy like I am today, and some other days, what are we, 7 hours now? 8 hours, so I'm done. I'm done. But anyway, it was good to see you guys. I'll see you all tomorrow. I'm here every day of the week, so I'm not going anywhere. No problem, man. I appreciate it. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you around. Take care, y'all. Oh, I'm sorry trading crypto. I'm about to head out. I know it's late, and I know you probably just got off school or whatnot. But it's I'm 8 hours in. But if you have any questions, just PM me, and I can answer it if you want anything answered. But I pretty much gave you the rundown, honestly. Not too much happened today. Really, it was just the VIX, and the VIX started way too high, just like we had on Friday, so we pulled back. That gave us a chance for another reversal, the same kind of principle as Friday. But we had a little bit too much buying up. That could be a problem. But overall, we're in a better position than we were last time. No problem. Take care, y'all.